Chapter 2244. You're doing the right thing. Duan Lingtian agreed with Ker's decision. Regardless of how heaven-defying his daughter's innate talent was, he did not want her to cultivate so early and lose her childhood. A person only had one childhood in their life. Once it was lost, it would never come back. However, even then, Duan Lingtian was still shocked by his daughter's innate talent. Waves of shock surged in his heart as well. I really didn't expect that my daughter would have the innate spiritual root after the violet innate spiritual root that I've always been curious about. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. Previously, when his innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, he had hoped his innate spiritual root would transform into the next grade of innate spiritual root. During this time, he was very curious about the next grade of innate spiritual root. However, he finally found out. After the dark violet innate spiritual root, the next grade of innate spiritual root was the black innate spiritual root. It was also the limit of the innate spiritual root. Before this, Duan Lingtian did not expect his daughter to possess the innate spiritual root. He did not expect his daughter to possess the innate spiritual root that he had always dreamed of. After he discovered his daughter's black innate spiritual root, it seemed as though he had opened a door to a whole new world. He finally knew what the limit of the innate spiritual root was. Black innate spiritual root. Black innate spiritual root. I have a clear goal now. After learning that the black innate spiritual root was the limit of the innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian finally had a clear goal. At the very least, he no longer had to be so clueless about his goal. Si Ling's innate spiritual root is the limit of the black innate spiritual root. It's meaningless to devour the devil clan's innate spiritual root to improve her innate spiritual root. I'll help Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root first. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to help Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root. Of course, before that, he had to inform Gan Ruyen. After all, Gan Ruyen was different from his daughter, Duan Siling. His daughter did not have a cultivation base, and her divine consciousness had yet to be born. Even if he sent his divine consciousness into her soul, she would not feel anything. However, Gan Ruyen was completely different. Her cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage after all. If he rashly used his divine consciousness to invade her body, she would definitely resist. I plan to help you improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian looked at Gan Ruyen and spoke bluntly without beating around the bush. Improve my innate spiritual root? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen couldn't help but be stunned. She couldn't react for a moment. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by improving the innate spiritual root? What's there to improve my innate spiritual root? I've heard that you currently have an indigo innate spiritual root. I'm confident I'll be able to improve your innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Gan Ruyen's reaction. Because any normal person would definitely have such a reaction when faced with such a situation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gan Ruyen was stunned again. He would be able to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month? Duan Lingtian's words echoed in Gan Ruyen's ears. She was so shocked that Gan Ruyen's emotions were thrown into disarray. She could not help but question his words. Why, you're telling the truth? You can really improve my innate spiritual root? After a while, Gan Ruyen took a deep breath and regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically as she asked. Although she felt it was impossible to improve her innate spiritual root, she did not think it was possible. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her solemnly and did not seem to be joking, she could not help but ask skeptically, "What's wrong?" "Humph. If you're not interested, then forget it." Duan Lingtian scoffed. He was, naturally, displeased by Gan Ruyen's skepticism. If it was not for the fact that Gan Ruyen treated Kerr and her mother well, and Kerr also acknowledged her as an elder sister, he would not have helped Gan Ruyen improve her innate spiritual root. Now that Gan Ruyen was doubting him, naturally, he could not be bothered to help her improve her innate spiritual root. When Gan Ruyen saw Duan Lingtian's attitude toward her, she felt slightly embarrassed and angry. His attitude was worlds apart from Duan Lingtian's attitude toward her sister. "Elder sister, Brother Tian won't lie to you." At this moment, Kerr spoke up to remind Gan Ruyen. Gan Ruyen, naturally, did not doubt her sister's words. Due to this reason, she was certain Duanling Tian would be able to help her improve her innate spiritual root. For this reason, her heart was in turmoil. He can really help me improve my innate spiritual root? Is he still human? Gan Ruyan's heart was in turmoil, and she could not control herself. Who said I'm not interested? After regaining her senses, Gan Ruyan looked at Duanling Tian and said anxiously, You said you'll help me improve my innate spiritual root. Kerr heard it as well. You can't go back on your word. At this moment, Gan Ruyan was only worried Duanling Tian would really go back on his word. After all, if Duanling Tian went back on his word, she would lose the opportunity to improve her innate spiritual root. Who would not want a violet innate spiritual root? Brother Tian, please help my sister improve her innate spiritual root. Kerr said to Duanling Tian. Since Kerr had personally spoken, Duanling Tian, who originally wanted to make things difficult for Gan Ruyan, dismissed the idea. Since you've spoken, Kerr, I won't hold it against her. Thank you, Brother Tian. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, a sweet smile appeared on Kerr's face. Upon seeing this, Gan Ruyan looked at Kerr gratefully. At the same time, a hint of envy and disappointment could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Her younger sister looked exactly like her. However, in front of Duanling Tian, the difference in treatment between her and her sister was like heaven and earth. Although she didn't feel that it was unfair, she still felt a little conflicted and couldn't help but envy her younger sister. Over the next few days, as Duanling Tian put the matter of improving one's innate spiritual root into practice, Gan Ruyan was shocked. She could not believe there was actually someone who could improve one's innate spiritual root. Although she was convinced by her sister's words, she could not help but feel shocked when she witnessed Duanling Tian improving her innate spiritual root. There's actually such a technique in this world? Gan Ruyan was in a daze for a long time. When Gan Ruyan finally regained her senses, she could not help but ask Duanling Tian, You can also improve your innate spiritual root? Yes. In the face of Gan Ruyan's question, Duanling Tian nodded indifferently. Gan Ruyan felt bitter and disappointed when she saw this. She also dispelled the thought of continuing to ask questions to get to the bottom of this matter. Since Gan Ruyan originally possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was not difficult for him to improve it to a violet innate spiritual root. In less than a month's time, Duanling Tian had achieved his initial goal. He had to help Gan Ruyan improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root within a month. How fast! When Gan Ruyan's innate spiritual root had improved to a violet innate spiritual root, she tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. The current her, whether it was the speed at which she sensed or absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was completely different from before. She had improved by a few levels. If I'm still in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and still practicing Zoroastrianism, with my current innate talent, I'd be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Gan Ruyan thought to herself. You can still improve your innate spiritual root? When Gan Ruyan discovered that her innate spiritual root had improved to a violet innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian was still devouring the Devil Clan's innate spiritual roots to help her improve her innate spiritual root. She was shocked. Was it not the end of the violet innate spiritual root? Humph. There are different grades of violet innate spiritual roots as well. Your current violet innate spiritual root is only a light violet. It's the worst violet innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian grunted in a low voice as he replied lazily. In the next month or so, Gan Ruyan realized she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. When her innate spiritual root had improved to a dark violet innate spiritual root, she discovered that her cultivation speed was much faster than before. Compared to when her innate spiritual root was only a light violet innate spiritual root, her cultivation speed was 10 times faster. What did this mean? No wonder. No wonder his cultivation speed is so heaven-defying. Gan Ruyan finally understood why Duanling Tian's cultivation speed was so fast. With such a method to improve his innate spiritual root and such a high-grade innate spiritual root, how could his cultivation speed not be fast? However, Gan Ruyan was unaware of this. When Duanling Tian was in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, his cultivation speed was fast not only because of his high-grade innate spiritual root, but also because of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At that time, if Duanling Tian possessed a dark violet innate spiritual root, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would have been able to obtain a dark violet innate spiritual root. With his current cultivation base, even if he had not broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would have at least broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I'm still in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land and still practicing Zoroastrianism, with my high-grade innate spiritual root, apart from you and Kerr, who else would be a match for me? Gan Ruyen sighed emotionally. High-grade innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. He did not explain further. What do you mean? Don't tell me my innate spiritual root is not the highest grade innate spiritual root? Chapter 22:45. Of course not. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not intend to explain himself. However, when he heard Gan Ruyan's words, he glanced at her indifferently. It's not. Gan Ruyan frowned. If a dark violet innate spiritual root isn't the highest grade innate spiritual root, what's the highest grade innate spiritual root? Black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian replied. Black innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, Don't tell me your innate spiritual root is already a black innate spiritual root. She asked this question because she thought Duan Lingtian must have seen a black innate spiritual root before, since he was so direct and said the highest grade innate spiritual root was a black innate spiritual root. Perhaps, he had already upgraded his innate spiritual root to the highest grade, the black innate spiritual root. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then you. Gan Ruyen wanted to say something but was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was getting impatient as well. Gan Ruyan's questioning clearly showed that she was doubting his words and did not believe him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste his time explaining. You. What's with your attitude? Gan Ruyen was infuriated when she saw Duan Lingtian acting in such a manner. This guy was so patient when he was with her sister. However, when he was with her, he was completely impatient. How could she not be angry? At this moment, Gan Ruyen seemed to have forgotten that her sister's name was Duan Lingtian. She had forgotten that her sister was Duan Lingtian's wife. Sister, Xiling's innate spiritual root is a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, there's no room for improvement. That's why Brother Tian said a black innate spiritual root is the highest grade innate spiritual root. Seeing that her sister was anxious, Kerr hurriedly explained. Xiling has a black innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Kerr's words, Gan Ruyen instinctively extended her divine consciousness to probe the innate spiritual root in the depths of Duan Xiling's soul. At this moment, Duan Xiling was sleeping in Duan Lingtian's arms. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew what Gan Ruyen was trying to do when he sensed her divine consciousness moving toward him. He wanted to stop her, but on second thought, Gan Ruyen wouldn't hurt his daughter, so he dismissed the idea. It's really a black innate spiritual root. After some investigation, Gan Ruyen confirmed that Kerr possessed a black innate spiritual root. If a dark violet innate spiritual root is further improved, its color will become even darker. In the end, it seems like it's only possible for it to transform into a black innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen sighed. However, after sighing, Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian and Kerr before she finally looked at Duan Lingtian. I know Kerr has a violet innate spiritual root. However, your innate spiritual root isn't a violet innate spiritual root, right? What are you trying to say? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. He could tell Gan Ruyen was hinting at something. I'm thinking. Put aside the fact that your innate spiritual root was not a violet innate spiritual root. Even if it was, you and Kerr shouldn't have a child with a black innate spiritual root. After all, Kerr only has a violet innate spiritual root. Gan Ruyen said. Upon hearing Gan Ruyen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. If Gan Ruyen did not mention this, he would not have thought about this. Indeed. Just as Gan Ruyen had said, even if two people with violet innate spiritual roots got together, it was still impossible for them to give birth to a child with a black innate spiritual root. After all, a black innate spiritual root was the limit of an innate spiritual root. It was extremely rare. At the very least, no one had heard of anyone with a black innate spiritual root in the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Xiling's innate spiritual root is indeed a black innate spiritual root. There are only two possibilities. Gan Ru Yen continued to say, firstly, your union caused a mutation in Xiling's innate talent. That's why she has a black innate spiritual root. Secondly, Ker is the reincarnation of the goddess that sect leader mentioned. It's not a rare thing for a descendant of the goddess to have an extreme innate spiritual root. Gan Ru Yen continued to talk about Ker being the reincarnation of the goddess. The reincarnation of the goddess is just a myth. Duan Ling Tian rejected Gan Ru Yan's second possibility. Previously, when he was still in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had learned from the other Zoroastrianism guardians that Zoroastrianism was the reincarnation of the goddess. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was the only person who said that the goddess was the reincarnation of the goddess. Everyone, including the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism, was certain that the goddess was the reincarnation of the goddess. The rumor that Ku-er, the saintess, was the reincarnation of the goddess was nothing but a lie. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian had spoken in such a manner. I don't think so. Gan Ru Yen shook her head and said, if Ker isn't the reincarnation of the goddess, why is our innate talent so different? Her innate spiritual root is a dark violet innate spiritual root, but I don't even have a light violet innate spiritual root, let alone a dark violet innate spiritual root. Do you think it's reasonable for Ker to not be the reincarnation of the goddess? Gan Ru Yen asked as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Gan Ru Yen had begun to address her sister as Ker. This was because she knew that her younger sister preferred this name. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless when he heard Gan Ru Yan's words. Indeed. If there was no such thing as the reincarnation of the goddess, Gan Ru Yen and Ker would not be so different even if there was a difference in their innate talent. Naturally, it's also possible that Ker's innate talent has mutated. After all, only one of our parents has a light indigo innate spiritual root while the other only has a blue innate spiritual root. Gan Ru Yen continued to say, Xiling's innate talent is similar to Xiling's. Xiling's current condition is similar to Ku-er's condition. Their innate talent is either due to a mutation or due to some other reason. For example, Ku-er is the reincarnation of a goddess. Gan Ru Yan's words connected Duan Ling Tian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling, to Ker's situation. The mother and daughter situation was similar. Upon hearing Gan Ru Yan's words, Duan Ling Tian began to waver. To be honest, he still believed in the so-called reincarnation. After all, to a certain extent, he was reincarnated. In his past life, he was the strongest weapons specialist on Earth. However, due to an accident, his soul had transmigrated to this world and was reincarnated. However, up until now, only the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was certain that Ker was the reincarnation of the goddess. Other Zoroastrianism members did not believe it. This affected Duan Lingtian's judgment to a certain extent. Moreover, based on Gan Ru Yan's words, Duan Lingtian did not know what to believe. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not be bothered to think about it anymore. Regardless of whether Ku-er is the reincarnation of a goddess or not, she's still my wife. This is a fact that can't be changed. It's the same for Xiling as well. No matter what the reason is, she possesses a black innate spiritual root. She's still my daughter. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with determination. After helping Gan Ru Yen improve her dark purple innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian discovered that there were still many devil clans on the mortal continent. I'll continue to search and improve my innate spiritual root. I'll look around to see if Father, Mother, and Little Fei are still on the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he continued to bring the three women to places on the mortal continent that they had not been to before. Duan Lingtian killed the devil clans one after another. Their innate spiritual roots became nutrients for Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, paving the way for his innate spiritual root to become a black innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, the difference between a black innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root was too big. Even if it was a dark purple innate spiritual root, it would still take a long time for it to become a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian had a deep feeling about this when he finished searching the last mortal continent. This was because he had not even touched the threshold to becoming a black innate spiritual root yet. I've searched all three mortal continents, but Father, Mother, and Little Fei aren't here. My next step is to search the sea to see if they're hiding somewhere. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the three women away from the mortal continent and traveled through the sea between the mortal continent and the Dao Martial Saint Land. The sea was vast and boundless. Although it could not be compared to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was not smaller than the three mortal continents combined. For half a year, Duan Lingtian brought the three women and traveled through the sea. During this process, he had also encountered many demons. These devils were much stronger and had higher innate talents than the devils he had encountered in the three mortal continents. In comparison, the quality of their innate spiritual roots was much higher as well. For this reason, after half a year, Duan Lingtian had not only touched the threshold to becoming a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, he was only a step away from becoming a black innate spiritual root. I'm just one step away from transforming my innate spiritual root into a black innate spiritual root. Moreover, a black innate spiritual root doesn't seem to have a light black or dark black color. Look at my current innate spiritual root. If I take another step, it'll be completely black. The initial black luster on it is similar to the luster on Si Ling's black innate spiritual root. Chapter 22:46. I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed will be after my innate spiritual root has completely transformed into a black innate spiritual root. I'm really looking forward to it. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, his eyes shone brightly as though they could burn the heavens and earth. Although his cultivation speed was much faster than when his violet innate spiritual root had just transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, it was still not enough. Due to this reason, there was a limit to how much it could improve. Currently, although Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was only a step away from a black innate spiritual root, the gap was insurmountable. If Duan Lingtian did not manage to cross the gap, his innate spiritual root would only be a violet innate spiritual root. However, once he crossed the gap, his innate spiritual root would completely transform into a black innate spiritual root. His innate talent would also transform from a pheasant to a phoenix. As for how much his innate talent would improve, he would only know when the time came. Unfortunately, there's still no news about father, mother, and little Fei. After Duan Lingtian shifted his attention away from his innate spiritual root, he could not help but sigh. During this half a year, he had not forgotten to search for his family and friends while he was killing the devil clans and devouring their innate spiritual roots. However, even after half a year had passed, he still did not find anything. It's been a year since I left the human devil saint city. I wonder what's the situation in the WCI subterranean? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had left the human devil saint city for a year. During this year, he had spent half of his time in the various seas. The other half had been given to the three mortal continents. During this time, Duan Lingtian had swept through the devil clans in the three mortal continents and the various seas. Countless devil clans had died in his hands. Moreover, he had even annihilated many devil clans. Naturally, the devil clans he had killed were from the bottom of the devil clans in the land of exile. Compared to the entire demon race, it was not even worth mentioning. Therefore, their annihilation did not cause too much of a commotion. Now, return to the WCI subterranean. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian brought the three ladies back to the WCI subterranean. Since father, mother, and little Fei aren't in the mortal continent or the various seas, there's only one possibility: they're still in the WCI subterranean. Because of this, Duan Lingtian brought the three women back to the WCI subterranean. Duan Lingtian brought the three girls back to the WCI subterranean. Regardless of whether it was in the various seas or the three mortal continents, many of the devilish beings who had managed to survive for various reasons had also fled in a panicked manner. When they returned to the WCI subterranean, a shocking piece of news spread everywhere. A human powerhouse had wiped out the devilish beings in the three mortal continents and the various seas. He had even annihilated many devil clans. Although this piece of news had spread far and wide, it did not garner much attention. According to some of the devil clan's powerhouses, that human powerhouse can only find a sense of presence among the weaklings of the devil clan. If he's really capable, he should come to the WCI subterranean. Some of the devil clan's powerhouses even said, as long as that human powerhouse dares to show himself in the WCI subterranean, he won't be able to return. When this piece of news reached Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian had already brought the three women back to the human devil holy city. As long as I dare to show myself in the WCI subterranean, I won't be able to return? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. With his current strength, he was not afraid of devils below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he had to face a devil at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, as long as he had time to prepare, he might be able to put up a fight. If he used the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he was confident he would be able to kill devils below the eminent celestial stage. Even if he did not have time to prepare, he was confident he would be able to kill most ordinary devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the Devil Seal Tablet, even if he did not dare to say he would be able to kill all devils below the eminent celestial stage. And this is because the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is missing a corner. It's incomplete. If the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is complete, I might be able to kill devils at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage if my cultivation base improves to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. They were like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Although I haven't fully immersed myself in cultivation in the past year, I haven't slacked off either. Currently, I'm only half a step away from breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if my innate spiritual root hasn't transformed into a black innate spiritual root, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a month. At that time, I'll join the Wandering Saint Palace. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was on his way back to the Human Devil Saint City, he had already planned his next step. Once his cultivation base broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would join the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. He would strive to become a high-ranking official in the Wandering Saint Palace and slowly gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian was very ambitious. His goal was to take control of the Wandering Saint Palace and turn it into his own force. Once I gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace, not only will it be easier for me to search for my parents, Little Fei and the others, but I'll also be able to lead the Wandering Saint Palace to side with the humans during the Great Human Devil War. This was the reason why Duan Lingtian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace and gain control of the Wandering Saint Palace. The Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's said that he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once my cultivation base has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I might be able to defeat him with the help of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with confidence when he thought about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the 3 women were in a private room in a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City. The private room was close to the main hall of the restaurant, so one could hear the commotion outside. Apart from the occasional mention of how many low-level demons had been killed by a human expert on the 3 mortal continents and the various seas, most people were still discussing how the young elites of the 3 palaces and 6 halls had been killed a year ago. I can't believe this matter is still not over after a year. Duan Lingtian sighed as a strange expression appeared on his face. There are actually people who suspect the deaths of the young powerhouses from the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master has something to do with the Wandering Saint Palace. The reason they had such suspicions was because other than the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who had died outside the ruin, none of the disciples who had entered the ruin had died. Among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who had entered the ruin, only the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were safe. As long as it was a normal person, they would definitely be suspicious. Although they were suspicious, the 3 palaces and 6 halls would not make things difficult for the Wandering Saint Palace before they had any evidence. It seems like some of the human devils I killed in the ruins left behind by the quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master are quite powerful. It's already been a year, but the 3 palaces and 6 halls still haven't given up and are still investigating, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he was not worried the 3 palaces and 6 halls would find out he was the culprit. As long as Huang Wenjing from the Wandering Saint Palace did not say anything, no one would know he was the culprit. Moreover, even if the 3 palaces and 6 halls found out he was the culprit, he would not have anything to fear as long as he had more time. However, the most important thing now is to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. At that time, even if I join the Wandering Saint Palace, I'll still be able to make a name for myself with my strength. Duan Lingtian was eager to find a place to cultivate when he thought about this. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian brought the 3 ladies out of the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. This inn was the same one he had stayed in with the 3 ladies previously. It was one of the properties of the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. It was very safe. Before returning to the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Ling Tian killed a few more human devils and absorbed the devil qi in their bodies. He hid the devil qi in his and the 3 ladies' bodies to prevent their identities from being exposed. If their identities were exposed, they would become the enemy of the entire Human Devil clan. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he was not strong enough to go against the entire Human Devil clan. I won't be in closed-door cultivation for more than a month. Don't go out during this time. Duan Ling Tian told Kerr before he went into closed-door cultivation. Okay. Kerr nodded obediently. While Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation, whoosh! A figure that was like a hurricane appeared at the location of the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He's back. The figure belonged to a young man dressed in a long green robe. His facial features were similar to Duan Ling Tian's. He was none other than Duan Ruffing, who had been sent away by the Age Soul Devouring Blood formation a year ago. Previously, Duan Ruffing had been sent to the Land of Exile when he entered the transportation formation activated by the Age Soul Devouring Blood formation. The Land of Exile was a completely unfamiliar place to Duan Ruffing. Moreover, most of the devils in the Land of Exile had gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, causing the Land of Exile to become much emptier. Chapter 2247. A year ago, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar because of a young powerhouse called Duan Ling Tian. That young powerhouse was not even 50 years old, but he possessed terrifying strength. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, when the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were waiting for him to continue to shine, he suddenly disappeared. However, he had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Some said he was in closed-door cultivation to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Some said he might have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and was waiting for the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to become an eminent Celestial. In any case, there had been no news about him since a year ago. A year's time was neither too long nor too short. Although the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had not completely forgotten about him, they paid less and less attention to him as time passed. During this 1 year, the Dao Martial Saint Land was not peaceful at all. An ancient sect had appeared once again. This sect was called the 7 Absolute Sect. It was a top sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It said that when the 7 Absolute Sect was at its peak, the 3 most powerful sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land had to band together in order to survive. Currently, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land knew about the history of the past. When the 3 great sects faced the 7 Absolute Sect, they had to band together to survive. Is this for real? Isn't this too exaggerated and unbelievable? Naturally, many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were skeptical. After all, the 3 great sects were the strongest forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If any one of the sects stood out alone, there would be no 4th power that could compete with them. Now, someone was saying that there was once a sect called the 7 Absolute Sect that suppressed the 3 great sects to the point they could not even lift their heads. How could they believe this? Unbelievable? Unbelievable? Faced with the doubts of many people, those who knew the truth shook their heads and smiled. At this moment, many people who were in the know continued to leak out more information. Since you doubt the strength of the 7 Absolute Sect, you can't possibly doubt the strength of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the prodigy of our Dao Martial Saint Land, right? The prodigy Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this name, most of the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could not help but gasp before an expression of reverence appeared on their faces. Even the people from the 3 great sects were no exception. If one said, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, whose name could be passed down from ancient times and still be remembered by the people after 100,000 years. Only prodigy Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Legend had Feng Qingyang, prodigy Sword Saint Land, Feng Qingyang, and prodigy Sword Saint Land. During that time, not only was he the main character, but he was also like a ruler. Throughout the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was only one person who had managed to kill an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation before he had even passed the heavenly tribulation. That person was none other than the prodigy Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It said that during the era of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, before he underwent the heavenly tribulation, the number of eminent celestials who died in his hands was more than 10. Moreover, he killed all of them with just a sword strike. Feng Qingyang's deeds had been passed down for generations in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, there were not many people in the Dao Martial Saint Land who did not know about Feng Qingyang. It was all because the deeds he had left behind all those years ago were truly too shocking. His battle record had never been broken by anyone to this day. Feng Qingyang's greatest battle was when he fought 3 eminent celestials who had joined forces before he passed the heavenly tribulation. The 3 eminent celestials died in the battle. I've heard about that battle as well. It said that Feng Qingyang only used 2 swords to kill them. With his cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he killed 3 eminent celestials who had joined forces with just 2 swords. It's the most shocking battle in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's precisely because of this battle that the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang's name was passed down even after 100,000 years. Almost everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, who had lived for a long time, knew about the prodigy sword saint in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they knew this prodigy sword saint had killed 3 eminent celestials with just 2 swords when his cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both parties were prepared for that battle. There was no sneak attack at all. Because of this, that battle was still passed down even after 100,000 years. Due to that battle, people knew about the prodigy sword saint. There was once such a monstrous and powerful sword cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Before the prodigy sword saint Feng Qingyang ascended, he was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. When this news spread, it caused a commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The prodigy sword saint Feng Qingyang was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect? This is my first time hearing about this. It said that the reason the 7 Absolute sect was able to suppress the 3 great sects was partly because of the other members of the 7 Absolute sect. However, most importantly, it was because of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. If the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang, is really from the 7 Absolute sect, then I believe the 7 Absolute sect was able to suppress the 3 great sects. I believe so too. With the prodigy sword saint's strength, I'm afraid he could annihilate the 3 great sects if he wanted to. I think so too. Before Duan Lingtian left, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was shaken because of him. In the 1 year after Duan Lingtian left, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was shaken because of the 7 Absolute sect. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land knew about the 7 Absolute sect because of the 7 Absolute sect. In the past 1 year, the disciples of the 7 Absolute sect had appeared in various places in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and challenged various powerhouses. I'm Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. A young powerhouse called Gu Li had appeared in a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land a year ago. He had defeated the leader of the first-rate force and entered the 39th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. After defeating the leader of the first-rate force, he had left these words behind before he left. From then on, the name of the 7 Absolute sect began to spread in a small circle. Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. When the feminine voice resounded in the Heaven Divination sect's encampment, a voice rang out. An oracle at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Heaven Divination sect was assassinated. The entire Heaven Divination sect was shocked. Provocation. It was a blatant provocation. The Heaven Divination sect and the 7 Absolute sect were mortal enemies. Now that a disciple from the 7 Absolute sect had appeared in the Heaven Divination sect's estate and assassinated their high priest, it was only natural that the Heaven Divination sect was furious. The great priest of the Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was so furious that he personally made a move to capture the disciple from the 7 Absolute sect who called himself Yu Wu Ying. However, he did not manage to capture him in the end. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Heaven Divination sect. For this reason, the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect had personally ordered the sect to keep this news a secret. However, could such a huge matter be concealed just by blocking the news? Soon after, news of this matter spread out of the Heaven Divination sect and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, shocking everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Isn't that person from the 7 Absolute sect too bold? He actually dared to sneak into the Heaven Divination sect and assassinate an oracle at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he even succeeded. Rumor has it that the oracle was killed by him with just a single strike. Although the Heaven Divination sect didn't manage to keep the news a secret, they managed to conceal the identity of the Heaven Divination sect's high priest. I wonder who the high priest is? Although the oracles of the Heaven Divination sect are all at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, there's still a huge gap in their strength. I wonder who Yu Wuing killed? Currently, even the Supreme Saint ranking can't give him a ranking. Even the weakest oracle in the Heaven Divination sect is ranked in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is definitely ranked in the top 30 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, had become famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. That damned ladyboy. He actually made such a big deal out of it. Gu Li could not help but curse inwardly when he heard about this matter. A hint of jealousy could be seen in his eyes. He was jealous that Yu Wuing was more famous than him. Although he was jealous, he knew he was not as powerful as Yu Wuing for now. Put aside the fact that Yu Wuying's foundation was better than his current strength was stronger than his as well. Even if Yu Wuying's current strength was on par with his, he might not be able to kill someone that Yu Wuing could kill. After all, Yu Wuing was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect. He was skilled in assassinations and could often kill his enemies without them noticing. The successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect? 7 absolute sect. 7 absolutes. Does this mean there are 7 absolutes in the 7 absolute sect? As the news of Yu Wuing assassinating the Heaven Divination sect's high priest spread, his name spread in the Dao Martial Saint land. Many people began to study the words he left behind in the Heaven Divination sect. The words mentioned that he was the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, and the meaning of this sentence was unknowingly explained to the world. Chapter 2248. Naturally, there are other progenies in the 7 absolute sect. There were many knowledgeable people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, who had a certain understanding of the 7 absolute sect. The 7 absolute sect is divided into 7 absolutes. The first absolute of the 7 absolute sect belongs to the progeny of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. That Sword Saint was known as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny in his era. In other words, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect is the Fog Rain progeny. When this news spread, it caused a commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. As it turned out, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. After the first absolute, there are 6 absolutes. The second absolute is the Prophet progeny. The oracle man who's wanted by the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land is actually the successor of the Prophet progeny of the 7 absolute sect. When this news spread, it caused another commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. If one were to say, previously, they had never heard of the 7 absolute sect. They had only heard of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. As for the old man of heavenly secrets, his name was like thunder in their ears. Although the oracle man's cultivation base was not high, and he was ranked in the hundreds of places on the Supreme Saint ranking, he was able to predict the future. However, his ability to see the future was famous in the Dao Martial Saint land. He was even given the title of Peerless Divine by the people in the Dao Martial Saint land. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, many people wanted to have their fortunes told by the oracle man. However, not many people got what they wanted. And some lucky people, after receiving the guidance of Elder Tianji, who were already entangled in fate, were able to further improve their purple chi from the east. Those who were about to face calamity were able to turn misfortune into blessings, reversing their fates. There were even some who managed to save their lives. It was precisely because of the experiences of these lucky people that the oracle man was pushed to the top and made the oracle man famous in the Dao Martial Saint land. In the Dao Martial Saint land, regardless of whether it was the lower province or the upper province, the name the oracle man was well known. I didn't expect the oracle man to be from the 7 absolute sect. The oracle man, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, Prophet. I really didn't expect this. I was wondering why the three great sects would target the Oracle Man. As it turns out, it's because the Oracle Man is from the Seven Absolute sect. Given the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect, since the Oracle Man is a member of the Seven Absolute sect, they must see the Oracle Man as a thorn in their side, even if the Oracle Man is no threat to them. At this moment, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land finally understood the reason why the three great sects were targeting the Oracle Man. Apart from the Fog Rain Absolute and the Prophet Absolute, I only know about the Dark Shadow Absolute. Who knows about the other four Absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect? More and more people were curious about the Seven Absolute sect that had been sealed away for many years. After all, it was a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was from there. I know about one of the other four Absolutes. It's the third Absolute, Kratos. The successor of the Kratos progeny is called Gu Li. Not long ago, he defeated the sect leader of a first-rate sect. His name will appear on the next Supreme Saint ranking. Although the sect leader of the first-rate sect that Gu Li defeated was not weak, his presence in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was nothing compared to the three great sections. For this reason, he was not as famous as Yu Wu Ying. While the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were paying attention to the Seven Absolute sect, another shocking piece of news spread and shocked the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. A young woman who claimed to be the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, killed the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism outside the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. I think her name is Han Xuanai. The moment this news spread, it swept through the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land like a hurricane. Although the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was only at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, he was killed by a young woman. Most importantly, it was a young woman. Han Xuanai was the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. When the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was killed, a commotion broke out in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The high-ranking officials of Zhuangzi Buddhism, led by Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, began to search for Han Xuanai in a frenzy. Unfortunately, no matter how big of a commotion they caused, they still could not find Han Xuanai. Shouldn't the seven absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect be weaker as they rank lower? Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were puzzled when they learned that Han Xuanai was only the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. The members of the Seven Absolute sect are each stronger than the other. I'm afraid Han Xuanai is stronger than Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. I think so too. Most importantly, she's a woman. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there aren't many women who are ranked in the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The Seven Absolute sect is indeed a powerful sect that once stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even a female member is so powerful. To a certain extent, Han Xuanai's appearance was even more shocking. After all, she was a woman. In this world, women were born weak. In terms of innate talent, they were generally inferior to men. Who said women were inferior to men? Han Xuanai's appearance seemed to be telling all the men in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, do not underestimate women. It said that there are very few people in the Seven Absolute sect. However, under such circumstances, there's actually such a powerful female member. How rare. That's right. This is too shocking. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still lamenting about this. An even more shocking piece of news swept through the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land from the central province. Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. When the soft and melodious voice of a woman resounded in the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. One of the two remaining great Karmapa in the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the White Tiger King, had died. The person who killed the White Tiger King was none other than Feng Tianwu, who claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. It was said that after Feng Tianwu killed the White Tiger King, she left a message and left. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had arrived a little later, was so furious that his face turned green. He flew into a rage and destroyed a mountain near the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate. The successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolute sect, Feng Tianwu. My goodness! Another female disciple. Who said women are not as good as men? The female members of the seven absolute sect are really valiant. Even the strongest male member of the seven absolute sect, Yu Wu Ying, pales in comparison to Feng Tianwu. The seven invincible sect is a sect led by women. Feng Tianwu's attack had shocked everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the most shocking thing about her was her gender. The seven absolute sect had very few members, and it was already shocking that a powerful female member like Han Xuanai had appeared. Now, there was another person like Feng Tianwu. The successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolute sect, is really powerful. Even the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking, was killed by her. Currently, the only female powerhouse who's ranked higher than her on the Supreme Saint ranking is the Violet Dragon King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? I think so. Not only did Feng Tianwu's appearance shocked everyone, but it also made them realize how terrifying the seven absolute sect that had been sealed for many years was. The seven absolute sect would not appear in the world. Now that they had appeared, it was truly terrifying. We have to work harder. Otherwise, people will really think that the men of the seven absolute sect are weak. When they learned that Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, the successors of the Didymus progeny, the sixth absolute of the seven absolute sect, felt a great deal of pressure. Although they had joined forces to defeat a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had made a name for himself for many years, they were still able to defeat him. In terms of reputation, he was not even comparable to an ordinary high-ranking official at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the three great sects. No matter how weak a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage was, he would still be a vice-sect leader in the three great sections. That person hasn't made her move yet. I wonder how shocked the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will be when she makes her move. Nangong Yi muttered to himself. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Nangong Chen nodded solemnly. He agreed with Nangong Yi's words. In a direct confrontation, that person might be on par with Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolute sect. However, that person's most terrifying technique was not a direct confrontation. This was because she was a Dao cultivator. Moreover, she was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator who could determine the life and death of a person from 10,000 miles away. Seven Absolute Sect, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the last disciple of the Oracle Man, when the cold female voice resounded in the central main hall of the Heaven Divination Sect's estate, the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was killed in front of Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. When the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect died, he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. There were no external injuries at all. Moreover, he had fallen in front of the high-ranking officials of Heaven Divination Sect led by Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. From the beginning until the end, even Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking, did not see anyone attacking the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect. Roar! Mo Xian was furious when he saw the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect being killed in front of him. He roared as he searched for the culprit. Chapter 2249. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Heaven Divination Sect was silently killed. In a small valley 10,000 miles away from the Heaven Divination Sect's estate, a woman hovered in the air. Her delicate body trembled slightly. She was dressed in a snow-white robe. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She, who had an outstanding temperament, made everything around her seem to be overshadowed. The woman's waist-length hair fell to her back like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her face was flawless. However, looking at the other half of her face that was flawless, as if it had been carefully sculpted, it was not hard to imagine the peerless beauty under the white veil. She stood there without any deliberate movements, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of ice-cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. It's quite difficult to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the life-reversing curse, the woman murmured to herself. At this moment, as the woman muttered to herself, the beautiful face under the veil paled slightly. It was as if she had suffered a great deal of pressure in that instant. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared, returning peace to the small valley. At this moment, if there was another person here, he or she would be shocked to see the same thing. The originally lush greenery within a 100-meter radius of the small valley withered as soon as the woman left. It was as though they had lost all their vitality in just a blink of an eye. The originally lush greenery within a 100-meter radius turned yellow in just a blink of an eye. The area where the small valley was located was originally a stretch of emerald green. Now that a withered and yellow land with a radius of 100 meters had suddenly appeared, it was especially eye-catching if one were to look down from the sky. After a few hours, Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, flew over the area. When he looked down and saw the withered and yellow land amidst the emerald green, his eyes suddenly narrowed. After which, he stepped on the air and landed in the small valley. I remember this place used to be lush greenery. However, all the greenery within a 100-meter radius has withered. Furthermore, my divine sense can still sense the life force that is constantly fading away from their bodies. Mo Xian's expression turned even more solemn when he realized this. In other words, the flowers and trees in this area began to wither not long ago. Moreover, they withered in an instant. At this moment, a thought flashed through Mo Xian's mind. As the Heaven Divination sect master bled to death from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground, the words that reverberated in the void echoed in his ears. 7 Absolute Sect, the current successor of the divination lineage, the last disciple of the oracle man. This sentence was also a reminder to him. The person who had attacked was the current successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's heavenly fate line. Moreover, it was a female disciple of the 7 Absolute Sect. 7 Absolute Sect, heavenly oracle lineage. At the same time, he began to search for information about the 7 Absolute Sect's second Absolute, the prophet progeny, in his mind. After all, he was the great oracle of the Heaven Divination Sect. He had lived for a long time, so it was only natural that he knew a lot about the ancient records in the Heaven Divination Sect. Among the records, he knew about the era when the 7 Absolute Sects suppressed the 3 great sects, including the Heaven Divination Sect. During the era when the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang, was still alive, the successors of the other 6 absolutes of the 7 Absolute Sect were all outstanding. Even if they didn't rely on the 7 Absolute Sect, they were still famous in the Dao Martial Saint land at that time. Although the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, had the weakest cultivation base, he knew a heaven-defying curse art. He was the first known heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, the successor of the prophet's cultivation base was only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It said that he died of old age. The people he could kill with the heaven-defying art of cursing were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. He didn't have the ability to kill someone at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination Sect, narrowed his eyes when he thought of this. An expression of horror appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "It seems like the current successor of the Heavenly Legacy Sect is also a heaven-defying Dao cultivator." Not only did she inherit the heaven-defying curse art from the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect, but her cultivation base is also quite high. At the very least, her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to kill the sect leader of the Heaven Divination Sect. When Mo Xian, the Grand Oracle of Heaven Divination Sect, thought to himself, his expression darkened immediately. It was so dark that it seemed as though water would drip from his face at any moment. Once the life-reversing art of cursing is used, everything within a 100-meter radius will wither and die, devoid of life. Based on his understanding of the successor of the prophet progeny, Mo Xian was certain of this. For this reason, he was certain the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect was also a heaven-defying Dao cultivator who had mastered the heaven-defying curse art. A heaven-defying Dao cultivator has appeared again. Moreover, this heaven-defying Dao cultivator's cultivation base is much stronger than the successor of the prophet progeny. She's at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Mo Xian's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. A heaven-defying Dao cultivator was terrifying. Although the successor of the prophet progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect only had a cultivation base at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had struck fear into the hearts of the people in the Dao Martial Saint land. This was because he could use the heaven-defying curse art to kill people from thousands of miles away. This was even more terrifying than the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny from the Seven Absolute sect. At the very least, the Dark Shadow progeny would have to personally make a move. However, the successor of the Prophet progeny did not have to personally make a move. He could kill people with just a thought. Back then, the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect was feared by all those below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, he could kill them with just a thought. Moreover, they would be killed without even realizing it. However, since the successor of the Prophet progeny's cultivation base has stagnated at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it'll be difficult for him to make any progress. After all, if he doesn't break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it'll only be a matter of time before he dies. As long as he dies, there won't be any heaven-defying Tao cultivators in this world. Not only did Mo Xian not heave a sigh of relief, but his expression was solemn as well. However, not only did the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect have a heaven-defying Tao cultivator, but she's at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This means she has an endless lifespan. As long as there are no accidents, she'll be able to cultivate to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage sooner or later. Mo Xian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. How powerful was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? With just a thought, she could cast the heaven-defying art of cursing. Would anyone below the level of an eminent celestial be able to survive? Although I'm certain there's a limit to a heaven-defying secret tactic like the heaven-defying art of cursing, anyone who doesn't know the limit would treat it like the Grim Reaper. Even Mo Xian, the great priest of the Heaven Divination sect who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was no exception to this. After so many years, not only has the Seven Absolute sect reappeared, but the Second Absolute, the Prophet progeny, has even produced such a monstrous genius. Don't tell me the Seven Absolute sect is going to regain its former glory and suppress our three great sects? If the successor of the Prophet progeny is already so terrifying, what would happen if the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, appears? Mo Xian shuddered in fear when he thought about this. At the same time he also realized, the Seven Absolute sect must have come prepared this time. The sect leader of Heaven Divination sect had been killed in front of Mo Xian, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, who was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. When this news spread from the Heaven Divination sect's estate, it naturally shocked the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. The successor of the Prophet progeny and the last disciple of the Oracle Man in the Seven Absolute sect. The words left behind by the person who killed the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. I heard the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, who killed the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect, is a woman? Everyone in the Heaven Divination sect heard it clearly. It was a woman's voice. Heavens! Are all the women in the Seven Absolute sect so fierce? First, there was Han Shu and I, then there was Feng Tianwu. Now, there's a successor of the Prophet progeny who's a woman. That's not the point. The point is, when the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect died, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, Mo Xian, was right next to him. However, even Mo Xian didn't sense any danger before the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect was killed. This is the most terrifying part. Don't tell me the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is an eminent celestial? Even Mo Xian, the great priest of Heaven Divination sect, didn't see any signs of her attack? Impossible. If the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is an eminent celestial, based on the enmity between the Heaven Divination sect and the Seven Absolute sect, she would have annihilated the Heaven Divination sect a long time ago. Why would she only kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect? You're right. However, what's going on? Those in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land shuddered when they heard about the technique the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect used to kill people. Don't tell me the successor of the Prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is also a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Chapter 2251. A heaven-defying Tao cultivator? What's that? I know about Tao cultivators, but what's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator? This is my first time hearing about a heaven-defying Tao cultivator as well. Most people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were confused when they heard people speculating that the current successor of the prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator. What was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator? As those who speculated that the current successor of the Seven Absolute sect was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator gave further explanations, the others finally understood the meaning of the words, heaven-defying Dao cultivator. As it turns out, a heaven-defying Dao cultivator is a Dao cultivator who has mastered the heaven-defying art of cursing. There's only one heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. That heaven-defying Dao cultivator was the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It said that the successor of the prophet progeny could kill people from 10,000 miles away with the heaven-defying art of cursing. Most importantly, with his cultivation base at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could even kill people at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. During that era, people below the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage were terrified of the successor of the prophet progeny. After all, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves if the successor of the prophet progeny wanted to kill them. At that time, many people rejoiced that the old prophet didn't manage to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, if he managed to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would be immortal. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the eighth form, the ninth form, and even the eminent celestial stage. Who in the Dao Martial Saint Land would be able to defeat such a terrifying person if he broke through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was shocked when they learned about the heaven-defying Dao cultivator. As it turned out, there was such a heaven-defying Dao cultivator in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He could kill people from 10,000 miles away. What kind of terrifying technique was that? I can't believe another heaven-defying Dao cultivator has appeared in our Dao Martial Saint Land after 100,000 years. Moreover, he's also the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. This successor is even more terrifying than the successor from 100,000 years ago. Based on how she managed to kill the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect from 10,000 miles away, her cultivation base is at least at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect is at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only was the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Now that the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect has killed him, he'll replace him as the 10th powerhouse on the Supreme Saint ranking. The female disciples of the Seven Invincible sect are indeed monsters. Indeed. Especially this descendant of Tianji, he's even more terrifying. With her suspected cultivation base at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's only a matter of time before she breaks through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage and becomes an eminent celestial. The current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect is indeed terrifying. Once she's fully grown, she'll be able to kill anyone with just a thought. How can there be such a terrifying technique like the heaven-defying art of cursing in this world? It's simply heaven-defying. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, as news of the current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect being a heaven-defying Dao cultivator at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage spread, it caused another wave of panic. Such a terrifying heaven-defying Dao cultivator actually had an endless lifespan. Just hearing about it sent chills down people's spines. They did not feel safe at all. It's good that we didn't offend the Seven Absolute sect. However, I'm afraid the three great sects are in trouble. Many people sighed in relief when they thought about how they did not have any conflict with the successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect. While they heaved a sigh of relief, they also silently mourned for the three great sections. After all, the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect had been accumulated for 100,000 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were absolutely irreconcilable. For the current successor of the Seven Absolute sect, the sect master of the Heaven Divination sect is probably just the beginning. I think so too. With her strength, she might not be able to threaten the powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the three great sections. However, she can kill those below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a thought. Terrifying. It's too scary. Most of the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land felt that this was not the case. After the seven absolute sect's current successor killed the heaven divination sect's sectmaster with the life-reversing art of curse, he would definitely make his move on the other three great sections. At this time, a different voice sounded. The seven absolute sect has appeared and killed so many powerhouses from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the heaven divination sect. Don't tell me they don't care about humans at all? After all, the devil clans from the land of exile have already invaded the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint land. They might invade the upper province at any time. Similar voices could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. At this time, many people disagreed with this. As far as I know, the people from the three great sects have killed countless members of the seven absolute sect over the past 100,000 years. Now that the seven absolute sect finally has a few outstanding disciples, don't tell me they're not allowed to take revenge? That's right. Although revenge breeds revenge, the enmity between the three great sects and the seven absolute sect is already irreconcilable. In the face of such enmity, it's meaningless to talk about the righteousness of the human race. Although there were quite a few similar voices, they were still drowned out by another different voice. More people were criticizing the seven absolute sect. The people from the seven absolute sect are too insensible. They're still fighting among themselves and killing their own kind when the devil clans are about to invade. In the face of the greater good of humans, no matter how great the enmity is, they should let it go before the devil clans retreat. If they continue to kill each other, the devil clans will benefit in the end. Initially, I sympathized with the seven absolute sect. However, after what happened recently, I no longer sympathize with them. In fact, I think they deserve it. Me too. Voices criticizing the seven absolute sect could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Everyone said the seven absolute sect had crossed the line. However, did the seven absolute sect really cross the line? On a snow-capped peak in the northern region, an old figure knelt before a tombstone at the peak of the snow-capped peak. There was no name on the tombstone. Senior brother, after more than 300 years, that person from the heaven divination sect is finally dead. I'm useless for not being able to avenge you personally. However, the person who avenged you this time is my last disciple. He's also your junior nephew. He's the successor of the prophet progeny. You can finally rest in peace in the netherworld. The old man knelt before the tombstone and muttered to it. This old man was none other than the previous successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, the oracle man. 300 years ago, there were two successors of the prophet progeny in the seven absolute sect. Apart from the oracle man, there was also the oracle man's senior brother. At that time, their whereabouts were discovered by a heaven divination sect's disciple. That heaven divination sect's disciple had chased after them for thousands of miles to kill them. The oracle man managed to escape with his senior brother's help and went into hiding. His senior brother, on the other hand, was captured by the heaven divination sect's disciple and tortured for 10 days and 10 nights before he finally breathed his last. The reason the heaven divination sect's disciple did that was to force the oracle man to come out. The oracle man still remembered the scene from that time. At that time, he felt like dying when he saw his senior brother being tortured. He really wanted to stand out and ask the heaven divination sect's disciple to kill him so that he could give his senior brother a quick death. However, he held himself back in the end. This was because he carried the heavy responsibility of inheriting the prophet progeny of the seven absolute sect. At that time, if he stood out, the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, would be destroyed in his hands. At that time, both of them did not have the time to leave behind the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect. Ha 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 ha. The oracle man suddenly laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with a sense of relief as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. The heaven divination sect's disciple who tortured his senior brother for 10 days and 10 nights was the sect leader of the heaven divination sect. He was also the person who was killed by the oracle man's disciple with the heaven reversing art of curse. In the past, he had watched as his enemy grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he even became the sect leader of the heaven divination sect. There were many nights when the oracle man woke up from his dreams in despair. However, his disciple, his senior brother's junior nephew, the successor of the prophet progeny, had killed his enemy and avenged his senior brother. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? Not thinking about the greater good of the human race? At some point, A graceful figure floated down from the sky and landed not far behind the Elder of Heavenly Secrets. It was a beautiful woman. She was none other than the previous successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. She was also Han Xuanai's master. If it wasn't for the devil clans that could invade the upper province at any time and for the greater good of the human race, the three great sects would have been bathed in blood by now. The world is foolish. Who doesn't know that the people of the Seven Absolute sect are only avenging the 1,000-year-old enmity? The 1,000-year-old enmity referred to the enmity between the three great sects and the Seven Absolute sect for killing the people of the Seven Absolute sect. In other words, the people from the three great sects that the Seven Absolute sect had killed were the people who had killed the people of the Seven Absolute sect in the past 1,000 years. P.S. These few days, I've organized a book review event with the website for my brothers and sisters. Everyone can post a review on the QQ Reading app or Genesis Chinese Network's War Sovereign Ling Tian book review section. The content can be directed at the book or a character you like. The deadline is this Friday. I'll pick out the 10 most pertinent comments from the beginning of the chapter to the end of the event and give each of them 10,000 book vouchers as a reward. I'll contact the winners and ask them to send the book vouchers to the website via QQ. Among the 10 winners, 3 of them will be lucky enough to receive a mysterious gift pack and a greeting card that I'll personally mail to them. Let's get to work now. The event will be held simultaneously on the QQ Reading app and the Genesis Chinese Network's War Honorable on the Ling Tian's War Honorable. Chapter 2252. 300 years ago, the sect leader of the Heaven Divination sect had killed the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, who was the Oracle Man's senior brother. 300 years later, the Oracle Man's last disciple killed him with a curse and took revenge. 200 years ago, an elder of Xuanzi Buddhism and a disciple of Xuanzi Buddhism had joined forces to kill the successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Han Xuanai's grandmaster. The elder of Xuanzi Buddhism at that time was now the sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism. The disciple of Xuanzi Buddhism was the White Tiger King of Xuanzi Buddhism. Han Xuanai had killed the sect leader of Xuanzi Buddhism and Feng Tianwu had killed the White Tiger King to avenge the successor of the Red Dust progeny who was killed 200 years ago. 500 years ago, an elder of the Heaven Divination sect had killed the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Currently, that elder had become an oracle of the Heaven Divination sect. 500 years later, the oracle of the Heaven Divination sect had been killed by Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Good and evil had their retribution. It was not that there was no retribution, but it was not time yet. Based on all these factors, the people of the Seven Absolute sect who had killed so many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had only avenged 1,000 years of enmity. For the past 1,000 years, there had been no conflict between Zoroastrianism and the Seven Absolute sect. For this reason, the people of the Seven Absolute sect did not target the people of Zoroastrianism. If we don't avenge 1,000 years of enmity, the people of the Seven Absolute sect won't be able to face our ancestors. At some point, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had also stepped forward. His turbid eyes suddenly brightened, shooting out 2 sharp beams of light. The invasion of the devil clans is imminent, and the human race is at stake. Since we've avenged 1,000 years of enmity, the Seven Absolute sect is willing to put aside the enmity for now. We'll settle the score with the 3 great sects after we defeat the devil clans. The old prophet's words were the principle of the Seven Absolute sect's entry into the world. The Seven Absolute sect had a clear conscience. The enmity of 1,000 years must be avenged. As for the rest of the enmity, he could put it aside for the time being. When he defeated the demon race in the future, he would settle the debt with the 3 great sects. This was the righteousness of the human race that the members of the Seven Absolute sect followed. If the people from the Seven Absolute sect were truly people who did not care about the righteousness of the human race, then how could the successor of the Kratos progeny, the Third Absolutes, Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, and the successors of the Gemini progeny, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, have only defeated their opponents and become famous? With their strength, they were completely capable of killing their opponents. However, they did not do that. However, we can't let those children be wronged. Activate the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network and spread the word about the righteousness of the human race that the Seven Absolute sect abides by. Let the world know that the Seven Absolute sect has a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. The oracle man turned to the beautiful woman and said, "I'm here to discuss this with you." After replying, the beautiful woman left in a hurry. Soon after, the news of the people from the Seven Absolute sect avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity began to spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. At this moment, many people who were condemning the Seven Absolute sect fell silent. I see. If the people from the Seven Absolute sect are only avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity, then they have a clear conscience for themselves and the righteousness of the human race. I was wondering. The sect that Feng Qingyang, the prodigy sword saint, used to be in shouldn't be a sect that doesn't care about the righteousness of the human race. As it turns out, there's a reason for this. It's understandable. That's right. A 1,000-year-old enmity is only a 1,000-year-old enmity. If they don't take revenge, they won't be able to face their ancestors who were only 1 or 2 generations away from them. It's understandable why the people from the Seven Absolute sect did this. As the news of the people from the Seven Absolute sect avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity spread, the voices in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land changed. Initially, they were still condemning the Seven Absolute sect. Now, they were more concerned about why the people from the Seven Absolute sect had targeted the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect. Naturally, there were still some people who continued to condemn the Seven Absolute sect. They felt the Seven Absolute sect should not take revenge for a 1,000-year-old enmity. They should prioritize the righteousness of the human race. However, these people were in the minority. Their voices were quickly drowned out. They did not cause any commotion at all. No wonder the people from the Seven Absolute sect didn't do anything to the people from Zoroastrianism. As it turns out, they're avenging a 1,000-year-old enmity. For the past 1,000 years, although the Zoroastrianism has targeted the Seven Absolute sect, we've never killed anyone from the Seven Absolute sect. At this moment, many people from the Zoroastrianism could not help but feel relieved. The people from the Seven Absolute sect who had entered the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land were still fine. The successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, and the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, brought great pressure to the high-ranking officials from Zoroastrianism. After all, both of them were capable of killing a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Seven Absolute sect has been in hiding for 100,000 years. Now that they've reappeared, they're really well prepared. That's right. Just a few disciples from the Seven Absolute sect have caused such a huge commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The 3 female disciples have even entered the top 20 of the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as they appeared in front of everyone. Speaking of the 3 female disciples from the Seven Absolute sect, the most terrifying one is the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. The successor of the Prophet progeny seems very mysterious. The other 5 successors of the Seven Absolute sect have reported their names, but she only said she's the successor of the Prophet progeny, the last disciple of the Oracle Man. She's so mysterious, and she's a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. The successor of the Prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect is not to be trifled with. Similar discussions continue to spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land were fearful of the successor of the Prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect. Naturally, it was mostly because the successor of the Prophet progeny in the Seven Absolute sect was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Moreover, she was suspected to be a heaven-defying Tao cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's better to offend the King of Hell than to offend the Prophet progeny. Someone even sent out such a message. Many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land agreed with this. The successor of the Prophet progeny was too terrifying. At the same time, apart from the Zoroastrianism, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect were secretly searching for the members of the Seven Absolute sect. Naturally, the 2 great sects were not searching for the members of the Seven Absolute sect because they wanted to have a cup of tea with them. They wanted to seek revenge and redeem themselves. To the 2 great sects, what the members of the Seven Absolute sect had done to them was a great humiliation. Only the blood of the members of the Seven Absolute sect could wash away the humiliation they had suffered. Initially, the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect wanted to drag the Zoroastrianism down with them. They wanted to join forces with the Zoroastrianism to deal with the members of the Seven Absolute sect. However, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, was not stupid. He had directly rejected them. What a joke! Now that the members of the Seven Absolute sect did not come looking for trouble with the members of the Zoroastrianism, they would be thankful. After all, the current Seven Absolute sect was no longer the Seven Absolute sect of the past. If they were not confident they could uproot the Seven Absolute sect, it was best not to provoke them for the time being. Currently, all 6 of the Seven Absolute sect have appeared except for the first Absolute, the Fog Rain sect. Soon after, many people discovered this. It's said that in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's rare for the Seven Absolute sect to appear in such a high-profile manner. The last time it happened was 100,000 years ago during the era of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. I've heard about this as well. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Seven Absolute sect has a rule that the Seven Absolute sect can only appear in such a high-profile manner when the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute, appears. If the record is true, it means that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, has appeared. The successor of the Prophet progeny, the Second Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is already so heaven-defying. How heaven-defying would the successor of the Fog Rain progeny be if he appears? After all, according to the Seven Absolute sect's tradition, the strongest person in the Seven Absolute sect is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. How exciting! In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, people were discussing the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect. Naturally, these discussions had spread to the 3 great sects as well. Now that the Seven Absolute sect has appeared, the First Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, must have a successor. Moreover, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny from 100,000 years ago is most likely the successor of the prodigy sword saint, Feng Qingyang. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, no one knew the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, better than the 3 great sections. Due to this reason, they were more certain than anyone else. It was highly likely that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, had appeared. Otherwise, the Seven Absolute sect would not have appeared in such a high-profile manner. Based on the strength of this generation of the Seven Absolute sect, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the Second Absolute, is the strongest. In fact, although the successor of the Prophet progeny was a heaven-defying Dao cultivator, his strength was the weakest among the 7 Absolutes of the Seven Absolute sect. That's right. During that era, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang, was the strongest. The one who was second only to Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Kratos progeny, the Third Absolute. No one can see through this generation of the Seven Absolute sect. Perhaps, even the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the First Absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, might not be a match for that heaven-defying Dao cultivator, the successor of the Prophet progeny, the Second Absolute. It's not impossible. Similar discussions spread among the high-ranking officials of the 3 great sections. However, the people from the 3 great sects did not expect that the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would be the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. In fact, many of them knew the current successor of the Seven Absolute sect's First Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Even if they did not know him, they had heard of him before. Chapter 2253. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the lower province, was unaware of what had happened in the upper province in the past year. Otherwise, he would definitely know. Back then, when he received Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, the meaning of the words Misty Rain successor. Duan Ling Tian was currently cultivating in a guest room of an inn in the Human Devil Holy City. The inn belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not need to worry about being disturbed when he cultivated here. In the entire Human Devil clan, no one dared to cause trouble in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace did not know about this. The culprit who killed the foster son of Wu Tianjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, and the direct disciples of several elders of Crimson Blaze Palace was in the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have been able to cultivate so peacefully in an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace. It's fine if my innate talent was not good enough in the past, but now that I have a violet innate spiritual root, I can't drag Brother Tian down anymore. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating in seclusion, Kerr was not idle and also began cultivating. Of course, even if she wanted to cultivate in seclusion now, she couldn't. She could only occasionally find time to cultivate. That was because she was not alone. She had a daughter that she needed to take care of. As for Kerr's elder sister, Ganru Yen, she had gone into closed-door cultivation the moment she returned. Currently, Ganru Yan's innate spiritual root had changed from an indigo innate spiritual root to a dark violet innate spiritual root. This experience was like a dream to her. Therefore, after returning to the inn, she could not wait to go into closed-door cultivation. She wanted to experience her innate spiritual root as soon as possible. Mother, where is father? When Duan Siling woke up, the first thing she did was to look for Duan Lingtian. It was obvious she was very dependent on her father, Duan Lingtian. Good girl, Siling. Daddy is cultivating in seclusion now. He'll be out in a few days. When the time comes, Siling will play with you again, okay? Kerr said affectionately as she patted Duan Siling's head. All right, Siling will wait for Daddy to come out of seclusion. Mother, Siling wants to cultivate too. Siling wants to fight bad guys with Daddy. Duan Siling's delicate face tensed up slightly when she said this. She waved her fists in the air as she said this. He looked like a little adult. Siling, you're such a good girl. However, if you want to cultivate, you'll have to wait for your father to come out of seclusion. He'll teach you then, all right? Seeing that her daughter was so sensible, a gratified smile appeared on Kerr's face. All right, all right. When Daddy comes out of seclusion, he'll teach me how to cultivate. Upon hearing Kerr's words, Duan Siling did not feel disappointed. Instead, she clapped her hands excitedly. In Duan Siling's opinion, her father was different. After all, her father was more powerful than her mother and aunts. If her father taught her, she would definitely become more powerful in the future. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in Duan Lingtian's room. Gusts of majestic and vast gales extended out from Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. They were like roaring dragons that charged out in all directions as though they were going to destroy the entire room. However, just as the raging winds approached the walls, doors and windows, they seemed to be devoured by something and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. His eyes flashed like two blazing suns, shooting out two dazzling rays of light as if they could illuminate all the darkness in the world. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had undergone a huge change compared to before he went into closed-door cultivation. It was as though he had become ethereal and otherworldly. So this is the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth and muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the heaven-defying form. Once one broke through to this stage, one would have an endless lifespan. As it turns out, this is how a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage achieves eternal life. In the past, Duan Lingtian only knew that powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have an endless lifespan. However, he did not know how it worked. Now that he had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he finally understood why powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above would have eternal life. This was because, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, the saint veins in one's body would be connected to the tiny meridians in one's body. When Yang Kai circulated his Saint Qi, the inconspicuous small meridians located all over his body could receive a baptism of Saint Qi, allowing him to maintain the vitality of his body and achieve immortality. In the past, the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, was a mystery to Duan Lingtian. Now that he had broken through to this level, he was clear about everything and understood everything. After breaking through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, one would have an endless lifespan. The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage is known as the heaven-defying form. The heaven-defying form, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A human who originally had a limited lifespan, after breaking through to a certain level of cultivation, would obtain eternal life and have an endless lifespan. To a certain extent, This was an act that defied the heavens itself. Although my cultivation speed is still slower in the human devil saint city with the help of my dark violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it's still not as fast as before. However, it's not because my innate spiritual root can't catch up with the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It's because the cultivation environment here is far inferior to the upper province. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark violet innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed was almost the same as when he had the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At that time, his innate talent was not as good as it was now, but he had the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Comparing his current cultivation speed to his past cultivation speed, even if there was still some difference, it was not that big of a difference. However, since this was the lower province, the cultivation environment here was far inferior to the upper province. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed here was not as good as when he was in the upper province. The cultivation speed was similar only if they were in the same cultivation environment. If there was a huge difference in the cultivation environment, it would naturally be different. Even so, I still managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, apart from gaining eternal life, the Sun Saint origin in his body had also improved. Although his Sun Saint origin could not compare to the Sun Saint origin of an ordinary martial cultivator at the same cultivation base, it was still much stronger. However, it was still much stronger than a martial cultivator at the same cultivation base. Breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage has brought me more than just immortality. My current strength has increased by a whole level compared to before I broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian felt excited when he thought of this. Now that his strength had improved, he would be able to protect himself and his loved ones in the Debussy subterranean where the devil clans wreaked havoc. How could he not feel excited when he thought of this? It's a pity that Hua Lao is no longer here. Duan Lingtian thought about Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He could not help but sigh as a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Duan Lingtian had his reasons for thinking about Hua Lao at this moment. When Hua Lao was still alive, he had told Duan Lingtian that he would be able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would help Duan Lingtian improve the golden crow's wings to the 3rd form. At that time, the speed he could display after using the golden crow's wings would increase by another level. At that time, the golden crow's wings would shine as a divine ability in the Devata realm. Since Elder Hua is not here, I won't be able to raise my golden crow's wings to the 3rd form. Although my speed is much faster than many movement divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 2nd form of the golden crow's wings, it's still not enough. However, there's still a gap between my speed and the most ordinary movement divine abilities in the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. Since Elder Hua was no longer around, it meant that his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, would no longer improve. He could comprehend other divine abilities on his own. However, he could not comprehend the golden crow's wings. The golden crow's wings was Hua Lao's innate divine ability as a 3-legged golden crow. The reason Duan Lingtian could master the golden crow's wings was all thanks to the golden crow's wings that Hua Lao had planted on his back. Otherwise, he would not have been able to master the golden crow's wings. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and shook his head. Let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian, you must believe that Hua Lao will be happy for you if he knows you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in such a short time. After muttering to himself, Duan Lingtian's gloominess was swept away, and his spirits were lifted. It was as though he had transformed into a different person. Chapter 2254. He stood up from the bed and opened the door. He had officially come out of closed-door cultivation. Daddy! 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 Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when he heard an excited voice coming from the front. The voice was getting closer and closer. When he took a closer look, he saw his daughter, Duan Xiling, running toward him with her arms wide open when she saw him opening the door. Her delicate little face was filled with excitement. Ling, Duan Lingtian smiled as he crouched down to catch Duan Ling who was running toward him. Then he carried her in his arms. Duan Ling was already 10 years old. However, because she had not interacted with many people, and had not interacted with people the same age, her temperament was still as naive and unaffected as before. In front of Duan Lingtian, she was like a little princess. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, she was his little princess, his one and only little princess. Daddy. Why do I feel like you're different now? Duan Ling blinked her big eyes as she studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. When she spoke, she noticed Duan Lingtian's aura was different from before. Before he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, after he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His temperament and aura had changed as well. Although Duan Ling had not officially started cultivating, she had a black profound spirit. However, since Duan Ling possessed a black innate spiritual root, she had extraordinary senses. Although she did not have a high cultivation base, she could still sense the change in Duan Lingtian's aura. Naturally, she did not know what the change in aura was. All she knew was that her father gave her a different feeling. Daddy has broken through. Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he patted his daughter's head affectionately. Wow! Daddy is so awesome. Duan Ling's eyes brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. In other words, Daddy, you've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, and you'll be immortal in the future? Duan Lingtian had told Duan Ling that his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had also told her about the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. For this reason, he was not surprised when he heard Duan Ling's words. He merely smiled and nodded. When Duan Ling saw Duan Lingtian nodding, her delicate face fell. She looked like a little adult with a troubled expression on her face. What happened? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen his daughter like this, and he couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't know why her daughter suddenly became like this. Daddy, Ling wants to cultivate too. Duan Ling pouted playfully. Ling wants to be immortal as well. Otherwise, when I'm old and pass away, it'll be boring for you to be immortal by yourself. Ling wants to be immortal with you, Daddy. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Ling, you can cultivate if you want. However, I'll have to ask for your mother's permission. If she doesn't mind, I'll teach you how to cultivate, alright? Daddy, Mommy has no objections. She asked me to wait for Daddy to come out of closed-door cultivation so Daddy can teach me how to cultivate. Duan Ling giggled. You'll have to ask your mommy first. Duan Lingtian said affectionately as he patted Duan Ling's head. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Brother Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation? A light and pleasant voice that was filled with pleasant surprise sounded from nearby as a beautiful woman walked out of the room adjacent to Duan Lingtian's room. It was none other than Ker. Ker had also come out of her room when she heard the commotion. Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw Ker, the doting look in his eyes turned gentle. It was as though it could melt anything. Mommy, Daddy has agreed to teach me how to cultivate. Duan Ling waved at Ker as she said excitedly to Ker. Before Ker could reply, Duan Lingtian said, I thought since Ling is already 10 years old, it's fine if she wants to cultivate. However, it's up to you. If you think it's fine, I'll teach her. If you don't think it's fine, we'll wait for another 2 years. Duan Ling was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. When she regained her senses, tears began to well up in her eyes. Daddy, what are you talking about? Didn't you promise me earlier? At this moment, Duan Ling's eyes were brimming with tears. She looked pitiful. I did promise you earlier, but your mommy has to agree. If your mommy doesn't agree, I won't dare to teach you. Duan Lingtian's heart ached when he saw Duan Ling's expression. He smiled as he patted her head. Ke was the one who brought up their daughter. He had always felt guilty towards Ku'er, so when it came to his daughter's cultivation, he decided to listen to Ku'er's opinion and not make the decision himself. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian did not have such a reason, It would not be appropriate for him to make such a decision. After all, their daughter did not belong to him alone. She belonged to both him and Kerr. As their daughter's mother, Kerr had the right to express her opinion. Duan Lingtian did not have the right to deny her this right. Mommy! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Siling knew the decision was still in her mother's hands. She looked at her mother again and pouted. You promised Siling earlier. You can't go back on your word. At this moment, Kerr finally arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Duan Siling. Brother Tian, I'll listen to you. Ku-er said to Duan Lingtian. She had the appearance of a woman singing along with her husband. Duan Lingtian's words earlier showed how much he cared for her and how much he respected her. It made her feel warm in her heart. Just like that, the matter was settled. Duan Siling began to cultivate. Kerr, how long did I spend in closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian looked at Ku-er and asked after he finally remembered the important matter. 20 days. Kerr replied. Only 20 days? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Initially, he thought he would have spent at least 25 days in closed-door cultivation. He did not expect it would only take him 20 days. Kerr, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in an hour at most. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Kerr and greeted Kerr after he found out how long he had been in closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian comforted his daughter for a while before he handed her over to Kerr. Then, he left the inn that belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. There was only one reason Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. He wanted to test his strength and see how strong he had become. After all, although his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he had no idea how much his strength had improved or what it was like. Before he tested his strength, he would not be able to come to a conclusion. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian left the Human Devil Saint City. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at an empty desert. Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the desert and extended his divine consciousness. He could not detect any signs of life. In other words, not only was there no one around, but there were also no signs of life. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy was thin. My son Saint Origin. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's son Saint Origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it surged out of his body and emitted a majestic aura. It was as though the ancient beast that had been lurking in Duan Lingtian's body had awakened. The number of saint veins in one's body directly affected the speed at which one could mobilize energy. The more saint veins one had, the faster one could mobilize energy. It was the same the other way around. However, due to the low level of power in the mundane realms, people in the mundane realms did not rely on saint veins as much as people in the Devata realms. Naturally, the saint veins were not called saint veins in the Devata realms. Instead, they were called heavenly veins. Elementary devouring tactic. After mobilizing the Sun Saint Origin in his body, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He immediately cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, Duan Lingtian moved to another location. He had to change locations. Although he could continue to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. If he changed locations, he would be able to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Change locations. Continue to devour. Change locations. Continue to devour. After repeating this several times, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint Origin was raised to its maximum after a dozen breaths of time. However, the Sun Saint Origin that had been raised to its limit did not surprise Duan Lingtian at all. Not only was he not surprised, but he was also slightly disappointed. It's still the same as before. Could this be the bottleneck that Hua Lao mentioned to me before? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Currently, the Sun Saint Origin in his body that had been raised to its limit was similar to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had cast before he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was as though he had encountered a bottleneck that was difficult to break. Hua Lao said before that powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage will face a bottleneck before they pass the heavenly tribulation. This bottleneck can only be broken after passing the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 2255. I thought I'd be able to break through the bottleneck with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. I didn't think I'd be able to break through the bottleneck even after comprehending the elementary devouring tactic to its peak. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh after he smiled wryly. The bottleneck meant the Sun Saint origin in his body was only comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even with the help of the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. The bottleneck was the limit of the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wanted to break through the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would have to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Only then would he be able to break through the bottleneck of his Saint origin and improve his strength. According to Hua Lao, once a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage passes the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, the Saint origin in his body will break through the bottleneck and form the Celestial origin energy. At that time, the Saint origin would still be the same Saint origin as before. However, due to the Celestial origin energy, the Saint origin would be much stronger than before. Hua Lao said the Celestial origin energy would only be formed after one passes the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duanling Tian sighed again when he thought about this. In other words, before I pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, even if my cultivation base breaks through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint origin in my body won't be able to improve with the elementary devouring tactic. In fact, when my cultivation base breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't even need the help of the elementary devouring tactic to break through the bottleneck. At that time, even if I cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, with all my might, the Sun Saint origin in my body wouldn't change at all. At that time, the elementary devouring tactic would no longer be of any help to my strength. It would be useless to me. Naturally, the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was useless to Duanling Tian after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In other words, the elementary devouring tactic would not be useless. After all, apart from helping Duanling Tian improve his Saint Qi, the elementary devouring technique had many other uses. For example, he could devour and raise the grade of his innate spiritual root. However, if I pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, can't raise the Saint origin in my body, I'll still have Celestial origin energy. Saint origin has reached the limit of the mundane realm, but the Celestial origin energy isn't limited by the mundane realm. With this thought, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. The most important thing now is to raise my cultivation base and break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before overcoming the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Once I've overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, I'll be able to use the elementary devouring tactic to increase my strength again. At that time, my strength will increase tremendously. The disappointment in Duanling Tian's heart lessened slightly when he thought about this. Although Duanling Tian was still slightly disappointed, he knew things were already set in stone. There was nothing he could do to change it. Apart from raising my cultivation base, the only thing I can do now is to improve my other techniques. That's the only way I can improve my overall strength in a short time. After all, before I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and successfully pass the Heavenly Tribulation, my Sun Saint origin is only so. A hint of determination flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes as he muttered to himself. In the past, I've been too reliant on the elementary devouring tactic. That's why my other techniques have stagnated. Duanling Tian smiled wryly as he muttered to himself. Whether it was the defensive divine ability, Black Tortoise's armor, the offensive divine ability, otherworldly flying immortal, or even the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, sovereign heart sword, they had all been temporarily left behind by him. Duanling Tian only realized this when he discovered the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was becoming less and less helpful to him. However, even though my current strength hasn't improved much compared to when I was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm not afraid of anyone in the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan, except for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Perhaps I can first become a Vice Palace Master. Duanling Tian did not forget his plan. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian did not linger in the desert. He immediately turned around and returned to the Human Devil Saint City. In less than an hour, Duanling Tian returned to the inn under the Crimson Blaze Palace in the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. After returning to the inn, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, planned to bring Ker, his daughter, and Gan Ru Yen to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Sister is still in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian learned from Ker that she had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time. Gan Ru Yen had been in closed-door cultivation since the last time Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. She did not show any signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation. Let's wait for her then. Duan Ling Tian did not forget his promise to his daughter and began to teach her cultivation. He decided to wait for Gan Ru Yen to come out of closed-door cultivation. During this time, Duan Ling Tian realized how terrifying a black innate spiritual root was. Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue when he saw his daughter's cultivation base skyrocketing. This is too much. Duan Ling Tian looked for Ker when Duan Si Ling's cultivation was on the right track and she no longer needed to stick to him. Duan Ling Tian said to Ker, Si Ling should be fine now that she's cultivating on her own. I'm going to make a trip to upgrade my innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root. Brother Tian, how long will you be gone? Ker was more concerned about how long Duan Ling Tian would be gone since she did not want to be separated from Duan Ling Tian anymore. It shouldn't be too long. After all, my innate spiritual root is only half a step away from becoming a black innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian said as he hugged Ker and said gently, I'll be back as soon as possible. When Si Ling wakes up from her cultivation, please inform her. All right. Ker nodded with a reluctant expression on her face. Brother Tian, come back early. All right. Duan Ling Tian replied before he kissed Ker's forehead gently. Then, he left the inn and the Human Devil Saint City. After leaving the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Ling Tian headed north. This time, his target was not the Human Devil Saint City, but the other clans in the Devil Clans. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Human Devil Saint City, he learned about the Human Devil Saint City. A few 100,000 miles north of the Human Devil Saint City was the territory occupied by the Boar Devil clan after they arrived at the Wuxia subterranean. It was the base of a fourth-rate force in the Wuxia subterranean. Although the Boar Devil clan was not one of the most powerful clans in the Devil clans, including the Human Devil clan and the Ox Devil clan, it was only second to these few clans. It was one of the more powerful clans in the Devil clans. According to the Human Devils in the restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City, there are 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Boar Devil clan. The 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage are the leaders of the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. They're also the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. Since Duan Ling Tian had gone to the restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City, he knew a thing or two about the Boar Devil clan. It said that the Boar Devils are all humanoid monsters with the head of a pig. Based on this description, they're similar to Zhu Ba Jia, the second senior brother in the legends. As Duan Ling Tian's mind raced, he discovered something. He had unknowingly left the Human Devil clan's territory and entered the Boar Devil clan's territory. It's a human devil from the Human Devil clan's territory. When Duan Ling Tian discovered he had entered the Boar Devil clan's territory, a loud voice rang from afar. It instantly attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. When Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the voice, he saw 2 figures standing in front of him. Both of them had the body of a human. However, their heads were all huge pig heads. They were exactly the same as Zhu Beiji from the ancient myths and legends on Earth in his previous life. The only difference was that they were not as fat as Zhu Ba Jia. Among the 2 figures with pig heads, one of them was muscular while the other was skinny. The person who spoke was the skinny one. So these are the Boar Devils? At this moment, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess the identity of these 2 people. Human Devil boy, you've crossed the line. This is the territory of the Boar Devil clan. The skinny Boar Devil flew toward Duan Ling Tian and arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and said to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he opened his mouth, Duan Ling Tian could smell a foul stench wafting toward him. Scram! Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. His majestic saint origin surged out and engulfed the Boar Devil and the stench coming out of his mouth. After the Boar Devil was engulfed, he was reduced to ashes. All that was left was a spatial ring floating in the air by itself. It's a powerhouse from the Human Devil clan. Chapter 2256. Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life, my lord. The sturdy Boardevil shuddered when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him after taking his companion's spatial ring. He immediately fell to his knees and begged with a trembling voice. Apart from the three patriarchs, who has the highest innate talent in the Boardevil clan? Duanling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at the Boardevil who was kneeling on the ground as though nothing had happened after he killed the Boardevil. Who has the highest innate talent? The Boardevil who was kneeling on the ground was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's question. What? You don't know? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the Boardevil did not respond. His eyes flashed coldly. At this moment, killing intent surged from Duanling Tian's body as a terrifying aura swept out and shrouded the Boardevil. The Boardevil shuddered when he sensed the terrifying aura. He quickly regained his senses and replied in a flustered manner. My lord, I know. I know. I really know. Speak. Duanling Tian snorted coldly. Apart from the three patriarchs, the three great guardian warriors have the highest innate talent in the Boardevil clan. Then there's the younger generation in the three great guardian warriors. The Boardevil spoke without any hesitation as though he was afraid Duanling Tian would treat him the same way he treated his companion. His strength was only on par with his companion. However, the human devil powerhouse in front of him had killed his companion with just a wave of his hand. If he was in Duanling Tian's shoes, he would not be an exception. Because of this, he did not dare to think of running away in front of the human devil expert after witnessing his companion's death. He knew there was no way he could run away. The three great guardian warriors? Are they very innate? Duanling Tian interrupted the Boardevil before he could finish speaking. Duanling Tian had heard about the three great guardian warriors in the Boardevil clan when he was in the human devil Saint City. He knew they were famous powerhouses in the Boardevil clan. The three great guardian warriors were only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, they were still quite a distance away from the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, due to the fact that they were twins, they had a special connection with each other. Due to this reason, they were extremely powerful when they joined forces. Most importantly, they were not ordinary twin brothers. They were triplet twins. There were 3 of them in total. They had the same cultivation base and techniques. When the 3 of them joined forces, the strength they could display was even more terrifying than the combined strength of 2 pairs of twin brothers. When the 3 great guardian warriors joined forces, their strength was second only to the 3 patriarchs in the Boardevil clan. They were the leaders of the 3 strongest tribes in the Boardevil clan. In the Boardevil clan, the 3 great guardian warriors were widely acknowledged as invincible among those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had been defeated by the 3 great guardian warriors in the Boardevil clan. Yes. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's question, the muscular Boardevil who was kneeling on the ground did not dare to hesitate. He quickly replied, They're even more outstanding than the younger generation in our Boardevil clan. They're the most outstanding prodigies among the younger generation in the Boardevil clan. The younger generation? They're considered the younger generation in the Boardevil clan? Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. Previously, he had only heard that the 3 great guardian warriors in the Boardevil clan were very powerful. However, he had no idea how old they were. Now that Duanling Tian had returned to the WCI subterranean for some time, he roughly knew how the younger generation was defined in the devil clans. Generally speaking, 8 or 9 out of 10 of the younger generation of the demon race were not more than 100 years old. Yes. The Boardevil nodded in response to Duanling Tian's question. The 3 great guardian warriors are young. They're only in their 50s. Only in their 50s. They're so young. Duanling Tian was shocked by the Boardevil's words. They were only in their 50s, but their cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if they continuously devoured other people's vital energy and blood to raise their cultivation base, it was impossible for them to raise their cultivation base in such a short time if they were not extremely talented. Their innate spiritual roots. They should all be indigo innate spiritual roots, and they shouldn't just be light indigo innate spiritual roots. At this moment, Duanling Tian could not help but speculate. Of course, at most, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. However, the possibility of this is not high. When he was in the human devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian had tried to learn more about the innate spiritual roots of the devils. In the history of the devil clans, there were only a few peerless geniuses with purple innate spiritual roots. Moreover, they were all human devils with pure human bloodline. In other words, apart from the human devil clan, there had never been a peerless genius with a violet innate spiritual root in the devil clans. Because of this, in Duan Lingtian's impression, a dark blue spirit root was already the limit of a demon's innate talent. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian was certain the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan possessed blue innate spiritual roots, he did not think they possessed dark blue innate spiritual roots. He thought they only possessed normal blue innate spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian was still pleasantly surprised. These three people, even if they only possess light indigo innate spiritual roots, I'm 100% confident my innate spiritual root will transform into a black innate spiritual root after I devour their innate spiritual roots. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. At this moment, he could already see his innate spiritual root transforming into a black innate spiritual root. It's them then. Duan Lingtian had his eyes on the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. To be more precise, he had his eyes on the three great guardian warriors' innate spiritual roots. Which tribe are the three Vajras of your Boar Demon clan from? The Black Boar tribe? The Thunder Boar tribe? Or the Red Boar tribe? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the muscular Boar Devil kneeling on the ground. If the three great guardian warriors belonged to one of the three tribes, it would be difficult for him to kill them. This was because each of the three tribes had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the help of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. However, he was not 100% confident he could kill a devil powerhouse. He could only use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, after he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, he was not confident he could kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Up until now, he had not come into contact with many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Tang Xian had displayed the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage during his battle with Lang Qianjin. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he thought about it. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was too strong. Duan Lingtian knew Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were not weak at all. Both Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were not the strongest powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage below the Eminent Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was still wary of a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even though he had the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Although I can use the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise the Sun Saint origin in my body to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a blink of an eye. However, even with the Sun Saint origin that's comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, I'm not confident I can kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, even if I can raise my Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the elementary devouring tactic, I'm not 100% confident I can kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in my hand, is not complete. I believe the complete Devil Seal Tablet would be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, I'm not 100% sure if the missing Devil Seal Tablet would be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For these reasons, Duan Lingtian did not dare to take the risk of killing a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, he could have raised his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he killed the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. At that time, even if one of the patriarchs at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage arrived in time, he would be able to kill the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. He would be able to use his Sun Saint origin to activate the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, to kill the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan. They don't belong to any tribe. At this moment, the Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground said, "To a certain extent, They're considered sectless cultivators in the Boar Devil clan. The Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground said, "Sectless cultivators?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the Boar Devil's words. Chapter 2257. Duan Lingtian had asked who had the highest innate talent in the Boar Devil clan, because he wanted to devour a high-grade innate spiritual root to obtain a black innate spiritual root. This would save him a lot of time. If he devoured a low-grade innate spiritual root from an ordinary Boar Devil, his innate spiritual root would transform into a black innate spiritual root. However, it would take a long time for him to do so. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste too much time. Kerr did not want to be separated from him for too long, and the same went for him. Duan Lingtian only wanted to finish this as soon as possible so he could return to be with Kerr. The three great guardian warriors all possess indigo innate spiritual roots and are sectless cultivators? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he learned about the Boar Devil clan's three great guardian warriors from the kneeling Boar Devil. His breathing quickened as well. What did it mean for the three great guardian warriors to be considered as sectless cultivators in the Boar Devil clan? It meant they were not in the three most powerful tribes in the Boar Devil clan. They were most likely not in the vicinity of the three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The territory of the Boar Devil clan is neither big nor small. Do you know where the three great guardian warriors are? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the Boar Devil kneeling in the air. My lord, will you let me go if I tell you where they are? The Boar Devil did not reply to Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful expression on his face. It was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. What? Are you trying to negotiate with me? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the Boar Devil. Or do you think you're the only one who knows where the three great guardian warriors are? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the Boar Devil. The killing intent that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body frightened the Boar Devil so much that he hastily shook his head. My lord, that's not what I meant. I really didn't mean that. I'll bring you to the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. I'll bring you there immediately. The Boar Devil looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would attack him. Most Boar Devils knew where the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was. Therefore, he really couldn't use this to threaten the human powerhouse in front of him. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. The Boar Devil hastily rose to his feet and led Duan Lingtian to the place where the three great guardian warriors were cultivating. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. Due to this reason, they did not encounter any other Boar Devils along the way. My lord, the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors is just ahead. We'll arrive after we cross the mountain in front. The Boar Devil who was leading the way turned to tell Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. This was exactly what he wanted. He was worried the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was not far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. After all, if any of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan interfered, he might not be able to devour the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors. Soon after, Duan Lingtian followed the Boar Devil and crossed the mountain in front of them. Duan Lingtian suddenly frowned as though he had sensed something. He immediately looked down at the mountain range beneath his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian lowered his head to look, two whistling sounds resonated in the continuous mountain range. Following that, two figures appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. They were none other than two Boar Devils. One of the Boar Devils was plump and had a big belly. He resembled Zhu Beiji, the second senior brother of Duan Lingtian from the ancient legends on Earth. The other one was well built. Although he also had a pig's head, his facial features were more delicate. He could be considered as a rare good-looking man in the Boar Devil clan. Xianxia, how dare you bring a human devil into the territory of the Boar Devil clan? How dare you? The plump Boar Devil who resembled Zhu Beiji moved like a ball and rolled toward Duan Lingtian and the muscular Boar Devil named Xianxia who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian. A hint of schadenfreude could be heard in his voice. My lord, this is one of my enemies. I didn't expect him to be here. Xianxia, the Boar Devil who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian, said with a wry smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression on his face. Even as he smiled bitterly, a gleam of schadenfreude flashed in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a fool. That blind guy is dead for sure. Humph. Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the gloating look in Xianxia's eyes. He could guess what Xianxia was thinking. However, after a scoff, he made his move. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian did not seem to have done anything, but a vast energy surged out of his body. It was as though a ferocious beast had opened its mouth and pounced toward the plump boar devil. The plump boar devil did not even have time to react before he was devoured by the energy surging out of Duan Lingtian's body. Not a single trace of him was left behind. All that was left was a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Whoosh! As soon as the spatial ring fell, Xianxia flew out and retrieved it before he respectfully handed it to Duan Lingtian. My lord! After taking the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the muscular boar devil. My lord, he's that fellow's companion, so we can't let him live. Otherwise, news of your arrival will spread in the boar devil clan. Xianxia said to Duan Lingtian. The gloating glint in the depths of his eyes grew even denser. The remaining boar devil was also his nemesis. Run! The muscular boar devil shuddered when he heard Xianxia's words. He regained his senses and tried to flee immediately. What a joke! Since this human devil could easily kill his companion, it was only natural that he could easily kill him as well. After all, his strength was only on par with his companion. When his companion was killed, he was so terrified that he could not even muster the will to fight back. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had casually pointed his finger at the boar devil. The boar devil who was about to flee did not even have time to take a step before the sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger pierced through the space between his brows. Dang! In just a blink of an eye, the two boar devils were killed by Duan Lingtian. Although the muscular boar devil named Xianxia knew Duan Lingtian was strong, he could not help but shudder when he saw how easily Duan Lingtian had killed two boar devils whose strength was on par with his. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly took the spatial ring from the muscular boar devil's hand and handed it to Duan Lingtian respectfully. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to lead the way obediently. At the same time, he was delighted when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had killed his two nemeses. Without his two nemeses, he would be able to live comfortably in the future. My lord, we're here. As soon as Xianxia's voice rang in the air, a vast valley appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. On the other side of this vast valley, there were three simple wooden huts standing on the mountainside. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the three wooden houses. Who's there? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt three divine consciousnesses that were stronger than his own charging toward his divine consciousness. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be prepared for this. The moment the three powerful divine senses collided with him, his divine sense quickly retreated, returning to his soul in the blink of an eye. The divine consciousness was dependent on the soul. The level of one's soul was directly related to one's cultivation base. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul and divine consciousness were at the same level as well. The divine consciousness that was stronger than his had to be from a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. The three great guardian warriors. Duan Lingtian was certain this was the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. The boar devil who led the way had not lied to him. Boom, boom, boom. Almost as soon as the thought left Duan Lingtian's mind, the three wooden houses on the other side of the mountain on the other side of the valley exploded in unison. Three figures that looked like devil gods appeared out of thin air. In just a blink of an eye, the three figures appeared in the sky near Duan Lingtian. They hovered in the air and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. They were none other than the three boar devils who looked identical. The three boar devils were very tall. They were at least 2 meters tall, and their devil chi was so strong that they looked like three devil gods. These three boar devils were the three great guardian warriors of the boar devil clan. A human devil? The expressions of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan darkened when they saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. You've got guts. How dare you bring a human devil into the boar devil clan's territory? When the boar devil Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw the three great guardian warriors, one of the three great guardian warriors suddenly shouted. In just a blink of an eye, devil chi surged out of his body and transformed into a gigantic palm that slammed down on Xianxia. Boom! The giant palm tore through the air and swept down like a huge mountain crashing down, its momentum vast and mighty. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, but he did not stop it. Chapter 2258. Xiong Suk, the boar devil, was overjoyed when he learned that his two rivals had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. He felt that he would be able to live a better life in the future. However, he did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be killed so easily. He did not even have the chance to live a better life before he was killed. Moreover, he was killed by a fellow boar devil. When one of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan attacked Xiong Suk, Duan Ling Tian was in time to stop him. However, he did not do so. Even if the three great guardian warriors did not kill Xiong Suk, he did not plan to let him go. Since Xiong Suk had used him to kill the two boar devils, he was also using Xiong Suk to find the three great guardian warriors. The boar devil clan had killed countless humans. He would not show any mercy to such a clan of devils. Brat, as a human devil, how dare you come to the boar devil clan's territory? It seems like you're tired of living. One of the three great guardian warriors from the boar devil clan, the boar devil who had just killed Xiong Suk, said coldly as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. Tired of living? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard the boar devil's words. Without waiting for the boar devil's reply, Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as a sneer appeared on his face. The reason I came to the boar devil clan's territory is because of the three great guardian warriors. Now, all of you can accompany that boar devil in hell. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a whirlpool appeared in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A whirlpool appeared out of thin air. It spun continuously as though it was going to devour heaven and earth. When the whirlpool merged with Duan Ling Tian, it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's son Saint Origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it continued to rise, albeit at a slower pace. Shameless boasting! At the same time, the three great guardian deities roared furiously in unison as well. At the same time, they all came back to their senses. Golden Crow's wings. Under the watchful eyes of the three boar devils, who had just come back to their senses, Duan Ling Tian cast the Golden Crow's wings, and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As soon as the wings appeared, they began to flap violently. Immediately, boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by the deafening sound of air exploding, Duan Ling Tian had already left his original spot under the push of the Golden Crow's wings and arrived at another place. And the surroundings of the place where he arrived were rich in heaven and earth spirit chi for him to freely devour. Elementary devouring technique. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy. He's using an assist-type divine ability to absorb world energy to enhance his saint chi. At this moment, one of the three great guardian deities of the boar demon clan was the first to notice something was amiss, and he let out an urgent roar. Immediately, the other two of the three great guardian deities came back to their senses. As powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were extremely sensitive to the heaven and earth spirit chi. They could clearly see that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi had become very thin. It was as though the heaven and earth spirit chi was being sucked dry. Kill him! The three great guardian deities roared at the same time. As twins, they had a tacit understanding with each other. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Ling Tian in unison. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three great guardian deities were extremely fast. They moved in unison like three streaks of lightning as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Although the three great guardian deities were fast, they were only as fast as Duan Ling Tian. Even if they cast their divine abilities, their movement techniques, and their soaring devil chi, they still could not outrun Duan Ling Tian in terms of speed. After all, Duan Ling Tian had changed a few places to absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi. Although his saint origin was not as strong as a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was not far from it. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit chi in one place, Duan Ling Tian moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. This is bad. His saint origin is still increasing. One of the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan cried out in alarm when he saw Duan Ling Tian's son's saint origin was getting stronger and stronger. A hint of dread could be heard in his voice when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Swoosh! Swoosh! The other two great guardian deities were horrified as well when they discovered Duan Ling Tian's saint origin was increasing in speed. At this moment, the three great guardian deities realized something was amiss. At this moment, finally! After some effort, Duan Ling Tian finally managed to raise his son's saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but feel excited. At this moment, his son's saint origin had completely surpassed the saint origin of the three great guardian deities. I've long heard that the three great guardian deities from the Boar Devil clan are almost invincible against cultivators below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage when they join forces. Now that his son's saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence. He immediately turned around and shouted as he charged toward the three great guardian deities who were still chasing after him. Golden Crow's Wings. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's son's saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. His speed was, naturally, twice as fast as the three great guardian deities. 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three great guardian deities' expressions changed drastically when they saw Duan Ling Tian charging toward them. At this moment, based on the human devil powerhouse's speed and the surging saint origin, they could tell the human devil powerhouse's saint origin was at the 9th form of the saint origin. The human devil powerhouse's saint origin had risen to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his speed had risen to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They could not compare to him at all. Defend with all your might. We'll deal with him after the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off. At the same time, the three great guardian deities came to a halt. They stood back to back and faced different directions. As soon as the three of them formed a group, the demon chi in their bodies merged together. The demon chi in their bodies fused together perfectly, mixing with the three perfectly fused saint chi and forming a solid black light shield that enveloped the three of them. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that there were black lightning bolts everywhere. Bolts of black lightning could be seen swirling around the black light shield. Every time a bolt of lightning flashed, it was filled with waves of demonic chi and emitted a terrifying aura. At the critical moment, the three guardian deities chose to join forces to defend. Since they were twins, they were able to perfectly fuse their defensive martial tactics and defensive divine abilities together to cast a defensive technique that could withstand the attacks of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage for a period of time. Unless it was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was close to passing the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to breach their defenses in such a short time. In their opinion, although the human devil powerhouse's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was all thanks to his assist-type divine ability. As long as the support god art's effect was over, he would return to his original state. At that time, he would be at their mercy again. I can't believe this human devil has mastered such a powerful assist-type divine ability. He's actually able to raise his saint origin to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three guardian warriors, who were very confident in their defenses, couldn't help but sigh. Humph! As long as we survive this wave of attacks, when the effect of his support god art wears off, won't he be a fish on the chopping board for us to slaughter? His current strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. It's impossible for him to breach our defenses in such a short time. The three great guardian deities were very confident in their combined defensive techniques. Interesting. Duan Ling Tian, who was charging toward the three guardian warriors, raised an eyebrow when he saw their defenses. He raised his hand and took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword. Otherworldly celestial. Sword-wielding art. In the next moment, he unleashed the strongest attack that he could unleash at the moment. He cast his offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also conjured a few clones. Swoosh! Swoosh. Swoosh. The main body of the Thousand Inscriptions sacred sword and its doppelganger were filled with Sun Saint origin as they flew towards the three great Vajras in formation. Several thousand Inscriptions saint swords pierced through the air, emitting a series of sword whistles that lasted only for a brief moment. The sword rays flashed and whistled through the air as if they could pierce through everything. How fast! How powerful! At the same time, the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan discovered how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's attack was. In their eyes, the streaks of sword light were like the fleeting appearance of a swan. Finally, the main body of the Thousand Inscriptions saint sword and the clones collided with the three guardian warriors' defenses. Boom, 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 boom. However, along with a series of earth-shattering noises, rang out. Duan Ling Tian's attacks landed on the defensive light shield cast by the three great guardian warriors, causing ripples to form on the shield. Chapter 2259. Although Duan Ling Tian's attacks were swift and ferocious, it was difficult for him to break through the defensive technique cast by the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. As expected, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he saw this. In fact, he had expected this to happen. However, he could not help but sigh when it turned out to be true. Currently, he was attacking with all his might. Alas, he was still unable to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors. Although my Sun Saint origin has reached the critical point of the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I can't unleash the full strength of my Saint origin since I'm not a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In fact, he had already noticed this when he tried to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he had raised his Saint origin to that level, he could not unleash the full strength of his Saint origin. When a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would his Saint origin improve, but his comprehension of heaven and earth would also improve. It sounded extremely mysterious, but it wasn't completely without reason. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Some people might think that the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form because powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, this was a huge mistake. Although the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was one of the reasons the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form, it was not the only reason. There was a process for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. This process was based on one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a certain level would one be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Otherwise, even if one's Saint origin had reached the critical point, one would not be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If he could not attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would not be able to pass the tribulation, let alone become an eminent celestial. In the process of comprehending heaven and earth, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to use their Saint origin with ease. This was the use of Saint Qi that transcended martial arts and divine abilities. It was also because of this. The strength of the Saint origin cast by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and Duan Ling Tian, who was a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, were on a completely different level. During the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Tang Xian's Saint origin definitely didn't reach the critical point. And his martial arts moves and divine abilities won't be stronger than mine. However, even so, the strength he displayed at that time was far superior to my full strength attack. The reason why this happened is because he has become more and more proficient in using his Saint Qi through perceiving this world, allowing him to control his own Saint Qi like an extension of his own body, far surpassing my current level. Duan Ling Tian had personally witnessed the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That battle was still vivid in his mind. For this reason, he could clearly see the difference in strength between him and Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. If my cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage instead of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I would have been able to slightly comprehend heaven and earth. The force of my earlier attack wouldn't have merely caused a small ripple in their defenses. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he looked at the defensive light shield around the three great guardian warriors. Only powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to comprehend heaven and earth. For this reason, no matter how much Duan Ling Tian sighed, it did not change the fact that he was unable to comprehend heaven and earth. Boy from the Human Devil clan, go ahead and use your assist-type divine ability while it's still in effect. Otherwise, you might not be able to withstand a single attack from the three of us once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off. One of the three great guardian warriors said mockingly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect the Human Devil clan to have someone like you. Even Xing Yuan Ba, the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, is no match for you. Unfortunately, even if you're stronger than Xing Yuan Ba, you're going to die here today. The other two great guardian warriors looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly as well. Due to Duan Ling Tian's earlier attack, the defensive light shield that was shrouded in devil chi had dimmed slightly, but it was not as obvious as before. It was obvious the defensive light shield did not deplete much of its energy after withstanding Duan Ling Tian's attack. Upon hearing the three great guardian warriors' words, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he narrowed his eyes. In an instant, a cold glint flashed across his narrowed eyes. It seems like all of you think you can defeat me? Duan Ling Tian said calmly as soon as he opened his eyes. It was as though he was not affected by the three great guardian warriors' words at all. Nothing could be more calm than this. HM? To a certain extent, Duan Ling Tian's calmness had shocked the three great guardian warriors as well. However, they were only taken aback for a moment before the sneer on their faces deepened. You're just bluffing. Do you think we'll be afraid of you just because of this? Ridiculous. When the three great guardian warriors spoke again, their voices were filled with disdain. Your wishful thinking is pretty good, Li Yao said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged in the face of the three great guardian warriors' disdain and ridicule. His tone was still very calm. If I continue to attack with all my strength, I might be able to break through your defense after a while. However, by that time, the effect of my assist-type divine ability would have worn off. My saint origin would have been reduced to its original state. Duan Ling Tian's words destroyed the three great guardian warriors' thoughts. However, have you thought about this? If I escape with my current saint origin, will you be able to catch up with me? Duan Ling Tian continued to ask in a mocking tone. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the three great guardian warriors were stunned for a moment before their expressions darkened. As twins, the three of them worked together. Their strongest technique was their defensive technique, followed by their offensive technique. Their only weakness was their speed. If Duan Ling Tian really wanted to escape now, he could easily escape with his life. They would not be able to use their strength at all. Cowards! Sure enough, human devils are all cowards. Human devil brat, you're really a disgrace to the Human Devil clan. How dare you try to escape? Coward! After Duan Ling Tian's reminder, the three great guardian warriors became anxious. They began to mock Duan Ling Tian. They wanted to provoke Duan Ling Tian so he would lose his mind and stay behind. Only then would they have a chance to kill the Human Devil brat. If the Human Devil brat escaped, they could only watch from the sidelines. There was nothing they could do. Humph! How could Duan Ling Tian not see through the three great guardian warriors' little tricks? The three of you don't have to provoke me. Although I can escape now, I won't. It's because the three of you aren't qualified to make me escape. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his words were as clear as day. The three great guardian warriors were also stunned by Duan Ling Tian's sudden outburst. They did not know where Duan Ling Tian got his confidence from to actually dare to say such a thing. I have to say, the defensive technique the three of you cast when you join forces is very strong. It's so strong that even an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to break through it in a short time. Before the three great guardian warriors could regain their senses, Duan Ling Tian continued to speak before the three great guardian warriors could react. Unfortunately, all of you met me today. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stone tablet with a chipped corner appeared in his hand. When the stone tablet first appeared, it looked simple and unadorned. Apart from the ancient and complicated words carved on it, there was nothing eye-catching about it. All of a sudden, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the soft sound, The stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duanling Tian's hand suddenly emitted a vast and majestic devil qi. Demonic qi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the dome of heaven. All of this was caused by Duanling Tian activating the Sun Saint qi in his body and fusing it into the stone tablet. I didn't expect the Devil Seal tablet would react so strongly when I infused it with the Sun Saint origin that's comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on the Devil Seal tablet's reaction, it shouldn't be a problem for it to break through the defenses of the 3 great guardian warriors. At first, Duanling Tian was shocked by the stone tablet's reaction. However, a moment later, he came back to his senses and revealed a smile. Demonic qi surged from the Devil Seal tombstone as if it could support the heavens and the earth. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that, within the demonic qi that soared into the sky, there were bolts of purple lightning that flashed like purple divine dragons. The purple lightning bolts were surrounded by an even more profound devil qi that emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. It was as though the lightning bolts had an extraordinary origin. The stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duanling Tian's hand was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that had not appeared in a long time. The 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan noticed the devil qi surging from the Devil Seal tablet. The disdain on their faces disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. The stone tablet in the human devil's hand gave them a sense of oppression that came from the bottom of their hearts and souls. Chapter 2260. All of a sudden, whoosh! A deafening sound rang in the air. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, flew out of Duanling Tian's hand. It hovered in the air as the devil qi surged. The purple lightning that connected heaven and earth became even more terrifying. Even Duanling Tian himself did not expect this to happen. For a moment, he was so shocked that he could not help but be stunned. At that moment, a gentle energy surged out of the Devil Seal tablet and pushed his hand away without hurting it. The Devil Seal tablet had also regained its freedom at that moment. The Devil Seal tablet that had regained its freedom hovered in the air. The devil qi that rose from it became even more majestic and majestic. From afar, it looked like a pillar that was burning with black flames. In just a blink of an eye, a change occurred. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by waves of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls, the soaring demonic aura that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth suddenly gathered and squeezed together. Finally, it descended from the sky and entered the demon sealing tablet. In just a blink of an eye, the devil qi on the Devil Seal tablet surged. Rolling shockwaves swept out in all directions with the Devil Seal tablet as the center. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwaves caused by the surging devil qi on the Devil Seal tablet set off a series of thunderous explosions. At the same time, it stirred up a violent wind that seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. At the same time, the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan who were protected by the defensive light shield could clearly sense the strange aura. The aura from the tablet with a missing corner that was hovering in front of the human devil boy was so strong that it caused their souls to tremble. It was as though they would not be able to escape from the aura, even if they fled to the ends of the world. This is the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, no matter how slow the 3 great guardian warriors were, they could guess what the tablet with a missing corner that caused their souls to tremble was. It was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, which was used to restrain the Devil clan. When the expressions of the 3 great guardian warriors changed drastically, the demonic qi on the Devil Seal tombstone surged as it shot out with a terrifying momentum. Wherever it passed, the void trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. Boom! In the next moment, before the 3 guardian deities could react, the Devil Seal tombstone had already smashed into the defensive light shield around them. The defensive light barrier was the most powerful technique that the 3 great guardian warriors could cast. It could even withstand the full-powered attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage for a period of time. Even though Duanling Tian had used all his strength just now, he had only managed to create a small ripple on the surface. And now, boom, 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 boom. After the Devil Seal tombstone smashed into the defensive light barrier, a series of crisp sounds rang out. It was as if the tombstone wouldn't stop. During this process, The defensive light shield that the 3 King Kongs of the Boar Demon clan relied on to survive was as vulnerable as a clay chicken or a pottery dog. The defensive technique that the 3 great guardian warriors cast was like a joke in front of the Devil Seal tombstone. No, no, no! Seeing how the Devil Seal tombstone easily destroyed their defensive means, the pupils of the 3 great guardian deities constricted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not help but let out waves of extremely anxious low roars. Run! The same thought appeared in the 3 great guardian warriors' minds at the same time. At this time, other than this thought, they couldn't think of anything else. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil brat had the Devil Seal tablet. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil brat could use it. After all, the Devil Seal tombstone was the bane of the devil clans and devil cultivators. They would only suffer backlash if they used the Devil Seal tombstone. Trying to escape? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth curled up into a sneer when he saw the 3 great guardian warriors trying to flee in different directions. How could 3 mere devils at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage escape from the Devil Seal tombstone? The outcome was just as Duanling Tian had expected. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of explosions rang in the air. The Devil Seal tombstone had destroyed the 3 great guardian warriors before they could even make a move. After the Devil Seal tombstone was in its hands, the devil chi around it vanished and returned to its original appearance. It looked harmless. On the other hand, the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were lifeless as though they had lost their souls. Indeed, they had lost their souls. Their souls had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone. As for whether they were sealed within the Devil Seal tombstone or destroyed, only the Devil Seal tombstone knew. Swoosh! Duanling Tian made his way to the corpses of the 3 great guardian warriors. After collecting their spatial rings, he began to devour their innate spiritual roots. Although innate spiritual roots were dependent on one's soul, the Devil Seal tombstone had only targeted the 3 great guardian warrior souls and did not touch their innate spiritual roots. For this reason, it did not affect Duanling Tian's ability to devour their innate spiritual roots. As expected, their innate spiritual roots are blue. When Duanling Tian devoured the innate spiritual roots of the 3 great guardian warriors, he discovered the 3 great guardian warriors possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Moreover, their innate spiritual roots were blue. Their innate spiritual roots are enough to help my innate spiritual root break through to the next grade. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, his emotions surged again. After a while, Duanling Tian calmed down and began to devour the innate spiritual roots of the 3 great guardian warriors. Duanling Tian was very familiar with the process of devouring the innate spiritual roots. Therefore, he did not encounter any problems and everything went smoothly. Now is the time. When the innate spiritual roots of the 3 great guardian warriors merged with his innate spiritual root, Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. His breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. At the same time, the innate spiritual roots of the 3 great guardian warriors merged with Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root. Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root had already reached the critical point. It was only half a step away from transforming into a black innate spiritual root. Now that the innate spiritual roots of the 3 great guardian warriors had merged with Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root, it instantly helped Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root to cross the final step and transform successfully. Black innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duanling Tian discovered that his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root had completely transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Ha 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 ha. Duanling Tian was in a good mood when he saw his innate spiritual root had finally transformed into the highest grade, the black innate spiritual root. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed is now after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. While Duanling Tian was trying to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, something happened. Before he could sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, another accident occurred. Boom, 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 boom. Before Duanling Tian could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his body, a series of deafening claps of thunder resonated from the clouds above his head. It sounded as though the thunder god was roaring. What happened? For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not continue to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the horizon. When the spiritual chi of heaven and earth near Duan Ling Tian dissipated, Duan Ling Tian could clearly see. Above his head, the clouds in all directions moved. Dark clouds appeared one after another, and their colors became increasingly dark. Purple electric snakes could be vaguely seen moving within, giving people a hair-raising feeling. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the purple electric serpents were actually bolts of purple lightning that were coiling around the dark clouds that were becoming darker and darker in color. This is a heavenly tribulation? The scene before his eyes reminded Duan Ling Tian of the heavenly tribulation he had overcome when he was still on the mortal continent. At that time, the heavenly tribulation he underwent was called the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation. The 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation was the heavenly tribulation that every powerhouse at the peak of the nascent soul stage had to face after breaking through to the void stage. Once one entered the void stage, one would be able to fly. To a certain extent, it was considered heaven-defying. Therefore, the heavens would send the heavenly tribulation as punishment. In the mundane realm, there are 3 types of heavenly tribulation. The first type is the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. The second type is the 9-9 Heavenly Tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. As for the third type, it's the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "Don't tell me this is the heavenly tribulation that I've attracted after breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? After all, after breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, one's lifespan would be as long as heaven and earth. It's also heaven-defying." Duan Ling Tian dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. After all, it was impossible. If the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would attract the heavenly tribulation, it's impossible that I don't know about it. Not only did I not hear about it, but I didn't know about it as well. I didn't even know about it through shortcuts. However, if it's not because I've broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, what is it? Chapter 2261. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Ling Tian was still puzzled when a deafening clap of thunder resonated in the sky above him. Within Duan Ling Tian's line of sight, dark clouds had already gathered high up in the sky. It gave off a feeling as though the dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and it was about to fall. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Purple lightning bolts flashed in the dark clouds. Not only were there more and more of them, but they seemed to have become thicker as well. If the purple lightning bolts from before were like little purple snakes, they were now like little purple snakes. However, the purple lightning bolts now were like thick purple pythons. These purple pythons rolled around in the dark clouds. They would flash from time to time, and the purple light would shine so brightly that it was blinding. This heavenly tribulation seems to be quite powerful. Although the heavenly tribulation had yet to take form, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense how terrifying it was. It was much more powerful than the 6-9 heavenly tribulation he had experienced in the past. If they were to compare, the difference would be like heaven and earth. It was like heaven and earth. If it's not because of my cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage that attracted the heavenly tribulation, there's only one possibility. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Black innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian remembered the heavenly tribulation had appeared when he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy after his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Perhaps, this was not a coincidence. A black innate spiritual root can be considered as a heaven-defying innate spiritual root. It must be because my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root that the heavens sent the heavenly tribulation. The more Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the more certain he became. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian put away the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that was still hovering in the air. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky that were still growing and the lightning bolts that looked like purple pythons. I wonder, how powerful is this heavenly tribulation? In the face of the impending heavenly tribulation, Duan Ling Tian's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation that was brewing in front of him was unknown. The unknown was also the scariest. As Duan Ling Tian waited anxiously, the heavenly tribulation that came out of nowhere finally finished brewing. Of course, it was not that Duan Ling Tian was looking for trouble and waiting for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. It was just that no matter where he went now, the tribulation clouds that were brewing the heavenly tribulation in the sky would follow him. He tried to run away, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only wait patiently for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. After the heavenly tribulation was formed, the number of tribulation clouds in the sky did not continue to increase. However, the bolts of lightning that kept rolling around the tribulation clouds like purple pythons seemed to be getting more and more violent. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the sound of thunder that Duan Ling Tian had never heard before became more frequent. In the end, the frequency of the thunder was almost comparable to the frequency of firecrackers. It's coming! After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian, who had his eyes fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, felt a jolt in his heart. At the same time, his eyes could not help but narrow. Almost as soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky and reverberated between heaven and earth. It sounded like the roar of the thunder god. The earth seemed to tremble violently as if it had triggered an earthquake. Whoosh! Along with the explosion, a purple lightning bolt that was as thick as a child's body appeared. When the lightning bolt struck, it locked onto Duan Ling Tian. The heavenly tribulation had officially arrived. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden crow's wings. Faced with the first tribulation lightning, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not sit there and wait for his death. He quickly cast a few techniques. After casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his Sun Saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, in an attempt to dodge the tribulation lightning. Although the tribulation lightning did not give him a sense of danger, he was more than willing to dodge it if he could. As someone who had undergone the 6-9 heavenly tribulation before, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew the tribulation lightning of the heavenly tribulation was more powerful than the previous one. If he could preserve his strength, he would be more than happy to deal with the tribulation lightning later on. In comparison, the consumption of Saint Origin by using his movement divine ability was not as much as attacking directly. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, seemed to have transformed into a swift and agile bird as he constantly flew in the air to avoid the tribulation lightning that was surging toward him. However, that tribulation lightning seemed to have grown eyes. No matter where Duan Ling Tian went, it would chase after him. It was as though it would not give up until it caught up to him. It seems like I can't dodge it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized it was impossible for him to avoid the tribulation lightning, so he decided to stop moving and dodging. After stopping, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand as his Sun Saint origin surged and condensed. Finally, it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword ray. Sword-wielding technique. As soon as the 3-foot-long sword ray was formed, Duan Ling Tian casually tossed it out. It left a sword mark in the air before it disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! The brief howl of the sword resounded out abruptly, and then a sword light tore through the sky and moved to greet the tribulation lightning that approached menacingly. Whoosh! 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 When the sword ray collided with the tribulation lightning, it did not make a loud noise. However, the sound of friction between the two forces was enough to hurt one's eardrums. There was no doubt the tribulation lightning was powerful. Although this was only the first tribulation lightning that Duan Ling Tian was facing, it was not weak at all. It was not any weaker than the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian merely formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with his Sun Saint origin and activated the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, and easily destroyed the tribulation lightning. The sword beam pierced through the sky, piercing through the tribulation lightning from head to toe and destroying it. The first tribulation lightning was destroyed. Although Duan Ling Tian managed to withstand the first tribulation lightning, he did not feel happy at all. Instead, his expression turned even grimmer. The first tribulation lightning is already so powerful. It's comparable to the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The second tribulation lightning is comparable to the attack of a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. These are only the first two tribulation lightning. The subsequent tribulation lightning will only get stronger. Will I be able to withstand it in the end? When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, not only did he have a solemn expression on his face, but even his eyes were filled with worry. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder continued to rumble in the sky, reverberating between heaven and earth. The commotion was extremely great. Boom. Suddenly, another earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in the air. What followed was the second bolt of tribulation lightning. The second tribulation lightning was much thicker than the first tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning was as thick as a child's body. The second tribulation lightning was as thick as an adult woman's body. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, it was much stronger than the first tribulation lightning. Sword-wielding technique. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with his Sun Saint origin again. He used the same technique to attack the tribulation lightning. However, this time, his attack was evenly matched with the tribulation lightning. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. In the end, Duan Ling Tian's sword ray was exhausted. However, the tribulation lightning seemed to have endless energy as it continued to charge toward Duan Ling Tian. The tribulation lightning was ferocious as though it could destroy everything in the world. The strength of the second tribulation lightning is comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned even more solemn. Although he had only used his Sun Saint origin to deal with the tribulation lightning, his current Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, he was still unable to block the second tribulation lightning. It was only natural that he had not used his full strength. However, the might of the second bolt of lightning still managed to shock him to a certain extent. Furthermore, it was quite a shock. Whoosh! Faced with the ferocious tribulation lightning, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. The Sun Saint origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray again. Swoosh! Although it was the same technique as before, it seemed as though he had the help of the gods when he swung his sword. Whether it was its speed or its strength, it had increased by more than one level. Duan Ling Tian had used his full strength. The outcome was different from before. This sword ray successfully destroyed the second tribulation lightning. After the second tribulation lightning, the third tribulation lightning struck. Its strength was comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and barely withstood the third tribulation lightning. The fourth tribulation lightning was even more powerful. It was comparable to the full-force attack of a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This time, Duan Ling Tian quickly moved to different locations. He used the elementary devouring tactic to raise his Sun Saint origin to its maximum, before he was able to destroy the fourth tribulation lightning. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated in the air. The fifth tribulation lightning had arrived. This tribulation lightning is comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if I use all my techniques, I'm afraid I can only barely withstand it. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave when he sensed the strength of the fifth tribulation lightning. He had used all his techniques, but he could only barely withstand the tribulation lightning. Chapter 2262. After the demons from the land of exile entered the Debussy subterranean, they would usually gather together and occupy an area as their own territory. In this territory, there were also places similar to gathering places. Take the Human Devil Saint City of the Human Devil Clan for example. More than half of the Human Devil Clan's experts were gathered there. The strongest forces of the Human Devil Clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls, were all in the Human Devil Saint City. It was the same for the boar demons. The gathering place of the Pig Demon Clan was located in a vast valley. The 3 most powerful tribes of the Pig Demon Clan were located in 3 different directions of the valley. The 3 most powerful tribes in the Boar Demon Clan were the Black Boar Tribe, the Thunder Boar Tribe, and the Red Boar Tribe. The boar demons of the Black Boar tribe had strong physical bodies and were skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The boar devils of the Thunder Boar tribe were not Dao cultivators due to their physiques, but they were able to summon heavenly lightning to assist them in battle. The boar devils of the Red Boar tribe knew how to go berserk. Once they went berserk, their blood would surge to the sky, and their bodies would turn red. The three strongest people in the Boar Devil clan, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, were from these three tribes. They were also the leaders of these three tribes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, three ear-piercing swishing noises burst out, breaking the silence of the Boar Demon clan. It was the Black Boar tribe, the Thunder Boar tribe, and the Red Boar tribe. Each of them had a figure breaking through the air. Their speed was so fast that it was like a ghost. They were heading toward the center of the Boar Devil clan's gathering place. That was where the great altar of the Boar Devil clan was located. Apart from the Human Devil clan, all the major devil clans had their own beliefs. Their faith was basically based on their ancestors. Moreover, no matter where the devil race moved to, they would build a large altar and carve a statue of their ancestor on the altar as a form of worship. The great altar of the Boar Devil clan occupied a vast area. There was another altar at the center of the great altar. A tall and burly figure stood on the altar in a bow stance. He held a trident in one hand while his index and middle fingers pointed to the sky with the other hand. His eyes were cold as he stared at the sky. It was as though he was the ruler of the world with a trident in his hand. His head was a pig's head. Clearly, he was also a Boar Devil. He was the ancestor of the Boar Devil clan, the existence that the Boar Devil clan worshipped for generations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, three more figures appeared in the sky above the great altar as three sonic booms approached from afar. The clan's Boar Devil clan's Black was Black Boar of the Boar Devil clan of the Boar Black was Boar Black Boar. Boar of the Boar Devil Boar Boar. As the leader of the Black Boar tribe, his tanned body was also filled with explosive muscles that seemed to contain endless power. The other figure had a medium build and fair skin. He also had the head of a pig and the body of a man. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there was a purple lightning mark on the Boar Devil's forehead. If one looked carefully and seriously, they would find that, within this purple lightning mark, there were strands of purple light flickering. It was as if tiny bolts of purple lightning were moving rhythmically. The Boar Devil was the leader of the Boar Devil clan's Thunder Boar tribe. He was also one of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. It was worth mentioning that the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe was also holding a purple crutch. It was unknown what material the crutch was made of, but it was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. The last figure was fat, with a fat head and big ears, which made his eyes look very small. His skin was more normal compared to the two patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. He looked like most Boar Devils. He was the leader of the Red Boar tribe, the last patriarch of the Boar Devil clan. Usually, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan would stay in their respective tribes. However, at this moment, all of them were gathered in one place. Furthermore, judging from their current expressions, they were exceptionally grave and ugly. What had happened for them to react in such a manner? All of you noticed as well? After the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan gathered, the leader of the Black Boar tribe was the first to speak. His voice was as loud as thunder. I have their soul pearls as well. As long as I'm not in closed-door cultivation, I'll be able to find out immediately if something happens to them. I'm sure all of you are in the same situation, the leader of the Boar Devil clan said. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a deep voice. The purple cane in his hand flashed with a purple light, and it became stronger and stronger. It seemed as though something was brewing. The former patriarch entrusted the three of them to us. Although he didn't allow us to interfere with their growth, he did ask us to take care of them. I didn't expect something would happen to them here instead of in the land of exile. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said coldly, I'd like to see who dares to kill the former patriarch's three grandsons. As soon as the leader of the Red Boar tribe finished speaking, he made his move again. When he raised his hand, the air shook as an invisible energy surged out. Along with the invisible energy, a pile of fragments appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would see the fragments of the soul orb. Moreover, based on the number of fragments, there was more than one soul orb. I'll help you, the leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a low voice as he shook his walking stick. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from his walking stick and entered the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor in the middle of the great altar. In just an instant, the purple light on the statue shone brightly before it converged in the statue's eyes and shot out two beams of purple light that looked like two lasers. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the two beams of purple light made contact with the soul orb fragments, it shone brightly again. In the next moment, clear images appeared in the void and were reflected in the eyes of the three patriarchs of the Boar Demon clan. The images kept changing in their eyes. The mirror images were the scenes of Duan Ling Tian fighting the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. The Boar Devil clan could also use the formation that had been passed down since ancient times. It was similar to the mirror image talisman in the human world. The formation was hidden in the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor. It's the Human Devil clan. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Ling Tian. They were furious. How dare you? How dare you? The Human Devil clan dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Boar Devil clan? Damn it! Damn it! The Human Devil clan must give us an explanation for this. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were furious when they saw Duan Ling Tian. Something's not right. He doesn't seem to be a match for the three patriarchs. Could it be that they were killed by the Human Devil clan's powerhouses after he lured them away? The scene of Duan Ling Tian fleeing from the three great guardian warriors appeared in front of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. The chief of the Black Boar tribe frowned when he saw this. The other two patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were skeptical about this as well. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. After Duan Ling Tian raised his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with his assist-type divine ability, the three great guardian warriors were forced to defend themselves. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak from the beginning? Naturally, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were shocked when they saw this. He's not pretending to be weak. He's stalling for time to raise his strength. Look at his Saint Origin, it's constantly increasing from the beginning until the moment he counterattacked. He must have cast some assist-type divine ability to raise his Saint Origin. Based on his Saint Origin, it shouldn't be any weaker than the Saint Origin of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Soon after, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan discovered this as they discussed among themselves. Naturally, they were shocked when they discovered this. There's actually such an assist-type divine ability in this world? It's not that there's such an assist-type divine ability in this world, but when did the Human Devil clan have such a powerhouse? Although he's relying on his assist-type divine ability, his strength is not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, it's impossible for him to kill the three of them. You have to know that even the three of us can't break through their defenses in a short period of time. That's right. With their defenses, they should be able to hold on until the effects of his assist-type divine ability wear off. While the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were puzzled, the scene before them changed a few times. In the end, they finally found out the truth. How did the three grandchildren of the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan die in the hands of this human devil brat? The Devil Seal Tablet. The Super Saint Weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. How did the Devil Seal Tablet end up in the hands of a human devil brat? Even if he's from the Wandering Saint Palace and doesn't have the bloodline of the devil clans, he's still a devil cultivator. Just like the devil clans, devil cultivators can't use the Devil Seal Tablet. Did we make a mistake from the beginning? Perhaps he's not a human devil from the Human Devil clan, but a human from the Saint Province realm. Human? That's right. He must be a human. He must be a human. Chapter 2263. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the Super Saint Weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Perhaps more than 90% of the demons thought that the Devil Seal Tombstone was a 10,000 inscription saint artifact inscribed by a human celestial grade saint inscription master tens of thousands of years ago. However, they were 100% certain. The Devil Seal Tombstone was definitely not a super saint artifact inscribed by a human immortal grade saint inscription master. This was because during the end of the Human Devil era, the Devil Seal Tablet had appeared in a domineering manner and killed many powerhouses from the devil clans and devil cultivators. The souls of the devils and devil cultivators with weaker cultivations were directly destroyed, while the souls of those with stronger cultivations were suppressed and sealed by the Devil Seal tombstone. Even among the demons, not many knew about this secret. However, this secret was passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan. It was passed down by the patriarch through word of mouth. That human celestial grade saint inscription master is merely a weakling who hasn't even broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage. How can he inscribe a super saint weapon that can kill eminent celestials? Whenever the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan heard their clansmen talking about how the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was forged by a human celestial grade saint inscription master, they scoffed at their clansmen's words. However, this was a secret that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan, so they did not dare to reveal it to anyone. Even if this matter was leaked, it wouldn't have any substantial impact on the Boar Demon clan. However, a secret was a secret. How could a secret passed down by their ancestors be leaked so easily? In a sense, the Devil Seal tablet can be considered as the first super saint weapon in the Saint Province realm. As for the 9-10,000 inscription saint weapons, they must have been created by that human celestial grade saint inscription master. This was the conjecture of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. However, what they didn't know was that even the other 9 super saint weapons were not created by the human celestial grade saint inscription master. As for the other 9 super saint weapons, the super saint sword, the 9-cloud sword, was created by the sword saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. The reason the human celestial grade saint inscription master was able to inscribe the other 8 super saint weapons was because of the 9-cloud sword. The Devil Seal tablet can help a person enter the devil path and become a devil cultivator. However, it's impossible for a devil clansman or devil cultivator to control it, let alone use it against an enemy. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, they did not think the purple-clad young man in the mirror image was a devil cultivator from the human devil clan who had entered the devil path through the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Because it was impossible. Based on what they knew, the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had appeared many times before they invaded the Saint Province realm. In that case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clothed young man in the mirror image before him was a powerhouse among humans. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the mirror image disappeared after the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were killed. Didn't they say that after the Dao Martial Saint land of the Saint Province realm was split into 2, there were no more powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage in the lower province? How did such a variable appear? Moreover, he has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said with a grave expression on his face. It's not just that. When the human devil clan's vanguard arrived, it seemed like they wanted to conquer the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the WCI subterranean. In the end, more than half of their people died, and many were injured. It said that the 2 people who attacked them were devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said. Apart from the 2 powerhouses from the Azure Cloud Mansion, there's also a rumor that a mad sword devil appeared in the northern part of the WCI subterranean. Moreover, several devil clans' powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were killed by him. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said, it said that the mad sword devil is a human devil cultivator. Moreover, the sword in his hand seems to be the famous super saint weapon, the Traceless sword, on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Saint Province realm. I've heard of the mad sword devil as well. It's said that he's not normal at all. When he's normal, he calls himself Su Li. When he's not normal, he'll kill without hesitation. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said. The mad sword devil, Su Li, is much stronger than the 2 devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage from the Azure Cloud Mansion. I think he's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the chiefs of the Red Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe nodded in agreement. However, the most terrifying person is the purple-clad young man who appeared in the mirror image earlier. Perhaps, he's not much stronger than the mad sword devil, Su Li, but he has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said solemnly, the Devil Seal tablet is the bane of our devil clans. Let alone the 3 grandsons of the old patriarch, even if the 3 of us join forces, we might not be able to kill the purple-clad young man. That's right. The chief of the Red Boar tribe sighed. Originally, we should go and collect their corpses. However, we're afraid of the purple-clad young man who possesses the Devil Seal tablet. That's why we don't dare to go over recklessly." Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe did not say anything, based on his grim expression, one could see he was also afraid of the purple-clad young man. However, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were unaware that the Devil Seal tablet was incomplete. Currently, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was incomplete. It might not even be able to kill devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. After all, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had killed many eminent celestials in the devil clans and devil cultivators during the human devil era. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware that the situation had changed. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were aware of his existence and confirmed his identity as a human. It was to the extent that he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. After all, if the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan joined forces, even Duan Ling Tian would not be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the incomplete Devil Seal tablet. It would be fine if he could kill them, but if he couldn't, the one who would die in the end would be him. This was because the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan had found out about the death of the three great guardian warriors the moment Duan Ling Tian killed them. They immediately gathered near the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor at the Great Altar. For this reason, when they saw the mirror image of Duan Ling Tian killing the three great guardian warriors, they sighed in awe and fear. Duan Ling Tian had just withstood the fourth bolt of lightning from the heavenly tribulation. After the fourth bolt of lightning, the fifth bolt of lightning struck. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as the fifth tribulation lightning struck. It locked onto Duan Ling Tian and charged toward him as though it was maggots that had attached itself to his bones. The strength of the fifth bolt of lightning was comparable to the full-force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless. He was even more cautious than when he was fighting the three great guardian warriors. Crack! 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 As the muscles on Duan Ling Tian's body bulged and were covered with a layer of dragon scales, his robe was torn apart, revealing his humanoid dragon body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had officially transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Ling Tian's physical strength was much stronger than before. Of course, even though it couldn't be compared to before, the improvement wasn't too exaggerated. At the very least, it was not exaggerated to the extent that Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and attacked with all his might. He had already determined that even if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would not be able to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors in a short time. For this reason, he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Naturally, the most important reason was because he possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. If he did not have the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, he might have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to test his theory. Since he had the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, there was no need for him to test his theory. Let's not talk about how powerful the last heavenly tribulation is. I'll just have to deal with the fifth heavenly tribulation first. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and cast aside all distracting thoughts before he made his move. In an instant, the pair of flaming wings on his back flapped violently. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian took a few steps back. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took out his 1000 inscription saint sword and cast the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, using the third stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword wielding with the heart. Whoosh! 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 Apart from the saint origin, the divine ability, and the sword-wielding technique, Duan Ling Tian's powerful physical strength as a 9-clawed dragon warrior was also present. This was the strongest attack that Duan Ling Tian could cast at this moment. Destroy! Chapter 2264. Destroy! Duan Ling Tian's voice reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. It was deafening. Almost as soon as his voice left his mouth, The main body of the 1,000 inscription saint's sword was like a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky. It charged toward the fifth tribulation lightning with an unstoppable force. Before this, the fifth tribulation lightning had already depleted a portion of its energy due to the 1,000 inscription saint's sword's clone. Before the tribulation clouds in the sky could replenish its energy, Duan Tian activated the main body of the 1,000 inscription saint's sword. As the sword ray shot out, it collided with the fifth tribulation lightning. Instantly, chi, 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 chi. The sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air. Duan Tian activated the 1,000 inscription saint's sword with the imperial sword technique, and the fifth tribulation lightning began a fierce battle. Golden Crow's wings. During the battle, Duan Tian did not stay idle. With a swift movement, he charged toward the tribulation lightning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. Duan Tian made his move again at lightning speed. He blocked the energy from the tribulation clouds that were about to reach the fifth tribulation lightning. At the same time, Duan Tian cast his strongest attack with the 1,000 inscription saint's sword that was controlled by the sword-wielding art and the fifth tribulation lightning. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax. Boom, 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 boom. After the sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air, earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air. It even drowned out the rumbling of thunder in the sky. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Some of the shockwaves collided with each other and even created mushroom clouds that could be seen clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time in the void, a strong wind swept in all directions, directly uprooting the flowers and trees in the huge valley. The scene looked very chaotic. The huge valley looked as if it had just been robbed. Finally, the gale lasted for about 5 to 6 breaths of time before calming down. Duan Tian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the end, he successfully withstood the fifth tribulation lightning. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Duan Tian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of thunder continued to ring in his ears. It was as if it was reminding him that the heavenly tribulation was not over yet, and that the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning was about to descend. Immediately, Duan Tian shuddered and came back to his senses. His expression, which had just relaxed, tightened once more, as if he was facing a great enemy. If the fifth tribulation lightning is already so terrifying, then the sixth tribulation lightning will definitely be even more terrifying. How am I supposed to defend myself now? Looking at the tribulation clouds flashing in the sky, Duan Tian's heart was filled with bitterness. Just as Duan Tian's heart was filled with bitterness and even a faint trace of despair. He, who had been watching the changes in the tribulation clouds in the sky, suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His pupils shrank, and the solemn look on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. This was because, just as Duan Tian's heart was filled with despair, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse gradually. The sound of thunder, which was still ringing in the sky, gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it completely disappeared. The scene in front of him made Duan Tian unable to come back to his senses for a long time. This was because everything in front of him had happened too suddenly. The heavenly tribulation actually ended just like that? The heavenly tribulation he faced today was only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning? After about a dozen breaths, Duan Tian finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fear still lingered in his heart. What a false alarm. I didn't expect there to only be 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. Otherwise, let alone the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning, even the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning would be enough to kill me. Duan Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Tian could only rejoice in his heart. Even if there were 6 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, he would definitely die. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, allowing him to pass through it successfully. If this heavenly tribulation is really caused by my innate spiritual root transforming into a black innate spiritual root, then the danger I have to face after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root is too terrifying, right? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. Based on the heavenly tribulation earlier, if one's cultivation base hasn't broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one wouldn't be able to pass through it. Initially, I plan to help Kerr improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. However, it seems like I can't rush it now. Otherwise, I'll only put Kerr in danger. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was no other choice. Even if he wanted to help his wife, Kerr, improve her innate spiritual root, he would have to wait until Kerr was strong enough to pass through the heavenly tribulation earlier. Otherwise, it would only put Kerr in danger. However, Xiling also has a black innate spiritual root. Why didn't she attract the heavenly tribulation when she cultivated? It must be because she was born with a black innate spiritual root that she didn't attract the heavenly tribulation. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Now that I can sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy with the black innate spiritual root, I shouldn't attract the heavenly tribulation anymore, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face as he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy again. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings stirred and surged toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed before it merged with Duan Lingtian's body. After Duan Lingtian cast the cultivation method, the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, and guided the heaven and earth spirit energy to circulate in his body, the heaven and earth spirit energy became a part of his saint origin. How fast! Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. My current cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than before. It's even faster than when I was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After testing out his current cultivation speed, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with astonishment. After the initial shock, he was pleasantly surprised. With the help of his black innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed in the Wuxia subterranean was much faster than when he was in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What did this mean? This meant his cultivation speed was on a completely different level from before. When I was still in the upper province, I was in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent devils. With the help of the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I spent 3 years in the outside world to raise my cultivation base to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I had my current innate talent back then, I'm afraid it would only take me about 2 years to raise my cultivation speed in the lower province. After all, the cultivation environment in the Wuxia subterranean was far inferior to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, based on Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he was confident he would be able to catch up to the time he spent in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and 3 years of hard work in the outside world in just 2 years. In other words, currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed in the lower province was much faster than when he was in the upper province with the help of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. No wonder I attracted the heavenly tribulation. The black innate spiritual root is really heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he thought of this. With my current innate talent, I should be able to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year if I cultivate in the Human Devil Saint City. I should be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 3 years. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he possessed the black innate spiritual root, the limit of the innate spiritual root. This is the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province. If I cultivate in the upper province, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the cultivation environment there. Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement when he thought of this. When he had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was confident he would be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the help of the black innate spiritual root. What did this mean? With Xiling's innate talent, even if her innate spiritual root doesn't shine brightly in the beginning, her cultivation speed will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Even in the end, her cultivation speed won't slow down due to the increase in her cultivation base. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I'm sure she'll be able to break through the bottlenecks easily. As for the extra time it takes, it's nothing compared to the time it takes for ordinary people to break through. Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to his daughter's improvement in her cultivation base. After all, His daughter was a monstrous genius who was born with a black innate spiritual root. It's time for me to return to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he left the Boar Devil Clan's territory where the 3 great guardian warriors cultivated. However, he was unaware that he had already left the Human Devil Saint City. His identity as a human had been exposed to the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil Clan. It would not take long. Chapter 2265. After Duan Ling Tian left the Boar Devil Clan's territory and returned to the Human Devil Clan's territory, he made his way to the Human Devil Saint City. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering noises could be heard coming from a barren mountain in the northwestern part of the Wuxia subterranean. Along with the loud noise, there was also a vast amount of energy that shook the barren mountain. Dust and sand filled the air, obstructing one's vision. If one looked up, they would be able to see. High up in the sky, there were 4 figures fighting. Among the 4 figures, 3 of them were very short and small. They looked like 3 human children, about 8 or 9 years old. 2 of the children were girls and 1 was a boy. The 2 little girls looked like they were carved from jade and were very cute. One was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in gold. The remaining little boy had a cold expression on his face, but he was dressed in black, which matched his temperament very well. At this moment, the 3 children were fighting with a humongous figure. This was a gigantic creature with a sturdy and tall body. It stood there like a small mountain. In front of it, the 3 children appeared very small, like ants. The humongous figure had a human-like body, but its head was that of a huge ox. It was a member of the Ox Devil clan from the land of exile. It was a bona fide ox devil. If we don't revert to our true forms, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. The white-clad little girl was like a little fairy as she spoke to the gold-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy through voice transmission. Her voice was soft and pleasant. Based on her words, one could tell she was not a human. Whether it was her, the gold-clad little girl or the black-clad little boy, none of them were human. Let's try again. If we really can't do it, we'll revert to our true forms and kill him. The gold-clad little girl said through voice transmission. Unlike the fairy-like white-clothed little girl, the golden-clothed little girl's personality was a little jumpy, and the moment she opened her mouth she said, "Fuck." As for the little boy in black, he did not utter a word. However, his eyes turned increasingly cold as he looked at Nyoemo. 3 soft and tender little things. "Today, I, your grandpa ox, am going to eat you." Bull Demon said with a sinister smile as he stared at the 3 children in front of him like an eagle catching chicks in its claws. "Humph. If you want to eat us, we'll have to see if you have the ability." The little girl in gold snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Good, a very good. Since you want to see Grandpa Nyo's ability so much, Grandpa Nyo will let you have a good look." The Bull Demon was enraged by the little girl's provocation. With a loud roar, the Saint Chi in his body soared, and his demon Chi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the heavens. Even the little girl's expression turned grim when she saw how enraged the Bull Demon was and how he was unleashing all of his power without holding back. The white-clothed little girl was the same. The black-clad little boy was the only one who did not seem to be affected by the Bull Devil's outburst. His expression was still as cold as before. Boom! Just as the Bull Demon's huge body trembled and a deafening explosion sounded in the air, he was about to attack the 3 children. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, a sinister and cold aura swept across the area in just a blink of an eye. Not only did the 3 children's expressions change, but even the Bull Demon's body stiffened. Although the sinister and cold aura was not targeted at them, it still sent chills down their spines. For a moment, whether it was the 3 children or the enormous ox demon, they all tacitly stopped their confrontation and looked towards the source of the wind's sound. When they looked in the direction of the sound, a figure appeared in front of them. It was a young man dressed in blood-red robes. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his messy hair was draped over his shoulders and back. He was holding a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The most eye-catching thing about him was his eyes that seemed to be glowing with blood. It sent chills down the spines of those who looked at him. His robes seemed to be stained with blood. The little girl in gold gulped as she muttered to herself. Her voice was filled with dread. What do you think? At the same time, the little girl in gold asked her two companions. However, both of them ignored her. Little White. She could understand if the little boy in black ignored her. However, the little girl in white ignored her. She could not help but look at the little girl in white with a confused expression on her face. When she looked at the little girl in white, she saw the little girl in white staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. She glanced at the little boy in black and discovered he was also staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. Furthermore, the meaning behind their gazes was almost the same. There was doubt, hesitation, and disbelief in their eyes. What? What are you doing? Seeing this scene, the golden-clothed little girl was stunned. Don't tell me you know him. Su Li. Almost as soon as the golden-clothed little girl finished speaking, two exclamations sounded in unison. The little girl in white and the little boy in black who were staring at the young man in blood-red robes spoke. Su Li? This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it somewhere before. The little girl in gold frowned and muttered to herself in confusion when she heard her companions' cries. Su Li! Su Li! When the young man in the blood-stained robe heard someone calling out Su Li's name, he immediately looked at the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy. The bloody light in his eyes dimmed slightly. My name is Su Li? The young man in blood-red robes asked before he muttered to himself. I think my name is Su Li. He's Su Li, Brother Ling Tian's friend from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. But how did he become like this? The little girl in white stared at the young man in blood-red robes in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Although the young man in blood-red robes had lost some of his childishness, his overall appearance did not change much. Therefore, she recognized him with just a glance. He seems to be delirious. The little boy in black said with a solemn expression. The little girl in white and the little boy in black were the two little pythons by Duan Lingtian's side, Little White and Little Black. Back then, when Duan Lingtian entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, they had hidden in Duan Lingtian's sleeve. Therefore, they knew very well who Duan Lingtian was with. Su Li was a friend that Duan Lingtian had made at that time. Whether it was Little White or Little Black, both of them had a deep impression of Su Li. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. Su Li? Brother Ling Tian's friend? At this moment, the little girl in gold regained her senses when she heard Little White and Little Black's words. She looked at the young man in blood-red robes nearby and muttered, "It can't be. He's Brother Ling Tian's friend, Su Li? Why is he here? Moreover, he seems to be much stronger than us." A shocked expression appeared on the little girl's face when she reached the end of her sentence. The little girl in gold was none other than the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Little Gold, who had followed Duan Lingtian for a long time. She, Little Black, and Little White were originally brought to the upper province by Han Shu and I to be with the people from the Seven Absolutes sect. However, they were sent back to the WCI subterranean by Yu Wu Ying, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, by the Oracle Man, Su Li. At the same time, horror dawned on the bull demon who was nearby when he heard the name. He looked at Su Li in horror. You're the mad sword demon Su Li. Ox Demon glanced at the simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in Su Li's hand, and his expression abruptly changed. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were wondering why the bull demon reacted like a mouse when he heard Su Li's name. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The bull demon's Saint Origin surged again, and his devil chi soared into the sky. However, his next action stunned Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The bull demon had unleashed all his energy and fled into the distance. He was in a wretched state. He looked even more wretched than a mouse when it saw a cat. Ha! Almost at the same time that the ox demon fled, the blood-red light in Su Li's eyes, which had dimmed a little, suddenly surged once more. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Su Li disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black saw Su Li disappear from their sight. When Su Li disappeared, he reappeared in the path of the bull devil as if he had teleported. He's so powerful. Naturally, they knew Su Li did not really know how to teleport. It was just that his speed was so fast that they could not capture his movements with their naked eyes. This was enough to prove that Su Li was not weak at all. Su Li's strength was far above theirs. What fortuitous encounter did Su Li have? His current strength. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Little Black could no longer maintain his cool composure. His face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Under Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black's gazes, the bull demon was cut into two by Su Li's sword. It died in just a blink of an eye. Immediately, the three of them could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Su Li vanished from his spot again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. He was glaring at them fiercely. Chapter 2266. At this moment, Su Li's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Vast and majestic Saint Origin was on the verge of bursting out of his body. Devil Chi soared into the sky as though it had transformed into a gigantic sword that enveloped his entire body. It emitted waves of cold and sharp aura. In an instant, Xiao He and the other two regained their senses, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they naturally realized the danger that was close at hand. Hey! Su Li, your brother Ling Tian's friend. You can't kill us. Feeling the rising killing intent on Su Li's body and realizing that Su Li could kill them at any time, Xiao Jin immediately spoke to Su Li in a panic. It was as though she was afraid that Su Li would kill them because he did not know about their relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian? When Su Li heard Xiao Jin's words, the killing intent on his body paused again as he muttered in a low voice. At the same time, the bloody light in his eyes dimmed a little. It was as though the two words Ling Tian had some special and magical power. However, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes only dimmed for a moment before it surged again. The killing intent on his body that had slowed down rose again, and it was even stronger than before. Su Li, our brother Ling Tian is called Duan Ling Tian. He's your friend. Could it be that you've forgotten about him? Back then, in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, in Paladin Academy, all of you were good friends. Have you forgotten all of this? Xiao Bai hurriedly added when she saw Su Li seem to have lost his mind again. Based on the situation earlier, she could tell that Su Li still remembered Su Li. She could tell that Su Li still remembered her brother Ling Tian. Of course, although she could tell, she was still slightly perturbed in her heart. She was deeply afraid that Su Li would really kill them. If Su Li really wanted to kill them, even if the three of them transformed into their true forms, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Now she only hoped that Su Li would be able to think of her big brother Ling Tian in time, and for the sake of her big brother Ling Tian, he wouldn't kill them. Otherwise, they would be doomed today. At this moment, whether it was Little White, Little Gold, or Little Black, they all saw that there was something wrong with Su Li. At the very least, when the bloody light in his eyes surged, he had completely lost his mind. Su Li, whose eyes were brimming with blood-red light, did not seem like a human to the three of them. He seemed more like a devil. Moreover, it was the kind of devil that had gone mad and lost his mind. Hearing what Little White said to Su Li, both Little Gold and Little Black looked at Su Li with serious expressions. At this time, they could only pray in their hearts. Hopefully, Su Li would remember their big brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would really die here today. At this moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known Su Li would suddenly attack them, they would not have played with the Bull Devil earlier. Although they did not dare to say they could kill the Bull Devil in their true forms, it was still easy for them to escape unscathed from the Bull Devil. This time, they had completely lost their minds. If they were lucky enough to survive today, they would not dare to play with the Bull Devil again even if they were beaten to death. Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Crimson Sky Kingdom. Paladin Academy. Upon hearing Little White's words, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes that had just surged dimmed again. Moreover, the speed at which it dimmed this time was very fast. After a while, it had almost completely disappeared. As it turned out, Little White's words were effective. After the bloody light in his eyes faded, Su Li shook his slightly dizzy head and looked at the three little fellows in front of him. All of you. You know Duan Lingtian? You even know about the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy? At this moment, Su Li had regained his senses. However, he did not recognize Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. He's our big brother Ling Tian. Of course we know him. Little Gold said matter-of-factly. I even heard him talk about you. All of you seem to have met each other in the genius camp of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? Genius camp. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Su Li's body trembled slightly. It was as though he had returned to his youth many years ago. The first time he met Duan Lingtian was in the Iron Blood Army's camp in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. At that time, all of them had participated in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's assessment. At that time, the scene of Duan Lingtian making a move was still vivid in Su Li's mind. The purple-clad young man's body was as agile as a snake. He swung his arm like a python swinging its tail and easily sent his opponent flying. He had passed the assessment. Su! Just as Little White was about to say something to Su Li, she was interrupted by Su Li. No! Su Li's body trembled violently. His eyes that had returned to normal shone with a crimson light again. He roared with a ferocious expression on his face. He clenched his teeth as though he was resisting something. Oh no! When Little White and the other two saw the crimson light in Su Li's eyes, horror dawned on their faces. I won't let you have your way again. When the crimson light in Su Li's eyes flickered, he roared again. The saint origin in his body surged out like a raging dragon. The devil chi skyrocketed. It made Su Li look like a peerless devil god. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Little White and the other two were horrified, Su Li raised his hand. The Super Saint weapon, the traceless sword, in his hand had already transformed into a sword ray that circled around his body. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Sword come. As Su Li roared again, sword shadows appeared around his body. In the end, they transformed into hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around his body without any pattern. Each of these sword rays exuded a sharp and terrifying aura. Moreover, they were intertwined with cold devil chi. At the same time, the crimson light in Su Li's eyes skyrocketed again. Even if I, Su Li, die, I won't let you hurt Duan Lingtian's friends. Suddenly, Su Li roared again. Then, he controlled the hundreds and thousands of sword rays around his body and charged towards Su Li. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. In this world, there were not many people that Su Li cared about. His master was one, and Duan Lingtian was another. He had already killed his master by mistake. However, he could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face Duan Lingtian in his life. They wanted him to kill Duan Lingtian's friend? He would rather die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the same time when Su Li roared, the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around him seemed to have received an order that could not be disobeyed. They turned into a rain of swords and shot towards Su Li. After Su Li gave the order to the sword rays around him to kill him, the bloody light in his eyes rose again. Humph! In an instant, Su Li's aura changed. It was as though he had become a different person. At the same time, the saint origin that was intertwined with devil chi on his body soared. He hastily cast a defensive technique in an attempt to block the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that shot toward him. Unfortunately, because he was in too much of a hurry, his defense was also very weak. Although he managed to block a portion of the sword rays still penetrated his body after their strength was weakened, leaving bloody holes on his body. Nothing could surpass this. Ah! This scene caused Little White's expression to change drastically. She could not help but exclaim in shock. At the same time that she cried out in alarm, sparkling and translucent tears appeared in her eyes. Naturally, she could see Su Li's intention for doing this. For this reason, she was so moved that tears filled her eyes. Su Li! As for Little Gold and Little Black, they only realized Su Li's intention when Su Li injured himself to the point where he was riddled with holes. Their eyes turned red at once. Perhaps the pain on his body had stimulated Su Li, causing the bloody light in his eyes to dim a little. At this moment, Su Li seemed to have regained some of his rationality. Go! As blood flowed out of his body, Su Li looked at Little White and the other two with a pained expression on his face. It was as though he was using the last of his strength to ask them to leave. The moment his words left his mouth, the bloody light in his eyes soared again. His aura had changed again. The current Su Li seemed to have transformed into a different person. He no longer gave up on himself. He immediately cast a technique to stop the blood from gushing out of the wounds on his body. However, it was difficult for the wounds to heal immediately. Apart from that, the aura on his body was extremely weak. It was as though anyone could kill him at this moment. The heavily injured Su Li glanced at Little White and the other two with bloody eyes. In the end, he seemed to have realized that he might not be able to kill the three of them if he made a move now. However, due to his heavy injuries, his speed was not fast. Now, I'm afraid even a devil would be able to kill him. Little White muttered to herself worriedly. Then, she looked at her two companions with a questioning look in her eyes. It was as though she was asking for their opinion on something. He'd rather die than hurt us. How can we watch him die in the hands of a devil? That's not my style. Little Gold said in a serious tone. Let's go. As for Xiao Hei, he coolly spat out a single word before following Su Li. The current Su Li could be easily killed even if any one of the three of them were to make a move. The three of them had come to an agreement. They would follow Su Li and protect him. When Su Li's strength had recovered to the point where it was comparable to the three of them in their true forms, they would consider leaving him. Chapter 2267. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were chasing after Su Li, who was heavily injured and possessed by the devil. After Duan Tian returned to the human devil Saint City, he returned to an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. As soon as Duan Tian arrived at the entrance of the guest room, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the middle of the courtyard. The beautiful figure was alone. She was looking at him expectantly as though she was waiting for something. When she saw him appear, the beautiful eyes of the owner of the beautiful figure revealed a trace of excitement. Brother Tian. As soon as Duan Tian entered the room, the beautiful figure leaped into his arms like a gust of wind and hugged him tightly. It was as though she was afraid of losing him. Kerr, I'm back. Duan Tian extended his hand and tightly hugged the beauty in his embrace before lightly patting her back as he spoke in a gentle voice. At this moment, he could feel the beauty in his arms longing for him. Brother Tian, I don't want to be separated from you anymore. After being affectionate for a while, Conqueror raised her head and looked at Duan Tian as she spoke. Kerr's beautiful face was covered in tears. It was obvious she had just cried. Kerr, why are you crying? Duan Tian's heart ached when he saw the tear stains on Kerr's face. He hugged her again and did not let go for a long time. Don't worry, I won't leave you again. Cough cough. Just when the two of them seemed to have forgotten about the time, a few coughs sounded. It was Ganru Yan who had walked out of her room. She did not know if she should pretend she did not see anything or return to her room. In the end, she gave both of them an appropriate reminder. Conqueror immediately left Duan Tian's embrace like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Her beautiful face was flushed red. At the same time, she turned around and greeted Ganru Yan. Sister. Duan Tian's gaze also fell on Ganru Yan, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Now, the feeling that Ganru Yan gave him was completely different from before. In that case, there was only one possibility. You broke through? Duan Tian asked in surprise. Yes. Ganru Yan nodded her head in satisfaction when she saw Duan Tian's shocked expression. The cultivation speed of a violet innate spiritual root is indeed extraordinary. Although the cultivation environment here is not as good as the upper province, with my current innate talent, my cultivation speed is much faster than when I was in the upper province. Previously, when Ganru Yan had arrived in the lower province, she felt a little disappointed. She wondered when she would be able to return to the upper province. After all, the cultivation environment in the lower province was too bad. It would be a waste of her life to cultivate here. She did not expect she would have such a fortuitous encounter in the lower province. Your innate spiritual root is not an ordinary violet innate spiritual root. It's a dark violet innate spiritual root. With such a dark violet innate spiritual root, it would be strange if your cultivation speed in the lower province is slower than when you only had an indigo innate spiritual root in the upper province. Duan Tian was not surprised when he heard Ganru Yan's words. This is because you're still in the lower province. If you're in the upper province now, with your current innate talent, your cultivation speed will be much faster under the Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian added. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ganru Yan's eyes lit up immediately. A hint of anticipation could be seen on her face. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what Ganru Yan was looking forward to. However, he mercilessly dampened her enthusiasm. If the devil clans don't have a powerhouse who's skilled in formations to set up a new inter-province transportation formation, it'll be difficult for us to return to the upper province. As expected, the anticipation on Ganru Yan's face disappeared when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was replaced by disappointment. However, you don't have to worry. Currently, the devil clans have almost gained a foothold in the lower province. It won't take long before they can no longer hold themselves back and set up a new inter-province transportation formation. At that time, we'll be able to return to the lower province. While Ganru Yan was feeling disappointed, Duan Lingtian's words reignited the fire of hope in her. Ganru Yan glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. She suspected Duan Lingtian was deliberately teasing her. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was teasing her as well. Ganru Yan had interrupted his intimate moment with Kerr. This made him feel extremely displeased. Sister, it's good that you're out of closed-door cultivation. When Si Ling wakes up, we'll be able to follow Brother Tian to the Wandering Saint Palace. Kerr could see the conflict between her man and her sister, so she tried to change the topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. Wandering Saint Palace? As expected, Ganru Yan's attention was diverted when she heard Kerr's words. Yes, I plan to go to the Wandering Saint Palace and become a Vice Palace Master. If there's a chance in the future, I plan to replace the current Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace and become the new Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke of his lofty ambition. Ganru Yan did not doubt Duan Lingtian's strength at all. After all, when they were still in the upper province, Duan Lingtian had defeated Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With his strength, it would not be difficult for him to become a Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. You plan to take control of the Wandering Saint Palace? When the devil clans invade the upper province in the future, you'll bring the Wandering Saint Palace with you to deal a heavy blow to the devil clans. Ganru Yan could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian's intention when she heard he planned to take over the Wandering Saint Palace. She could not help but gasp inwardly. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the strongest forces in the human devil clan. If Duan Lingtian could take control of the Wandering Saint Palace, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to the devil clans. Although it might affect the devil clans, it would definitely be an unprecedented blow to the human devil clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. However, I heard that the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After Ganru Yan finished speaking, she added, I suggest you improve your innate spiritual root to its limit before you go to the Wandering Saint Palace. In other words, your innate spiritual root should be black. That way, even in the lower province, your cultivation base will improve tremendously. You'll be able to defeat or even kill the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and take over his position as the Palace Master. Ganru Yan suggested. My innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. What? Ganru Yan was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Kerr, on the other hand, was not surprised. She knew the purpose of her man's trip. Since he had returned, he must have achieved his goal. Why your innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root? Ganru Yan looked at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression on her face. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I was just one step away from the black innate spiritual root. My trip this time allowed it to take the last step and help it complete its final upgrade and transform into a black innate spiritual root. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Ganru Yan was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. Kerr! At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He immediately looked at Kerr and said, There's something I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you transform your innate spiritual root into a black innate spiritual root in such a short time. Kerr nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She did not question his words at all. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. Everything that her man did to her must have been for her own good. She trusted everything that her man did unconditionally. Why? Although Kerr trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally, it did not mean Gan Ruyen felt the same way. She could not help but frown when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was delighted by Kerr's trust. However, his mood was ruined when he heard Gan Ruyen's question. Nothing. Since his mood was ruined by Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian naturally could not be bothered with her. What kind of attitude is that? Gan Ruyen was furious when she saw Duan Lingtian deliberately ignoring her. She immediately looked at Kerr and said, Kerr, take a good look at your man. What kind of attitude is that? Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reasons for doing this. You don't have to ask anymore. Kerr smiled faintly as she looked at Gan Ruyen. You've really been poisoned by him. Although Gan Ruyen was angered by Kerr, she felt helpless at the same time. Although this was her biological sister, and also her twin sister, she knew that as an elder sister, she was definitely far inferior to the man in front of her. Naturally, this did not mean Kerr did not care about her sister. The most important thing was comparison. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was any danger, one of them would have to bear the brunt of it. She believed that her younger sister would definitely shoulder the responsibility by herself, and wouldn't let her elder sister be in danger. Her sister was too kind. She cared a lot about her sister. Naturally, her sister cared the most about the man in front of her. Father, you're back? Duan Siling opened the door and walked out of the room. She was so excited that she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she rushed toward Duan Lingtian and threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms. When Duan Lingtian carried her, she looked at Gan Ruyen and asked, Aunt, you're out of closed-door cultivation as well? Gan Ruyen could not help but feel slightly disappointed when she saw her niece seem to care more about the man in front of her. Chapter 2268. Although Gan Ruyen was born in a clan, she did not have much contact with her clan. Ever since she was born, she had followed her younger sister into Zoroastrianism. At that time, her younger sister had become the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. As for her, she was taken in by her master as well. For so many years, apart from her master, her world was filled with cultivation. She did not interact with the other disciples of Zoroastrianism at all. It was only when she found her younger sister in the Debussy subterranean that she felt that blood was thicker than water. Eventually, her younger sister's child was born. As for this child, she loved the house and its crow. She completely treated this child as her own daughter and invested her feelings without reservation. Si Ling. Although Gan Ruyen knew that blood was thicker than water between Duan Lingtian and Duan Si Ling, she could not help but feel a sense of loss. This feeling was as if someone who needed her very much suddenly didn't need her anymore. Si Ling, play with your aunt first. I have something to discuss with your father. At this moment, Kerr said as she looked at Duan Si Ling. Duan Si Ling reluctantly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Her big, watery eyes were filled with reluctance as she watched her mother bring her father back to their room. Aunt. However, a child's world was simple. When Duan Si Ling saw her parents had left her sight, she shifted her attention to Gan Ruyen. Kerr, what's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked Kerr curiously after they entered the room. Brother Tian, I'm fine. Kerr shook her head. Then, she smiled bitterly and sighed. I saw that my sister was a little disappointed, so I wanted Si Ling to accompany her alone. Ever since Si Ling was born, she has been very good to Si Ling. She treats Si Ling like her own daughter. I can tell. She cares about Si Ling more than she cares about herself. Just now when Si Ling came out, she threw herself into your arms. I could tell that she was very disappointed. As a woman, Kerr was very meticulous in certain aspects. This was something that Duan Lingtian could not compare to. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, he said remorsefully, I didn't know she was so nice to Si Ling. If I had known, I wouldn't have bullied her. Because Gan Ruyen had taken Kerr away from him, he had always been prejudiced against Gan Ruyen. Now that he knew that Gan Ruyen treated his daughter so well, The prejudice he had against Gan Ruyen disappeared and was replaced by self-reproach. As a man, he felt that it was ungentlemanly of him to treat a weak woman in such a manner. Brother Tian, my sister is really nice. Back then, she brought me away because she was worried that I would be found by other people from Zoroastrianism. She didn't have any ill intentions. If she had any ill intentions, she would have sent me to the enforcement hall after bringing me back to Zoroastrianism. Ke said. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Don't worry. I won't be prejudiced against her in the future. Okay. Ke nodded with a smile. It was obvious she was in a good mood. After all, they were the family she cared about the most. She did not wish for there to be a rift between them. Duan Ling Tian and Ke stayed in the room for a while before they left. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have forgotten about Duan Ling Tian's existence. She was playing with Gan Ruyen. Her delicate face was beaming with joy. A child's world was so simple. After Duan Ling Tian came out of the room, he walked toward Gan Ruyen. When he saw Gan Ruyen looking at him with disdain, he could not help but feel awkward. Although he felt awkward, he still explained to Gan Ruyen, earlier, I said I won't help Ke improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root for the time being because it's dangerous to improve her innate spiritual root without careful consideration. Previously, after my innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian told Gan Ruyen about the heavenly tribulation he had encountered earlier. His expression was solemn as he explained how powerful the heavenly tribulation was. In order to pass the heavenly tribulation, one must possess strength at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Needless to say, Gan Ruyen was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. Gan Ruyen did not even think about why Duan Ling Tian's temperament had changed so drastically. Currently, her attention was completely focused on the heavenly tribulation that came after her innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root. Only those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage can pass the heavenly tribulation. Gan Ruyen could not calm down for a long time. After she had calmed down, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in confusion, Why, you're already at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? My current strength is only comparable to those who have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian replied. Even so, Gan Ruyen was still shocked. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression on her face. Previously, when she brought her sister away from the WCI subterranean, Duan Ling Tian was as weak as an ant in her eyes. But now, he had already left her far behind. Let's go to the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to the 3 women before he led them away from the inn and made his way to the Wandering Saint Palace. As one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the Wandering Saint Palace had a huge estate in the Human Devil Saint City. From a bird's eye view, it resembled the Imperial Palace on the mortal continent. However, the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was much bigger than the Imperial Palaces on the mortal continent. Even the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace that Duan Ling Tian had visited was not as big as the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace's estate was located northeast of the Human Devil Saint City. It was a secluded area, so not many human devils would come here. They could only see a few disciples patrolling around the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This is the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Trespassers are prohibited. When Duan Ling Tian and the others approached the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a stern voice rang from afar. A few moments later, 3 figures flew over from afar and blocked Duan Ling Tian and the others' path. The person who spoke was the leader of the 3. He was a middle-aged man with an expressionless face, as if he had facial paralysis. He did not even bat an eyelid when he saw the beautiful twins in Duan Ling Tian's group. On the other hand, the 2 young men behind him were completely captivated by Ke and Gan Ruyen's beauty. After staring at the twins for a while, they finally looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. I'm here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked mechanically, You need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Do you have a referral? A referral? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Did he need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Didn't they say that those with pure human bloodline can join the Wandering Saint Palace? Duan Tian asked. Humph. One of the young men behind the middle-aged man scoffed. Perhaps he was displeased that Duan Tian had two beautiful women by his side. The Wandering Saint Palace is open to the public once a year to accept those with pure human bloodline. The last time it was open was 3 months ago. If you want to join the Wandering Saint Palace now, you'll have to wait another 9 months or get a referral from someone from the Wandering Saint Palace. The young man said. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Tian. If you're willing to let the two beauties by your side accompany me for a night, I'll consider recommending you to join the Wandering Saint Palace. The young man's voice was filled with frivolity when he spoke through voice transmission. In his eyes, there was an undisguised fire of lust and lust. You're seeking death, Duan Tian said coldly. His eyes narrowed as soon as the young man's words entered Duan Tian's ears. Instantly, an extremely icy cold aura stretched out from Duan Tian's body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, his sun saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins at lightning speed toward the young man at an exaggerated speed. Swoosh! Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the lead was no longer expressionless, and his expression changed greatly. Stop! As soon as the middle-aged man shouted, Duan Tian's energy seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as it annihilated the young man. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Apart from a spatial ring hovering in the air that proved the young man's existence, there was no trace of him at all. The young man, who was also a patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was killed by Duan Tian in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, not only the middle-aged man, but the other young man's expression changed drastically as well. When he looked at Duan Tian again, it was as though he was looking at a devil. Those who profane my Duan Tian's women shall die. After killing the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Tian's cold voice caused the remaining 2 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace to tremble. At this moment, Ker and Gan Ruyen finally understood why Duan Tian had killed them. Why you? How dare you kill a Wandering Saint Palace's disciple in our territory? Chapter 2269. The middle-aged patrolling disciple looked at Duan Tian with fear, shock, and disbelief in his eyes. He was afraid of the purple-clad young man's strength. He was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man daring to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside their territory. This was the first time he had seen someone who dared to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace in their territory. Although there had been such maniacs in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace, they were all killed by the powerhouses of the Wandering Saint Palace without exception. Qian'an must have said something offensive to the purple-clad young man through voice transmission. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it must have something to do with the twin sisters next to him. These twin sisters should be his women. The remaining patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace seemed to have realized something. He was very familiar with Qian'an, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who had been killed. Therefore, he knew Qian'an was a pervert who would lust after beautiful women. He was especially fearless when it came to beautiful women who did not have any background. Qian'an must have seen these people coming to join the Wandering Saint Palace, and thought they were just ordinary devils with no background. I'm afraid he didn't expect to meet his match until the moment he was killed. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself as he observed a moment of silence for Qian'an. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the purple-clad young man who had killed Qian'an. The purple-clad young man was too terrifying. He did not seem to have moved at all. Just the energy he released was enough to kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage as easily as killing a chicken. Even Brother Hong did not have time to react when the purple-clad young man attacked. Brother Hong is a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'm afraid the purple-clad young man is not just a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The purple-clad young man might be a powerhouse at the fifth or sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace speculated. However, even if he's a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he won't be able to escape death for killing a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside our territory. The young patrolling disciple did not doubt this at all. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Tian again. Usually, A powerhouse at or above the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage could join the Wandering Saint Palace as long as he or she was willing. For such powerhouses, the Wandering Saint Palace would usually make an exception and take them in. However, to a certain extent, the purple-clad young man's actions were a provocation to the Wandering Saint Palace. If the Wandering Saint Palace did not execute him, their reputation would be tarnished and their reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, he did not think that the purple-clothed young man would be able to survive today. If you want to call for help, then hurry up. You've been holding that voice transmission jade slip for a long time. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he glanced at the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. There were almost no Dao cultivators among the demons, so there were no Dao talismans. However, the devil clans still had something like a voice transmission jade slip. Even if the devil clans did not have it, now that the devil clans had invaded the Debussy subterranean, they would have easily obtained many voice transmission jade slips. After all, voice transmission jade slips were not rare. You! The middle-aged patrolling disciple's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have already discovered the voice transmission jade slip he had taken out. The reason he did not crush the voice transmission jade slip to call for help was not because he did not know how to use the voice transmission jade slip, but he was worried the purple-clad young man would discover it if he crushed the voice transmission jade slip to call for help. At that time, with the purple-clad young man's strength, he would be able to intercept the voice transmission jade slip and kill the middle-aged patrolling disciple. He had already seen the purple-clad young man's strength earlier. With that kind of strength, killing him would be as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Due to his fear of the purple-clad young man's strength, the middle-aged patrolling disciple did not crush the voice transmission jade slip. He wanted to wait for the other patrolling disciples to catch the purple-clad young man's attention before he crushed the voice transmission jade slip. This was to prevent the purple-clad young man from intercepting the voice transmission jade slip. However, he did not expect the voice transmission jade slip. The purple-clothed young man had long discovered the communication jade slip in his hand that he hadn't crushed even after a long time. If you want to call for help, hurry up. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's casual words echoed in the middle-aged patrolling disciple's ears. Even then, he did not dare to act rashly. Who knew whether or not the other party would stop him from sending the message after he crushed the jade slip, and then kill him at the first possible moment? Ding Jianhong? Why are there only two of you? Who are they? Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was still mulling over this matter when an old voice sounded from afar. Ding Jianhong felt a sense of relief. The other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace finally discovered the situation. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh. 3 figures appeared along with the voice. They were an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The old man was the leader of the trio. The person who had spoken was none other than the old man. Crack. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace when Ding Jianhong finally crushed the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. A streak of light shot out and entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The streak of light from the voice transmission jade slip caused quite a commotion. It instantly alerted the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, causing their expressions to change. At this moment, Ding Jianhong had crushed the voice transmission jade slip. It was obvious he had encountered a troublesome situation. Moreover, the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace usually consisted of 3 patrolling disciples. Now that Ding Jianhong was alone, the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace had a bad feeling about this. The 3 of you. This purple-clad young man has just killed Chen En. At this moment, Ding Jianhong's voice rang from the side of the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong's voice transmission caused the expressions of the 3 patrolling disciples to change drastically. I didn't even have time to react when he made his move. By the time I reacted, Chen En had already been killed. Apart from a spatial ring, there was no trace of him at all. From the beginning until the end, he didn't move at all. I suspect he's at least a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or even the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before the 3 patrolling disciples could regain their senses, Ding Jianhong continued to transmit his voice to them through voice transmission. A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The three of them were so shocked that their bodies stiffened. Even the strongest person among them was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage could easily kill them, let alone a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze back to Ding Jianhong. Ding Jianhong felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he sighed in relief when he recalled he had already sent out the message through his communication jade token. Even if he were to die, his death would not be in vain. Ding Jianhong was prepared to die when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. Ding Jianhong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. I told you to crush your communication jade token a long time ago. Why did you wait until now? Are you worried I'll stop you from sending out the message through your communication jade token? These were Duan Lingtian's words. He's not afraid I'll spread the message? At this moment, Ding Jianhong finally realized this even though he was slow to react. It was precisely because of this that Ding Jianhong was also puzzled in his heart. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Is he not afraid of dying? Where does he get the confidence to do this? Just as Ding Jianhong was puzzled, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded from afar. This thunderous voice was filled with anger and fury. How could I have forgotten about him? Ding Jianhong's eyes brightened when he heard the voice. The father of Chen En, the disciple who was killed by the purple-clad young man, was an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he was an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elder Chen Tong. Elder Chen Tong. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a medium build flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at Duan Lingtian's side. Ding Jianhong and the other 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace bowed at him. The reason why the middle-aged man came here was naturally because a group of people gathered here had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man was none other than Elder Chen Tong of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the father of Chen En, the disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian. Ding Jianhong. I remember my son was patrolling with you today. Where is he? Chen Tong ignored the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace and asked coldly as he looked at Ding Jianhong. Elder Chen Tong. Chenin was killed. Ding Jianhong felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cave when he saw Chen Tong's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth as he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. You killed my son? Chapter 2270. You're the one who killed my son? Elder Chen Tong of Wandering Saint Palace said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was so loud that it hurt everyone's ears. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the old man who had spoken earlier said, Duan Lingtian. The old man who was the leader of the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace spoke to Chen Tong. Elder Chen Tong. He's the one who killed your son. Moreover, Ding Jianhong said that Chenin was killed by his attack and was reduced to ashes. The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace said as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Elder Chen Tong, this fellow killed Chenin outside our Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Not only is he looking down on our Wandering Saint Palace, but he's also looking down on you. The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace continued to add fuel to the fire. Immediately, Chen Tong's pupils shrunk again and again as his expression became increasingly gloomy. A cold aura surged out of his body, causing everyone present to feel as though they were in a world of ice and snow. You're seeking death. When Chen Tong's eyes that were filled with killing intent landed on Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly again as the saint origin in his body surged out through his saint veins. Daddy. This person is so annoying. A young and pleasant voice rang out, and it attracted the gazes of most of the people present. It was Duan Xiling who was in Duan Lingtian's arms. At this moment, Duan Xiling looked at Chen Tong with a frown. A hint of disdain could be seen on her adorable face. Since Xiling says he's annoying. Daddy, can you ask him to scram now? Duan Lingtian said gently as he patted Duan Xiling's head affectionately when he heard Duan Xiling's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even look at Chen Tong. It was as though Chen Tong did not exist at all. Shameless boasting. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian angrily and said, "You're a brat. Boy, do you really think you can look down on Elder Chen Tong just because you're a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Elder Chen Tong is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if you're a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today." Based on the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, the old patrolling disciple from the Saint Palace was certain that Duan Lingtian would die. "You're at the 5th form of the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage." At the same time, Chen Tong scoffed disdainfully. "Even if your cultivation base is at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll definitely kill you with just one move. I only need one move to kill you." Chen Tong's words were indeed arrogant. However, none of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace doubted Chen Tong's words. All of them felt that Chen Tong was indeed capable. "If I knew Elder Chen Tong would come, I wouldn't have needed to crush my communication jade token to inform the other elders." Ding Jianhong thought to himself. "Dang." As soon as Chen Tong finished speaking, his body flashed as the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a gust of wind appeared. The gust of wind seemed to have transformed into a raging dragon as it charged toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Chen Tong stood with his hands behind his back on top of the gust of wind. He looked majestic as though he was looking down on heaven and earth. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When Chen Tong moved, the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace only saw a flash before their eyes. In the next moment, Chen Tong appeared near Duan Lingtian. Saint Origin surged out of his body and gathered in his hands. All of a sudden, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the vast Saint Origin in Chen Tong's hands surged toward Duan Lingtian like a torrent that had broken through a dam. This attack was so powerful that it was earth-shattering. Boom! 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 A vast and majestic Saint Qi burst out from Chen Tong's hands like a torrent. In addition to the earth-shattering sound at the beginning, this Saint Qi also shook the void and set off a series of deafening explosions. Chen Tong's Saint Origin surged out like a torrential flood and was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. Ding Jianhong, the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, could not help but sigh inwardly. Karma really comes fast. Previously, the purple-clad young man killed Chen An, but now, it's his father's turn to kill him. Moreover, he's not the only one who's going to die. His daughter and his woman will die as well. Just as Ding Jianhong had these thoughts in his mind, suddenly, he seemed to have seen something. The pity in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. At this moment, it was not only Ding Jianhong. Even the few patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace, including the old patrolling disciple, narrowed their eyes in unison. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Why were they like this? All of this was because of the method Duan Lingtian used when Chen Tong's Saint Qi fell on him. As soon as Chen Tong's Saint Origin approached Duan Lingtian, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the void with Duan Lingtian as the center. The vortex spun faster and faster as it emitted a terrifying devouring force that seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. Before Chen Tong's torrential Saint Origin could reach Duan Lingtian, it was blocked by the whirlpool and devoured by the whirlpool. How's this possible? This scene caused Chen Tong's face to change drastically. Immediately, he pushed the Saint Qi in his body to the limit without reservation. In just a blink of an eye, the momentum of the Saint Qi that was like a mountain torrent increased again. It's about time. After devouring another portion of Chen Tong's energy, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. The whirlpool in the air that overlapped with his body suddenly began to spin in another direction. The instant the whirlpool rotated in the opposite direction, a similarly vast and mighty torrent-like force swept out and violently collided with Chen Tong's subsequent force. In an instant, boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out as the two equally vast and majestic forces collided, causing the void to tremble as though it would collapse at any time. At the same time, gusts of turbulent gale swept out in all directions from the point of collision of the two forces. Boom! 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 After a series of loud noises that sounded like aftershocks, Chen Tong's subsequent force finally defeated the force that swept out from the whirlpool that overlapped with Duanling Tian's. In fact, the force that swept out from the vortex was the force that Duanling Tian had devoured from Chen Tong. This was also a new experiment that Duanling Tian came up with on a whim. He could use the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to devour his opponent's Saint Qi within a controllable range. At first, Duanling Tian planned to devour his opponent's Saint Qi to enhance his Saint Qi. However, he soon discovered that the Saint Qi was different from the Saint Qi. His opponent's energy was different from the heaven and earth spirit energy, so he could not use it to enhance his Saint Qi. He could only rely on the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to reverse the situation. Moreover, while he was using the elementary devouring technique to devour his opponent's energy, the energy that he had devoured from his opponent was being depleted as well. This was the reason Duanling Tian fell into a disadvantageous position when he used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to attack another spear with his spear. However, even if he was at a disadvantage, Chen Tong's Saint Qi had almost depleted his Saint Qi. Black Turtle's Barrier. Duanling Tian cast his defensive divine ability in a timely manner. A gigantic defensive light shield in the form of a black tortoise appeared and easily blocked Chen Tong's follow-up attack. Oh no! Horror dawned on Chen Tong when he saw his Saint Qi was almost depleted while his opponent was unharmed. Moreover, it did not seem like he had depleted his Saint Qi at all. At this moment, he would have lived in vain if he still did not realize he had kicked an iron plate. This purple-clad young man was not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage at all. He was at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the purple-clad young man to devour his energy and turn it against him. I'm an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. If you dare to kill me, the Wandering Saint Palace won't let you go. Chen Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him. His voice trembled as he roared. At this moment, Chen Tong was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a straw to clutch at. The straw to clutch at was the Wandering Saint Palace. Elder Chen Tong, you don't have to worry about whether the Wandering Saint Palace will let me go or not. Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Chen Tong's words. Then, he raised his hand and released his Sun Saint origin that he had been accumulating. It transformed into a gigantic sword and slapped it at Chen Tong. Currently, Chen Tong's Saint origin was almost depleted. Even a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to kill him. Moreover, this was Duanling Tian's technique. Smack! As the giant sword slammed into the space where Chen Tong was, the space trembled and ripples spread out in all directions. Chen Tong, on the other hand, had disappeared into thin air. All that was left was a storage ring that floated in the air all by itself, and it fell from the sky as soon as it appeared. Whoosh! A shapeless force stretched out and guided the falling spatial ring to return to Duanling Tian. Chapter 2271. How's this possible? Elder Chen Tong was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was killed in just a blink of an eye? Before Elder Chen Tong attacked, he said he would kill the purple-clad young man in one move. However, the purple-clad young man only used 2 moves to kill him. Who's this purple-clad young man? Why is he so terrifying? He killed a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as though he was killing a chicken. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The group of patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief after they recovered from their shock. There were even a few people who couldn't help but reach out to pinch their own thighs and give themselves a slap, as if they wanted to verify whether they were dreaming or not. He's so powerful? Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, thought the purple-clad young man would definitely die. He even thought the purple-clad young man would be killed by Chen Tong with just one move. However, the reality before his eyes had given him a bright and clear look. Indeed, someone had been killed and turned into ashes. However, that person was not the purple-clad young man. It was Chen Tong, an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong did not expect this at all. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to possess such terrifying strength. He's not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now, Ding Jianhong was deeply aware of this point. Ding Jianhong was not the only one who had realized this. Even the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, who wanted to stir up trouble in front of Chen Tong, had realized this as well. Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace calmly, the old patrolling disciple trembled violently before he fell to his knees. He kept kowtowing to Duan Ling Tian as he begged for mercy. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace could not muster up the courage to resist at all. What a joke! Even an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Chen Tong was killed in 2 moves, let alone a mere cultivator at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage like him. It was precisely because of this that he had tossed his dignity to the back of his mind and only begged the purple-clad young man before him to spare his life. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly in response to the old elder's question. When the elder heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was so frightened that his body stiffened. His eyes widened as a look of despair appeared on his face. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the others, no one saw Duan Ling Tian's movement. It was as though a gust of wind had blown past the kneeling elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. A thunderous sound rang in the air as the wind blew past the kneeling elder. After the loud explosion, the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace disappeared as though he had vanished into thin air. All that was left behind was a lonely spatial ring. The entire place fell silent again. The remaining 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, led by Ding Jianhong, did not even dare to breathe loudly. They did not even dare to look at Duan Ling Tian. All of them lowered their heads as though they were waiting for Duan Ling Tian's verdict. Wah! Daddy is so strong. He actually managed to chase them away. Duan Xiling danced in Duan Ling Tian's arms. Her delicate face was filled with excitement. In her eyes, she only thought that it was her father who had chased them away, and not that he had killed them to the point where not even a speck of dust remained. Chased them away? When the 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace heard Duan Xiling's words, they could only smile wryly. Was this young lady joking? Did she not see how the spatial ring would automatically remove its owner after the person was gone? All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have sensed something as he looked in the direction of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. After a few moments, swoosh, swoosh, accompanied by 2 swift whistling sounds, 2 ghostly figures flew over from afar, one in front and one behind. The speed of one of them was much faster than the speed of the other. He was the first to arrive at the place where Duan Ling Tian and the others were. Who killed my Wandering Saint Palace's disciple? The person asked in a deep voice as soon as he appeared. Elder Lin Yuan. Elder Lin Yuan. When the person appeared, Ding Jianhong and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who were originally anxious felt relieved. They immediately bowed respectfully at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He was dressed in a long robe and had a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were relieved because the old man was one of the strongest elders in the Wandering Saint Palace. He was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Swoosh! Another person arrived after Elder Lin Yuan from the Wandering Saint Palace. Elder Peng Lai! Elder Peng Lai! The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace immediately bowed at the person who had just arrived. This person was also an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. His name was Peng Lai, and he was a short and muscular middle-aged man. Naturally, his cultivation base was slightly lower than Lin Yuan's since he was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ding Jianhong, did you crush the communication jade slip and say that someone killed our Wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chen En? Peng Lai asked in a deep voice as he looked at Ding Jianhong. When Ding Jianhong heard Peng Lai's words, he could not help but look at the purple-clad young man who was holding a little girl in his arms. Peng Lai and Lin Yuan followed Ding Jianhong's gaze and looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and then he roared out, his voice full of anger. In his eyes, waves of hatred and anger rose up, as if they could burn everything. At this moment, Lin Yuan did not look like he was looking at someone who had killed a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace. He looked more like he was looking at his father's murderer. What's going on? Elder Lin Yuan. Does he know this purple-clad young man? Upon seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Elder Peng Lai, Ding Jianhong, and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were dumbfounded. They did not know what was going on at all. Based on Lin Yuan's reaction, it seemed like he knew the purple-clad young man for a long time. Moreover, it seemed like there was a deep grudge between them. Duan Ling Tian? Peng Lai regained his senses after a while. He found the name familiar. In the end, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. I remember. The person who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, seems to be called Duan Ling Tian? Could it be him? Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. You know me? On the other side, Duan Ling Tian had a stupefied expression. When the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace saw him, not only did he call out his name, but he even glared at him with hatred. It was as though there was a grudge between them for killing his son and stealing his wife. Duan Ling Tian was certain. This was definitely his first time meeting the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. Of course I know you. Lin Yuan was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "A year ago my grandson, Lin Qigang, was killed by you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after a year. It seems like the heavens have been kind to me." When Lin Yuan finished speaking, his killing intent soared into the sky. It was mixed with devil qi that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. Lin Qigang? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Although the name sounded familiar, he could not recall where he had heard it from. Apart from Elder Peng Lai, the other disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who were patrolling the area narrowed their eyes in shock when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. This Duan Ling Tian. Is he the one who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang? I heard Elder Lin Yuan's grandson was killed outside the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. Moreover, he was killed by a human devil who was even stronger than Miss Wenjing. I didn't expect him to be the culprit. Is there something wrong with this Duan Ling Tian's brain? He wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace after killing Elder Lin Yuan's grandson? Humph! Don't forget he's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Elder Lin Yuan. The problem is, when he killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, he also killed Elder He Qing's son, Xianxia, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Situ Yuji. He dares to come to the Wandering Saint Palace after offending 3 elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's really bold. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Ling Tian and the others could clearly hear them. Elder He Qing? Elder Peng Lai shook his head inwardly when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. That Elder He Qing had already died a year ago. His soul pearl was discovered to have shattered a year ago. The palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace had even sent a few elders to investigate the cause of his death. However, they did not manage to find anything. He Qing was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. He was one of the pillars of the Wandering Saint Palace. For this reason, the Wandering Saint Palace had kept his death a secret. For this reason, the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were unaware of his death. So you're that person's grandfather. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace as he looked at Lin Yuan again. As for Elder Lin Qing, he should be the elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage whom I killed a year ago, right? That person should be He Xianxia's father. However, these disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace don't seem to know that Lin Qing is dead. Chapter 2272. A powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? At the same time, Elder Lin Yuan and Elder Peng Lai frowned when they heard a disciple whispering to each other. After a series of voice transmissions, they finally learned what had happened. Elder Chen Tong from Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was killed by Duan Ling Tian in just 2 moves. Duan Ling Tian's strength is actually so terrifying? Peng Lai's expression changed drastically. Although he had heard that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Miss Wenjing, Miss Wenjing was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. She was not as strong as Chen Tong. However, today, Duan Ling Tian had killed Chen Tong in just 2 moves. How could he not be shocked? Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base is most likely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai thought to himself. However, even if his cultivation base has broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I don't think he's a match for Elder Lin Yuan. If Elder Lin Yuan fought Chen Tong in a death duel, I'm afraid Elder Lin Yuan would be able to kill Chen Tong in just 1 move. However, Duan Ling Tian only needed 2 moves to kill Chen Tong. Peng Lai was filled with confidence when he thought about this. Although Duan Ling Tian is also at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he might not be as strong as Elder Lin Yuan. That's right. Although Elder Lin Yuan isn't at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he has been at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage for quite some time now. He's definitely stronger than Duan Ling Tian. With Elder Lin Yuan's strength, he would only need 1 move to kill Chen Tong. In comparison, Duan Ling Tian is indeed weaker. A few patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were confident in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had similar thoughts as well. Duan Ling Tian. Lin Yuan stared at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze as cold as the edge of a blade. Even if you're at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll still kill you to appease my grandson's soul in heaven. At the same time, Lin Yuan's body exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. His saint qi surged like boiling water, and his demonic qi soared into the sky. Shut! As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian said impatiently in a low voice, "Brother Ling Tian." In the next moment, elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Lin Yuan mobilized the saint origin in his body, Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability at lightning speed, causing a whirlpool to appear in the air and merge with his body. During this process, Duan Ling Tian's 99 saint veins played a crucial role. Before Lin Yuan could fully mobilize the saint origin in his body, not only did Duan Ling Tian fully mobilize his saint origin, but he also cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was activated, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged toward Duan Ling Tian and entered his body. It temporarily became a part of Duan Ling Tian's son's saint origin. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's son's saint origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was not inferior to Lin Yuan's saint origin that was about to be fully activated. Not only was it not inferior to Lin Yuan's son's saint origin, but it was even stronger. When the group of people from Wandering Saint Palace saw Duan Ling Tian's momentum, they thought Duan Ling Tian was going to fight Lin Yuan. However, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Golden Crow's wings. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back. As he flapped them, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian, Ke, and Gan Ru Yen, who were next to him, followed the sound of air exploding as they flew into the distance. Duan Xiling, who was in Duan Ling Tian's arms, Ke, and Gan Ru Yen were all brought along by Duan Ling Tian. He's trying to escape? When the group of people from Wandering Saint Palace saw this, the same thought appeared in their minds. Trying to escape? At this moment, Lin Yuan had also activated his saint origin. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as a smirk appeared on his face. He instantly cast his movement technique and divine ability. Before this, Yang Kai had also cast his own assist-type divine abilities to further enhance his saint qi. Swoosh! Lin Yuan's figure swayed, creating a loud and heavy sound as he tore through the air. Boom! 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 When Lin Yuan's body moved, there was naturally a violent friction with the air, which then set off a series of dense air explosions. Elder Lin Yuan is indeed stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Elder Peng Lai of Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself when he saw Lin Yuan's speed was faster than Duan Ling Tian's. However, he seemed to have overlooked something important. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was not moving alone. He was bringing along 3 burdens with him. However, Peng Lai's eyes widened when he saw Duan Ling Tian. This was because he saw Duan Ling Tian stopping in the distance. When he moved again, his speed was already on par with Lin Yuan's. He's bringing 3 people with him. At the same time, Peng Lai finally noticed the 3 people Duan Ling Tian was bringing with him. He gulped nervously. After he changed places, the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area stirred and was absorbed by him. What's his assist-type divine ability? Why is the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area not enough for him? After all, Peng Lai was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on what he had seen earlier, it did not take him long to figure this out. Since Peng Lai had noticed it, Lin Yuan had noticed it as well. How's this possible? Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. However, his hatred for Duan Ling Tian overshadowed this ominous feeling. His assist-type divine ability must have raised his saint origin to its limit. Even if I can't catch up to him, he won't be able to escape under my watch. When the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll die. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan continued to chase after Duan Ling Tian. During this time, Lin Yuan discovered Duan Ling Tian had changed places to use his assist-type divine ability to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Initially, Peng Lai was terrified. He thought Duan Ling Tian's strength would increase by using his assist-type divine ability. However, when he discovered Duan Ling Tian's speed was still the same as his, he could not help but sneer. "You're just playing tricks on me." As long as Duan Ling Tian's strength did not increase, Lin Yuan was not afraid at all. However, did Duan Ling Tian's strength not increase at all? Naturally, the answer was no. In fact, when Duan Ling Tian changed places for the 2nd time and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, his speed was much faster than Lin Yuan's. However, he did not do that. He did not think it was necessary. As long as he maintained the same speed as Lin Yuan would not be able to catch up to him. At the same time, he could use his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to improve his saint origin. His saint origin would be comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Yuan chased after Duan Ling Tian like a cat chasing a mouse. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were dazzled when they saw this. Although they could not see Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian's figures clearly, they could vaguely sense their speed was about the same. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have caught up to Duan Ling Tian or Duan Ling Tian would have escaped. Duan Ling Tian's speed seems to be much faster than before. He's relying on his assist-type divine ability to increase his speed. Once the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll return to his original state. However, his assist-type divine ability is really amazing. Even though he's carrying 3 people, he's still able to keep up with Elder Lin Yuan. It's really amazing. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Zhenhong, began to discuss among themselves again. At the same time, they were also watching the battle intently. Although they could not see anything clearly, they could vaguely hear the sound of 2 figures tearing through the air one after the other. They did not even blink as they continued to watch the battle. It was as though they were afraid of missing out on something. But now, they had overlooked another problem. After the effect of his assist-type divine ability wore off, Duan Ling Tian would return to his original state and Lin Yuan would catch up to him. Why did he not run away? Why was he running in circles on the spot? About 10 breaths later, Duan Ling Tian had cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. It's done! Duan Ling Tian had finally raised his saint origin to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian's confidence was boosted when his body was filled with explosive saint origin. Whoosh! He paused for a moment and turned around to look at Lin Yuan, who was chasing after him. What's he doing? Could it be that the effect of his assist-type divine ability has worn off? He knows he can't escape, so he decided to fight Elder Lin Yuan head-on? That's possible. Apart from the patrolling disciples, even Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace shared the same thoughts. Only the person involved, Elder Lin Yuan of the Wandering Saint Palace, felt more and more uneasy. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. It was a 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword. Condense! With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian channeled his son's Saint Origin that was comparable to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage into the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. In the next moment, go! Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chapter 2273. Swoosh. The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Lin Yuan, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace, who was pursuing Duan Ling Tian, suddenly felt as though he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. Oh no! Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. His Saint Origin surged with devil chi and formed a shield in front of him. The shield was so huge that it seemed to be able to support the sky. You're not much stronger than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who I killed a year ago. He's Xianxia's father. These words rang in Lin Yuan's ears as soon as he heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. Xianxia's father? Wasn't that He Qing? He Qing was killed by him. Just as this thought subconsciously appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, he suddenly realized something. A loud explosion interrupted his train of thought. He didn't even have time to react when a sword light flashed past his eyes. Bang! Immediately after, the defensive technique that he hastily put up was also shattered under the bombardment of the sword light. After the huge shield completely condensed from Saint Qi was disintegrated, the sword light continued to fly towards Lin Yuan without slowing down in the slightest. No! Lin Yuan cried out in despair. He did not even have time to react before his glabella was pierced, leaving behind a bloody hole. Swoosh! As soon as the bloody hole appeared between Lin Yuan's glabella, a soul that looked exactly like him flew out of his body. It was none other than Lin Yuan. When he realized he would not be able to dodge the sword ray, he had decisively abandoned his body and cast the soul detachment technique that was unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to escape. However, would he be able to escape? Swoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian, who was carrying Duan Xiling, had already appeared before Lin Yuan's glabella was pierced by the sword ray. It was as though he was crossing heaven and earth with each step he took. In just a blink of an eye, he was already near Lin Yuan. Soul escape! Duan Ling Tian didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Lin Yuan's soul leave his body before his body was killed. Instead, he sneered. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian hugged his daughter, Duan Xiling, tightly in his arms as he raised his right hand and struck Lin Yuan's body and soul with his palm. Immediately, bang! A loud, muffled sound was heard. At the same time, waves of majestic Saint Origin surged out of Duan Ling Tian's right palm like a surging river. Wave after wave, it was endless. No! Lin Yuan's soul, which had just escaped from his body, let out a cry of despair in the face of the destructive power that swept over like a vast ocean. The next moment, whether it was his body or soul, it was like a lone boat in the vast sea that was drowned by a wave. During this entire process, he did not even cause the slightest ripple. Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was dead. Lin Yuan was the second elder of the Wandering Saint Palace who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage that Duan Ling Tian had killed in the past year. He's dead. Among the people present on the scene, only Peng Lai, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, clearly saw how Duan Ling Tian killed Lin Yuan. For this reason, he was the most shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian killing Lin Yuan. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian was toying with elder Lin Yuan from the beginning? When Peng Lai looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with horror. After he came to a stop for the last time, not only did he not continue to flee, he turned around and attacked elder Lin Yuan with lightning speed. He easily destroyed elder Lin Yuan's body when elder Lin Yuan cast the soul-detaching technique that's unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He easily killed elder Lin Yuan. Thinking of the scene just now, Peng Lai's pupils shrank again and again, and his heart trembled. Terrifying. This was too terrifying. Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. In the entire Wandering Saint Palace, the only person who could kill elder Lin Yuan so easily was the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Although I'm not sure if Duan Ling Tian is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one thing is certain. After Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, His strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the Palace Master, I'm afraid no one in the entire Wandering Saint Palace is a match for him. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, the 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, did not see Duan Lingtian's movements, but they knew Elder Lin Yuan had been killed by Duan Lingtian. What? What's going on? What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lingtian being chased by Elder Lin Yuan earlier? Not only did he attack Elder Lin Yuan, but he even killed him in just a blink of an eye. Elder Lin Yuan died just like that. It only took him a few moments to kill Elder Lin Yuan. Is Duan Lingtian a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Doesn't that mean he's at the same level as our Palace Master? The hearts of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace twitched when they saw Duan Lingtian collecting Lin Yuan's spatial ring with just a wave of his hand. They began to discuss among themselves after a while. Apart from being shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to kill Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, in such a short time, they suspected Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, how could he have killed Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time? Even if Elder Lin Yuan is the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil Clan, Xing Yuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time. I agree. No matter how strong Xing Yuan Ba is, he's only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he's at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Lin Yuan so easily. The 2 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace chimed in. Due to this reason, they were even more certain. The purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, was most likely a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked. On the other hand, Ker and Gon Ruyen were not surprised at all. Their expressions remained calm. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was not a big deal for him to kill an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his strength, if he wants to join our Wandering Saint Palace, even Lord Palace Master would personally welcome him. However, we're not only refusing him entry, but we're also provoking him. Duan Lingtian said. While Ding Jianhong sighed, he could not help but mutter softly. His voice was not loud, so the other 3 patrolling disciples did not hear what he said. However, Elder Peng Lai, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, heard Ding Jianhong's words clearly. Duan Lingtian wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Peng Lai's eyes widened when he heard Ding Jianhong's words. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Ding Jianhong. Previously, he had rushed over from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. All he knew was that Duan Lingtian had killed a disciple and an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not know that Duan Lingtian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian had intentionally come to provoke the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Yes. Ding Jianhong quickly replied through voice transmission. He did not dare to be negligent. Since he's here to join the Wandering Saint Palace, why did he kill Chen En? Peng Lai was puzzled by this. It should be Chen En who blasphemed his woman. I believe Elder Peng Lai has heard of Chen En as well. He's extremely obsessed with women, and when he saw such a pair of gorgeous sisters, he probably thought that they didn't have any background. So, it's normal for him to go a little overboard with his words. Ding Jianhong smiled wryly through voice transmission. Damn it! I can't believe it! Peng Lai's expression darkened when he heard Ding Jianhong's reply. He did not doubt Ding Jianhong's words at all. After all, it was impossible for a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace for no reason when he wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. That Wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chen En, must have crossed the line and was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. It's also good that Chen Tong died because he didn't teach his son well. At this moment, Peng Lai only felt, the deaths of Chen Tong and Chen En were purely due to their own actions. It's a pity for Elder Lin Yuan. If Duan Lingtian had joined the Wandering Saint Palace and displayed his strength, Elder Lin Yuan wouldn't have killed him even if he had a deep grudge with him. When Peng Lai recalled Lin Yuan who was killed by Duan Ling Tian, he felt it was a pity. He believed that Duan Ling Tian was not a weakling. Even if Lin Yuan had a grudge with Duan Ling Tian, as long as Duan Ling Tian had the strength to suppress Lin Yuan would not dare to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Everyone was afraid of death. Moreover, it was such a worthless death. Lord Duan Ling Tian, why you intend to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Chapter 2274. Lord Duan Ling Tian? Elder Peng Lai's attitude changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Ding Jianhong and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked. However, when they thought about it and recalled Duan Ling Tian's formidable strength, they came to a realization. If Duan Ling Tian isn't joking and really wants to join our Wandering Saint Palace, I'm afraid Lord Palace Master wouldn't blame him for killing Chen Tong, Chen An, and Elder Lin Yuan. Ding Jianhong thought to himself, after all, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like him is much more valuable than Chen Tong, Chen An, and Elder Lin Yuan combined. Ding Jianhong inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He bowed at Duan Ling Tian and said, Lord Duan Ling Tian. When the other 3 patrolling disciples saw Ding Jianhong bowing respectfully to Duan Ling Tian after Peng Lai, they hastily bowed as well even though they were still in a daze. Lord Duan Ling Tian. After the 3 Dao masters greeted Duan Ling Tian in unison, the entire place fell silent again. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently to Peng Lai's question, I sincerely want to join the Wandering Saint Palace. However, it seems like the people in the Wandering Saint Palace aren't very welcoming of me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Peng Lai meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. It's an accident. Peng Lai hastily waved his hand when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him meaningfully. Peng Lai said solemnly, if Lord Duan Ling Tian really wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace will naturally welcome you. I believe even the Lord Palace Master will be happy to know that Lord Duan Ling Tian wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Really? I've killed many people from the Wandering Saint Palace earlier. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Those people that Lord Duan Ling Tian killed deserve to be killed. If they didn't provoke you, why would you kill them, Lord Duan Ling Tian? Peng Lai forced a smile on his face. Although his words sounded like he was flattering Duan Ling Tian, they were his true thoughts. Lord Duan Ling Tian and madams, please follow me. I'll arrange a place for you. I'll inform the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He'll meet Lord Duan Ling Tian was assigned a place Palace Master Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded Lai's words. Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. Gan Ruyen frowned when she heard Peng Lai's words. However, she did not say anything in the end. She's not my madam. As soon as Peng Lai finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian pointed at Gan Ruyen and said, she's my wife's sister. Lord Duan Ling Tian, I'm sorry. Madam, I'm sorry. Miss, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Peng Lai immediately apologized to Duan Ling Tian, Conqueror, and Gan Ruyen awkwardly. He did not expect he would make such a big mistake. After apologizing, he looked at Duan Ling Tian cautiously as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would pursue the matter. However, he sighed in relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of pursuing the matter. Following that, he led the way. When Duan Ling Tian corrected Peng Lai, Gan Ruyan's expression darkened. She thought to herself, who cares? When Duan Ling Tian saw Peng Lai walking toward the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he quickly followed after him with Duan Siling in his arms. He did not bring Ker and Gan Ruyen with him this time. There was no need to. Peng Lai walked slowly as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian and the others would not be able to keep up with him. For this reason, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to bring the 2 women with him. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the others followed Peng Lai into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Peng Lai. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. If Lord Duan Ling Tian joins the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll probably become a vice palace master, right? Ding Jianhong muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud, It was heard by the other 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. All of them nodded in agreement. With Lord Duan Lingtian's strength, it's more than enough for him to become a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. If he really becomes a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace's strength will increase greatly. With this, we'll be able to make up for the loss of the 2 elders who died in his hands. If he becomes a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, the title of the first vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace will most likely fall on his head. Of course. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves. They were all guessing that Duan Lingtian would become a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. I'm afraid it's no longer possible to hide what happened today. At the same time, Ding Jianhong seemed to have discovered something. He looked around and sighed. There were a few figures hidden behind the clouds in the sky. Needless to say, these people were patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace like him. Moreover, they must have been here for quite some time. They must have seen what happened earlier. Meanwhile, under the arrangement of Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in an independent mansion. At the same time, Peng Lai considerately arranged a few servants for them. Peng Lai is a smart person. After Peng Lai left, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After he killed Elder Lin Yuan of the Wandering Saint Palace, not only was Peng Lai no longer hostile toward him, but Peng Lai was also very respectful toward him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could tell that Peng Lai was sincere. The respect that Peng Lai displayed in front of him was from the bottom of his heart and was not fake. Up until now, Peng Lai was the only person from the Wandering Saint Palace whom he had a good impression of. If I settle down in the Wandering Saint Palace in the future, I'll definitely need some helpers. This Peng Lai is a talent that can be molded. However, before I reveal some information to him, I'll need him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although it was said that one shouldn't doubt the people they used and shouldn't use those they doubted, in this dangerous world, the lightning penalty oath was the most direct and straightforward way to obtain a person's loyalty, and there were no hidden dangers. Most importantly, what Duan Lingtian wanted to do was considered a traitor from the human devil clan's point of view. Naturally, he had to be careful. Daddy, Daddy. The people here are so strange. At first they were so mean to us, but after Daddy chased them away, they became much more polite. Duan Xiling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, said to Duan Lingtian, "That's right. These people are like that. They won't listen to us unless we beat them up." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Upon hearing his words, Kerr only smiled faintly. As for Gan Ru Yen, she had a strange expression on her face. While Peng Lai went to look for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, shocking news began to spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. When the news spread, it caused an uproar in the Wandering Saint Palace. Chen En, a patrolling disciple, was killed outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Chen En's father, Elder Chen Tong, wanted to avenge Chen En, but he was killed by that person as well? The news had spread like wildfire, causing a commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. In the history of the Wandering Saint Palace, it was rare for someone to be so bold as to kill a disciple outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, let alone an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. This was a slap to the face. It was a slap to the Wandering Saint Palace's face. Who's so bold? Is he tired of living? Most of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were furious. They felt the madman had a death wish. However, when they heard another piece of news, they were rendered speechless. After Elder Lin Yuan received the news from the patrolling disciple who crushed the communication jade slip, he personally took action. But in the end, he was still killed by that madman? How's that possible? Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could he be killed so easily? It said that the madman only used 2 moves to kill Elder Lin Yuan, just like how he killed Elder Chen Tong. He killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves? What a joke. This isn't a joke. It said that the madman deliberately teased Elder Lin Yuan at the beginning, bringing 2 women and a little girl to let Elder Lin Yuan chase him. In the end, he seemed to feel that he had teased enough, so he struck out like a thunderbolt and killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Who did you hear this from? A patrolling disciple who was hiding in the dark told me. Similar rumors were spreading in the Wandering Saint Palace. When these words entered the ears of Ding Jianhong and the other 3 patrolling disciples, they could not help but frown. Those patrolling disciples who are hiding in the dark don't know what's going on at all. They're just spreading rumors. This is too much, Ding Jianhong said with a dark expression on his face. Currently, all the rumors in the Wandering Saint Palace were unfavorable to Duan Ling Tian. However, as one of the people involved, Ding Jianhong knew the truth. Even if Duan Ling Tian had killed the Chen family's father and son and elder Lin Yuan, Duan Ling Tian's actions had a reason, and he wasn't being arrogant or reckless. No. I must reveal the truth to the public. Otherwise, it won't be good for the Wandering Saint Palace if Lord Duan Ling Tian is displeased with this. Chapter 2275. News that was unfavorable to Duan Ling Tian spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. Soon after, 2 pieces of news began to spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. The reason Chanan was killed by that expert was because he disrespected that expert's woman with his words. The reason why Chen Tong was killed by that expert was because he saw his son being killed, so he tried to kill that expert without distinguishing between right and wrong. In the end, he was killed instead. When the news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. After all, before this, most people had viewed the Chen father and son as the weaker party. Since they were from the Wandering Saint Palace, it was only natural for them to side with the Chen father and son. However, as the news spread, most of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciples began to doubt the authenticity of the news. They no longer sided with the Chen father and son duo. Are these 2 pieces of news true? Many people were doubtful about these 2 pieces of news. After all, these 2 pieces of news were too sudden. It was as though they were deliberately spread. It should be true. This is because the news came from a few patrolling disciples who were lucky enough to survive. Compared to the patrolling disciples who are hiding in the dark, these few people know more about what happened. Someone in the know revealed this piece of news. In an instant, the news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. In the end, almost everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace knew about this. The Chen father and son had a death wish for what they had done. Naturally, there were still many people who continued to defend the Chen father and son because they thought they were from the Wandering Saint Palace. Regardless of what happened, that person dared to kill our people outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. That's a slap in the face to the Wandering Saint Palace. That's right. We can't let that madman off. If that madman doesn't die, what will happen to the Wandering Saint Palace's reputation? We must ask Lord Palace Master to personally punish him. While the Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar over the deaths of the Chen father and son, another piece of news spread. The powerhouse who killed the Chen clan's father and son is also a pure human devil. He's here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. However, in the end, the father and son from the Chen clan treated us unkindly and caused the death of one of our patrolling disciples. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace fell silent when they heard the news. The madman they were talking about was actually a humanoid devil who possessed a pure human bloodline? Was it one of their kind? Moreover, was the young man here to join the Wandering Saint Palace? After a brief moment of silence, another commotion broke out in the Wandering Saint Palace. Oh my God! That expert is actually one of us? Moreover, he intends to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Become one of us? That's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who could kill Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Even if he's not as strong as our Lord Palace Master, I'm afraid he's not much weaker, right? Such an expert, yet the Chen father and son actually refused to let him in? Idiot! Idiot! Humph! From the looks of it, the death of the Chen family's father and son was purely their own fault. At this moment, no one in the Wandering Saint Palace supported the Chen family's father and son. Everyone was condemning the Chen family. The reason for this was because of the Chen family's father and son. Not only was the young man suspected to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also one of them with a pure human bloodline. Of course, the most important thing was that the powerhouse wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace's strength would skyrocket. This was a good thing for everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although the members of the Wandering Saint Palace were known as humanoid devils, they were all pure humans. In the human world they were devil cultivators. Let alone the devil clans, they did not feel a sense of belonging even in the human devil clans. Only in the Wandering Saint Palace did they feel a sense of belonging. Due to this unique sense of belonging, everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace hoped that the Wandering Saint Palace would grow stronger and better. For a force like the Wandering Saint Palace, if they wanted to grow stronger, they would need another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only then would the Wandering Saint Palace have more room to grow. Today, they learned that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was planning to join the Wandering Saint Palace, but he was stopped by the Chen father and son. The Chen father and son were clearly blocking the path of the Wandering Saint Palace. This was equivalent to blocking the path of everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace. As members of the Wandering Saint Palace, how could they not be angry? After all, this matter concerned the interests of the Wandering Saint Palace and the Wandering Saint Palace. Not only did the father and son from the Chen clan cause the death of one of our patrolling disciples, but even Elder Lin Yuan was killed because of them. Damn it! They deserve to die. Soon after, many people began to voice their opinions. You're wrong about that. At this moment, another person stepped forward and explained, Elder Lin Yuan's death has nothing to do with the Chen father and son. It's because Elder Lin Yuan had a personal grudge with the powerhouse who wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. It was precisely because of this personal enmity that he wished for nothing more than to crush that expert's bones and scatter his ashes. And he even attacked that expert. Personal grudge? What personal grudge? Immediately, many people were puzzled by this. Speaking of personal grudges, I have to mention the incident that happened a year ago. Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, Elder He Qing's son, He Xianxia, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Situ Yuji, died outside a ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master, right? Of course. It caused quite a commotion back then. It said that the three of them died in the hands of a Duanling Tian. That Duanling Tian seems to be one of us who possesses a pure human bloodline. Don't tell me he's... That's right. He's the powerhouse who killed the Chen father and son, as well as Elder Lin Yuan. Heavens! It's him. As similar discussions spread throughout the Wandering Saint Palace, it was as though an earthquake had struck the Wandering Saint Palace. Everyone was shaken by the news. The powerhouse was Duanling Tian who killed the sons and grandsons of the three elders in the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago? I didn't expect him to be the person from a year ago. If that's the case, it's normal for Elder Lin Yuan to kill him. However, Elder Lin Yuan probably didn't expect him to be so powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Of course. Even if Elder Lin Yuan has a grudge with him for killing his grandsons, he wouldn't have acted recklessly if he knew he would die. Indeed. Only a fool would seek death when he knows he's going to die. The Wandering Saint Palace was destined to be chaotic today. Duanling Tian? Brother Ling Tian? It's him. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, in the spacious residence of one of the vice palace masters, a young man dressed in brocade robes rose to his feet in shock when he heard the news from the outside. Naturally, he was familiar with the name Duanling Tian. If Duanling Tian did not save him a year ago, he would have died in the ruin left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be so powerful. After a year, Duanling Tian had appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace in such a domineering manner. It's still acceptable for him to kill Elder Chen Tong in 2 moves, but he killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Could it be that his cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The young man's heart raced when he thought about this. After all, Elder Lin Yuan was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although he was not at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young man was none other than Huang Qi-ling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace whom Duanling Tian had met a year ago. At that time, Huang Qi-ling had sensed that Duanling Tian was not a member of the Wandering Saint Palace. That was why he had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Duanling Tian. Due to Huang Qi-ling, Duanling Tian had gotten into a conflict with 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duanling Tian managed to kill the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace despite being besieged. The 3 disciples were the sons of the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. He seems to be in the Wandering Saint Palace right now. Huang Qiling no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He flew up into the air and left the spacious mansion. There was a guest area in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Usually, guests would be arranged in this area. The guest area was divided into several smaller areas. Distinguished guests would usually be arranged in separate mansions. After arriving at the guest area, Huang Qiling asked around and found out which mansion Duan Ling Tian and the others were arranged in. Brother Ling Tian. When they arrived outside Duan Ling Tian's mansion, Huang Qiling did not barge in rashly. Instead, he called out loudly. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with saint origin so it could be heard from afar. Come in. A familiar and gentle voice rang in Huang Qiling's ears, causing him to smile from ear to ear. He could tell the owner of the voice had not forgotten about him. How did you know I'm here? Chapter 2276. Brother Ling Tian, you're now famous in the Wandering Saint Palace. If you go out and say your name, who in the Wandering Saint Palace wouldn't know you? Huang Qiling said with a smile. Heavenly voice novel initially, he was worried Duan Lingtian's attitude toward him would change. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same as before. He was suspected to be a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when Huang Qiling saw Duan Lingtian greeting him with a smile, he realized something was amiss. This brother Ling Tian was still the same brother Ling Tian from a year ago. Oh! Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard Huang Qiling's words. Duan Ling Tian finally understood what had happened after Huang Qiling's words. His actions today had caused a commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. Father! Who's he? At this moment, Duan Xiling walked out of one of the rooms. As she walked toward Duan Ling Tian, she stared at Huang Qiling curiously. He's father's friend. You can call him uncle. Duan Ling Tian hugged Duan Xiling as soon as she came to his side. He had a doting expression on his face as he spoke to Duan Xiling, Uncle. Duan Xiling looked at Huang Qiling and called out to him sweetly. Huang Qiling responded with a smile and a burst of warmth rose in his heart. All of this was because Duan Ling Tian had addressed him as a friend. In other words, Duan Ling Tian had treated him as a friend. Since it's our first meeting, I didn't bring a gift. I obtained this jade pendant by chance a few years ago. I'll give it to you. Huang Qiling rummaged through his spatial ring before he took out a jade pendant that was round and green. The moment the jade pendant appeared, the air in the surroundings seemed to have warmed up. It was as though the jade pendant was a natural furnace. Duan Xiling did not take the jade pendant when Huang Qiling handed it to her. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she was waiting for his permission. Since it's a gift from me, you can take it. Duan Ling Tian smiled affectionately as he patted Duan Xiling's head. Thank you, uncle. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Duan Xiling grabbed Huang Qiling's jade pendant and played with it. Wow! It's so warm and comfortable. I didn't expect brother Ling Tian to have a daughter. Huang Qiling. At the same time, he could not help but recall Duan Ling Tian's name. When Huang Wenjing first returned, she thought he was close to Duan Ling Tian, so she had come to ask him about Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he could tell Duan Xiling was interested in Duan Ling Tian. Huang Wenjing had fallen in love with Duan Ling Tian. Sister Wenjing still doesn't know brother Ling Tian has a wife and daughter. If she finds out, I'm sure she'll be sad. At this moment, the news of brother Ling Tian's arrival in the Wandering Saint Palace has most likely reached her ears. Huang Qiling sighed inwardly when he thought about this. He knew Huang Wenjing very well. She had been arrogant since she was young. Although she had many suitors, she had never looked at a man seriously, let alone fall in love with one. Due to this reason, when he discovered Huang Wenjing had fallen for Duan Ling Tian a year ago, he was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. I'm afraid only someone like brother Ling Tian is worthy of sister Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. At that time, Huang Qiling had sighed inwardly. However, he realized now that Huang Wenjing had fallen in love with Huang Wenjing. Even if Duan Ling Tian was worthy of Huang Wenjing, it was impossible for them to be together since Duan Ling Tian already had a wife and daughter. Although it was normal for powerful men to have multiple wives in this world where only the strong were respected, he knew Huang Wenjing's temper very well. She would never share the same man with another woman. While Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling were chatting, in the residence of an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air as a white-haired old woman smashed the stone table in front of her into pieces. The old woman's bright eyes were suffused with a cold glint. It was like a knife or a sword, as if it could tear everything apart. Duan Lingtian. Following that, the old woman let out a low, hoarse roar, almost enunciating every word. Her tone was filled with anger and endless hatred. Of course, it was also filled with deep helplessness. I'm useless. I won't be able to avenge you for the time being. The old woman's eyes widened as she muttered to herself. However, don't worry. Although I can't kill Duan Lingtian, I can kill the people around him. I heard he has a wife and a daughter. I don't believe he'll be able to stay by his wife and daughter's side for the rest of his life. As long as I have the chance, I'll kill his wife and daughter and bury them with you. I'll make Duan Lingtian suffer for the rest of his life. I'll make him regret killing you. The hatred in the old woman's voice intensified as she muttered to herself. It was as though she would not rest until Duan Lingtian was dead. Based on the old woman's words, it was obvious who she was. She was none other than the grandmother of Situ Yuji, one of the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace whom Duan Lingtian had killed a year ago. She was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 2 of the 3 disciples killed by Duan Lingtian a year ago had their elders killed by Duan Lingtian. Only Lu Wei, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace, was left. Today, Lu Wei learned that Duan Lingtian, the person who killed her grandson, had come to the Wandering Saint Palace. When she heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Lin Yuan, whose strength was on par with hers with just 2 moves, she temporarily dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Lingtian. This was because she knew she would only be courting death if she sought revenge from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, she had chosen another path of revenge. She wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian's wife and daughter so that Duan Lingtian would regret it for the rest of his life. However, would she be able to obtain that opportunity? Brother Lingtian, it's here. Suddenly, a voice came from outside and clearly entered Lu Wei's ears, causing Lu Wei's expression to change greatly. Brother Lingtian? Don't tell me it's Duan Lingtian. When he thought of this, Lu Wei, whose expression had already changed greatly, couldn't help but fiercely shrink his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as Lu Wei's eyes widened, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock again. She did not know how to react at all. Whoosh! When Lu Wei finally regained her senses, a figure appeared in her line of sight. It was a purple-clad young man. Although it was her first time meeting this young man, she had seen him in the portrait before, so she recognized him at a glance. This purple-clad young man was the person who killed her grandson, Situ Yuji. He was her sworn enemy. Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Another sound of wind whistling rang in the air. It was a young man in embroidered clothes. He was none other than Huang Qiling. Duan Lingtian, why are you here? I didn't look for you to take revenge. Lu Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. In Lu Wei's opinion, if she did not look for Duan Lingtian to take revenge, then Duan Lingtian had no reason to kill her. However, did some things require a reason? I know you didn't look for me to take revenge. When he heard Lu Wei's words, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, however, I have a habit. I don't like to let a hidden danger that can threaten the safety of the people around me continue to exist in this world. Duan Lingtian revealed his intentions after he finished speaking. He wanted to eliminate the source of trouble. He wanted to completely eliminate Lu Wei, this hidden danger. Huang Qiling, you're the one who asked him to kill me? Lu Wei's eyes widened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She looked at Huang Qiling ferociously as she said, don't forget that you're the son of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. You violated the palace rules by helping an outsider to deal with me. Elder Lu Wei, what are you talking about? Huang Qiling frowned when he heard Lu Wei's words. He pretended to be confused as he said, I'm only accompanying Brother Lingtian around the palace today. What do you mean by helping an outsider to deal with you? Why don't I understand? Don't act dumb.
Lu Wei said coldly. You know very well what you've done.
In fact, Lu Wei had guessed correctly. The reason Duan Ling Tian appeared here was due to Huang Qiling's persuasion. Brother Ling Tian, with your actions today, Situ Yuji's grandmother, Elder Lu Wei of Wandering Saint Palace, definitely won't dare to seek revenge from you. However, she's not a simple person. Perhaps, she won't dare to seek revenge from you in the future. However, she'll do whatever it takes to make you feel regret and pain. For example, she'll harm the people around you. And this was also her usual method in the past. When she was young, she once had an extremely resounding nickname, Black Widow. Therefore, I advise you. If possible, it's best if you kill her before the palace master comes looking for you to prevent future trouble. These were Huang Qiling's exact words before they arrived. Upon hearing Huang Qiling's words, Duan Ling Tian thanked Huang Qiling and did not hesitate to ask Huang Qiling to lead the way to Lu Wei, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. His wife and daughter were even more important to him than his own life. He would not allow anyone who could threaten them to live in this world. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword appeared in his hand. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Wei. Sword-wielding technique. As soon as Lu Wei turned around to flee, Duan Ling Tian's 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword flew out from his hand. Stop. Chapter 2277. Swoosh. The 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword shot out like a meteor, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. Spurt. A soft sound rang in the air as the 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword pierced through the back of Lu Wei's head and came out from between her eyebrows. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire process happened in just a blink of an eye. When the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword killed Lu Wei's body, it also destroyed her soul that was about to use the soul separation technique to escape, completely cutting off her life force. It was impossible for her to survive. Lu Wei, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was dead. She was killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single strike. She did not even have time to cast the soul-detaching technique to escape. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to succeed so easily was that he had devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy outside the mansion to raise the Sun Saint origin in his body to its limit before he entered the mansion. His Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Coupled with the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, it was easy for him to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
Huang Qiling, who was hovering in the air, was shocked when he saw Lu Wei being killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye.
One strike. Just one strike. At this moment, Huang Qiling's heart twitched violently. Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Wei, an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace, with just one strike. It was as easy as killing a chicken. Killing a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was as easy as killing a chicken. Perhaps only a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was capable of such a feat. You're Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a furious and loud voice sounded. Along with it, a figure appeared out of thin air. The figure seemed to appear out of thin air above the mansion. Huang Qiling could not help but shudder when he saw the figure. He quickly bowed respectfully. Lord Palace Master. At this moment, Huang Qiling recalled something. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian made his move, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had stopped him. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him and continued to kill Elder Lu Wei from the Wandering Saint Palace. Huang Qiling knew the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was angry when he sensed the cold aura from the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he was quite angry. If Brother Ling Tian really joins the Wandering Saint Palace, Lord Palace Master shouldn't do anything to Brother Ling Tian. After all, the value of Brother Ling Tian alone is much higher than Elder Lu Wei and Elder Lin Yuan combined. Huang Qiling comforted himself. Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? After Duan Ling Tian put away Elder Lu Wei's spatial ring, he noticed the figure that had appeared out of thin air. When he heard Huang Qiling's greeting, he knew the person who had arrived was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Ling Tian looked over, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace appeared before him. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace wore a silver robe. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build.
Although he did not have a striking appearance, he had a dignified air about him. He exuded the aura of a superior. At this moment, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was glaring at Duan Tian coldly as he emitted a cold aura.
"You're Duan Tian?" The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace finally spoke. His voice was as cold as ice, giving people the impression that he was in a world of ice and snow. "Yes." Even though Duan Tian was facing a famous powerhouse in the human devil clan like the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he remained calm. He was neither servile nor overbearing. After all, his current strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he did not need to be humble when dealing with a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "Elder Lin Yuan made a move on you, so it's understandable that you killed him. However, Elder Lu Wei did not make a move on you. Do you think the Wandering Saint Palace is a pushover when you come to her residence to kill her?" The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace said coldly. His voice became colder as he spoke. Even Huang Qiling, who was standing in the distance, could not help but shudder when he heard the voice of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. On the other hand, Duan Tian remained calm as though he was not affected by the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's words. He replied indifferently, "Palace Master Yuan, you're being too presumptuous. I, Duan Tian, have always believed in the principle of, I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I've never killed without reason. The people I killed, in my opinion, deserve to be killed. As for that old woman, don't you know who she is, Palace Master Yuan?" Duan Tian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace fearlessly. Not long after Duan Tian arrived in the Human Devil Saint City, he had heard of the leaders of the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. One of them was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was Yuan Haochen. Most people called him Palace Master Yuan. "I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I've never killed without reason." "Good, good. Very good." Yuan Haochen was so angry that he laughed when he heard Duan Tian's words. He said angrily, "Today, I'd like to see what makes you, Duan Tian, qualified to act so arrogantly in my Wandering Saint Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Haochen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. At the very least, in Huang Qiling's eyes, Yuan Haochen had disappeared into thin air. However, in Duan Tian's eyes, Yuan Haochen seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flew toward him. During this process, Yuan Haochen's body that was originally of average height began to swell. "What kind of technique is this?" Duan Tian was stunned when he saw Yuan Haochen's body that was originally of average height began to swell up in just a blink of an eye. However, even though he was stunned, Duan Tian did not dare to underestimate the danger before him. Golden Crow's wings. When Yuan Haochen, who was wearing a silver robe, was about to reach Duan Tian did not hesitate to use his movement divine ability and unleash his son's saint origin. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Tian's back at lightning speed. With a flap of the wings, Duan Tian dodged Yuan Haochen's attack at a ridiculously fast speed. Brother Ling Tian has disappeared as well. As soon as Duan Tian made his move, he disappeared from Huang Qiling's line of sight as well. How fast? Huang Qiling knew very well what had happened. Whether it was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace or Brother Ling Tian, they had not really disappeared. Their speed was so fast that Huang Qiling could not even see them with his naked eye. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is much stronger than the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism in the upper province. After Duan Tian dodged Yuan Haochen's attack with his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, he discovered the distance between him and Yuan Haochen was getting shorter and shorter. Duan Tian's expression turned even more solemn. "If this continues, he'll catch up to me sooner or later. It seems like I'll have to fight him." With this thought in mind, Duan Tian continued to fly as he turned around. With a raise of his hand, the 1,000 inscription saint sword appeared in his hand again. Sword-wielding art.
With this thought in mind, the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, leaving a fleeting sound of sword whistling in the air.
What a fast sword. No wonder he could kill Elder Lu Wei with just one strike. He didn't even have time to use the soul detachment technique. Although Duan Lingtian's 1,000 inscription saint sword was fast, it was still within the range of Yuan Haochen's control. An attack of this level was not a threat to him. Duan Lingtian must have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength should be at the bottom of the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he's still a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. While many thoughts flashed through his mind, Yuan Haochen raised his hand and condensed his Saint Qi again. During this process, Yang Kai's Saint Qi streaked across the void and seemed to form a mysterious connection with the surrounding heavens and earth. This mysterious connection seemed to have caused Yuan Haochen's Saint origin to resonate with heaven and earth. All of a sudden, swoosh! Yuan Haochen suddenly moved his right hand. Saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth shot out from his fingers like 5 bolts of lightning as he grabbed at the air in front of him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Qi, 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 qi. With a buzzing sound, Yuan Haochen grabbed at the air in front of him, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a sword that was completely grasped in his hand. A terrifying energy surged out of the sword as it trembled violently as though it was trying to break free from Yuan Haochen's grip. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free from Yuan Haochen's grip. Yuan Haochen's hand was like a pair of pincers that clamped tightly on the sword, preventing it from moving at all. The sword was none other than the 1,000 inscription saint sword that Duan Lingtian had used to wield the sword from the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a level. Chapter 2278. Duan Lingtian could see it. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had only used the profundity of his martial tactics. He did not even use any divine abilities. However, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the 1,000 inscription saint sword that Duan Lingtian had activated with all his might with just a casual grab. The 1,000 inscription saint sword could not move at all. It was as though it was gripped by a pair of pliers. Duan Lingtian had used the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage, the sword wielding the heart. Even so, Yuan Haochen still managed to stop the 1,000 inscription saint sword. Moreover, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the 1,000 inscription saint sword with such ease. His saint origin seems to have formed a connection with heaven and earth. It seems like he has reached the heaven and man unity stage. Duan Lingtian finally understood why Yuan Haochen was so strong. Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a certain level. In terms of cultivation base, he had reached a very high level. That was why he was able to unleash the power of his saint origin. Shang Yuan casually grasped at the 1,000 inscription sacred sword that he had launched with all his strength using only the profundities of his martial arts. Shang Yuan easily caught the 1,000 inscription sacred sword. What kind of technique was this? Meanwhile, the energy on the 1,000 inscription saint sword that Yuan Haochen was unable to break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp began to dissipate as time passed. In the next instant, Yuan Haochen grabbed the 1,000 inscription saint sword. All of a sudden, ding! A crisp and ear-piercing sound rang out. It was Yuan Haochen who had flicked his finger and pointed it at the 1,000 inscription sacred sword, sending it flying. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscription saint sword that was sent flying turned into a sword ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian as though it had eyes. Duan Lingtian's son Saint Qi boiled and gathered in his hands as he caught the sword with both hands. Even so, when he caught the 1,000 inscription sacred sword, the terrifying energy coming from it shook the sun saint origin in his hands. Even his hands were numb. What a powerful force! Immediately, Duan Lingtian was also shocked to the point that his heart jumped. Yuan Haochen had only used his Saint Qi to deflect the 1,000 inscription sacred sword with a casual flick of his finger. He hadn't even used any martial arts or divine abilities, yet he was already so terrifying. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized how terrifying it was for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to comprehend heaven and earth. Based on the saint origin of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, his comprehension of heaven and earth must have reached a certain level. I'm afraid he's not far from triggering the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, try and take this. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, shouted when Duan Lingtian had fully grasped the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. With a raise of his hand, his saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth surged out. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Yuan Haochen's shout. What a joke! With Yuan Haochen's strength, he could easily grab the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword that Duan Lingtian had unleashed with all his might with just a casual grab. If Duan Lingtian's palm strike contained both martial arts and divine abilities, Duan Lingtian would not be able to block it even if it contained both martial arts and divine abilities. It seems like I have no choice but to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. When Duan Lingtian thought of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, when he realized he might die today. The Devil Seal Tablet was his last resort. Although he did not know if it would be effective against a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Yuan Haochen, however, this was his only chance. If he could kill Yuan Haochen, he would be able to become the new Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and control the entire Wandering Saint Palace. If he could not kill Yuan Haochen, he would definitely die. However, if he did not use the Devil Seal Tablet, he would most likely die anyway. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to take out the Devil Seal Tablet and risk it all. Lord Palace Master. Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically when he saw Yuan Haochen's palm strike was about to land on him. Master, please have mercy on him. As soon as Huang Qiling finished speaking, another voice rang in the air. At this moment, a pleasant woman's voice rang out. There was a hint of coldness mixed within the coldness, but there was also a deep sense of concern. HM? Hearing this voice, Huang Qiling's palm that was about to land slightly slowed down. At the same time, he could not help but frown slightly. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Then, he saw a beautiful figure standing in front of him, shielding him. It's her! Just by looking at her back, Duan Lingtian recognized the white-clad woman before him. She was none other than the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. She was also the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, Huang Wenjing. Duan Lingtian had fought with Huang Wenjing a year ago. Moreover, Huang Wenjing had given him the opportunity to enter the time cave in the ruin left behind by the eminent celestial quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master so he could improve his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its maximum. Duan Lingtian was still grateful for that. Later on, he even helped Huang Wenjing to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was enough to crush almost everyone in the devil clans. Duan Lingtian did not expect to see Huang Wenjing again after a year. Huang Wenjing addressed Yuan Haochen as master? A year ago, someone mentioned that Huang Wenjing is the last disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the Palace Master is very fond of her. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he recalled many things that happened a year ago. Wenjing, what are you doing? Yuan Haochen asked in a deep voice. His expression darkened when he saw his favorite disciple was stopping him from killing Huang Wenjing. His tone was slightly stern. Master. He came here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. If you kill him like this, I'm afraid the people in the Wandering Saint Palace will be disheartened. The aura emitted from Huang Wenjing's body was still ice-cold, but her words were filled with determination. Yuan Haochen knew how stubborn Huang Wenjing was when he heard the determination in her voice and saw the determination in her eyes. In the end, he had no choice but to let go of Duan Lingtian. He did not have any children, so he treated his last disciple like a daughter. Therefore, he had no choice but to let go of Huang Wenjing when he saw how determined she was to protect Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he did not plan to kill Duan Lingtian. Although he had asked Duan Lingtian to receive his palm strike, he did not intend to use his full strength. He only wanted to test Duan Lingtian's strength and see how strong Duan Lingtian was. As the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he easily reject a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace? However, he did not expect things to turn out this way, so he could only give up on testing Duan Lingtian. Forget it. I can confirm now that he's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With this thought in mind, Yuan Haochen had completely given up on testing Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Yuan Haochen's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been terrified. This was because Duan Ling Tian had decided to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, at all costs when faced with Yuan Haochen, who was about to strike him with his palm. One could imagine this. If the Devil Seal Tablet was exposed, even if Yuan Haochen only wanted to test him and did not intend to kill him, he might still kill him when he realized he was not a human devil but a human. After all, the Wandering Saint Palace was one of the 9 great forces in the human devil clan. Although the members of the Wandering Saint Palace had the bloodline of humans, they were still part of the devil clans. Seeing Yuan Haochen put his hand down, Huang Qiling breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Wenjing also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for Duan Ling Tian, he looked at Duan Ling Tian gratefully. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian. Yuan Haochen called out Duan Ling Tian's name as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Whoosh. As Yuan Haochen called out to Duan Ling Tian, he raised his hand and a streak of light shot out toward Duan Ling Tian. The streak of light did not have any offensive power, so Duan Ling Tian caught it easily. This is. When Duan Ling Tian opened his hand to take a look, he noticed it was a token. Looking at the words inscribed on it, he was surprised to see it was an identity token. Vice Palace Master? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the words Vice Palace Master engraved on the identity token. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though things had taken a turn for the better. His current mood was as if he had just experienced a roller coaster ride. From today onward, Duan Ling Tian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the words Vice Palace Master engraved on the identity token. Yuan Haochen spoke again. His voice seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Not only did it spread out of the mansion, but it even spread far and wide. In just a blink of an eye, it had spread throughout the entire Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian, Vice Palace Master? Lord Palace Master has given the order. From today onward, Duan Ling Tian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. If Duan Ling Tian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace, doesn't that mean the Wandering Saint Palace will have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? This is great news. Chapter 2279. The entire Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar over Duan Ling Tian's promotion to Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian held the identity token in his hand as he looked at Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was standing nearby. He did not know how to react. Previously, Yuan Haochen had acted as though he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, it was as though Yuan Haochen had become a completely different person. Not only did Yuan Haochen give him the identity token as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, but Yuan Haochen had also announced that Duan Ling Tian had become the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The difference between before and after was so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It caused Duan Ling Tian to be in a state of shock even after a long time. Suddenly, Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile, "Welcome to the Wandering Saint Palace. Vice Palace Master Duan, welcome to the Wandering Saint Palace. From today onward, I hope that you and the other Vice Palace Masters will uphold the rules of the Wandering Saint Palace and be strict with others and ourselves." Yuan Haochen's words had a hidden meaning. As long as one was a normal person, one would be able to discern that he was vaguely conveying a message to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're now the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian hoped that you would not act recklessly in the Wandering Saint Palace and violate the rules of the Wandering Saint Palace. Don't worry, Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian understood the hidden meaning in Yuan Haochen's words. However, he did not care since he had already killed all his enemies in the Wandering Saint Palace. In the future, it was unlikely that anyone in the Wandering Saint Palace would dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if someone dared to make the first move, it would not be considered a violation of the Wandering Saint Palace's rules even if he killed them. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's agreement, Yuan Haochen nodded. Then,
He looked at Huang Wenjing, who was standing not far away from Duan Lingtian.
Wenjing, I have something to do now. You'll be in charge of settling Vice Palace Master Duan and his wife and daughter.
After saying that, Yuan Haochen turned into a gust of wind and left.
Not good. Hearing Yuan Haochen's words before he left, Huang Qiling's expression changed slightly. Almost at the same time that Huang Qiling's expression changed, Huang Wenjing's beautiful and cold face also changed color with a whoosh. His wife and daughter? He actually had a wife and a daughter? Although Huang Wenjing followed her master to this place, she didn't know that Duan Lingtian didn't come alone. She also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had a wife and daughter with him. You! Huang Wenjing trembled. Huang Wenjing's delicate body trembled slightly as she turned around. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Duan Lingtian as she asked in disbelief, "You really have a wife and daughter?" At this moment, not only was Huang Wenjing's voice not cold, but it was also trembling. Her trembling voice seemed to contain extreme nervousness. At this moment, Huang Wenjing had lost a lot of her composure compared to her previous ice-cold appearance. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation when he heard Huang Wenjing's question. Then he added, "I have 2 wives, a daughter and a son. One of my wives and my daughter came with me to the Wandering Saint Palace." Duan Lingtian was no longer a hothead who did not understand romance. Naturally, he could tell Huang Wenjing was interested in him. Due to this reason, he quickly cut her off. Although he hadn't spent much time with Huang Wenjing, he could tell that Huang Wenjing was a proud woman. It was impossible for a woman like her to share a man with another woman. Huang Wenjing's heart skipped a beat when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of paleness could be seen on her beautiful face. Why didn't you tell me before?" Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in an agitated tone, "What's wrong with you?" Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Huang Wenjing's questioning tone. Although he was slightly displeased, he did not flare up in the end. "Before? You didn't ask me before, right? Why would I bring this up if you didn't ask me?" Duan Lingtian was speechless. However, when he saw the pained expression on Huang Wenjing's face, he could not help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, no matter how slow-witted he was, he realized he had unintentionally hurt this woman. "That's right. Why would you bring this up if I didn't ask you?" Duan Lingtian's words were like a sharp sword that ruthlessly pierced Huang Wenjing's heart. Her delicate body trembled violently, and a sorrowful expression appeared on her face. Following that, Huang Wenjing's body swayed as she flew into the air and left alone. "Huang Qiling, I'll leave him to you." Before Huang Wenjing left, she transmitted her voice to Huang Qiling. Her tone was cold again. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiling could not help but smile bitterly. Huang Wenjing turned around and left. When she was out of sight of Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling, 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face. A year ago, she was only attracted to that man. In the past year, apart from cultivating, that man was like a nightmare to her. He had completely integrated into her world, and it was getting harder and harder for her to part with him. Sometimes, the matters between a man and a woman were just so magical. In the past year, Huang Wenjing had fallen deeply in love with Duan Lingtian. When she found out Duan Lingtian already had a wife and a daughter, she completely broke down. She no longer cared about her usual cold facade. At this moment, Huang Wenjing could hear the sound of her heart breaking. What a beautiful dream it was, but it was shattered just like that. The joy she felt when she found out Duan Lingtian had come to the Wandering Saint Palace had turned into the biggest joke in the world at this moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw Huang Wenjing leaving without saying goodbye. "Brother Lingtian, Sister Wenjing handed you to me before she left. I'll take care of all of you from now on." At this moment, Huang Qiling looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "In that case, let's go back and pick them up." As Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling made their way back, Huang Qiling smiled wryly and said, "Brother Lingtian, don't blame Sister Wenjing. She's been the pride of the Wandering Saint Palace since she was young. She's used to being arrogant. All this time, it has always been men who revolve around her, but she has never taken a fancy to a man, until she met you. Although I knew she had feelings for you, I didn't expect her feelings to be so deep. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on Huang Wenjing's behavior earlier, it was not difficult for Huang Qiling to see how deep her feelings were. While Huang Qiling was taking care of Duan Lingtian and the others, news of what had happened in the Wandering Saint Palace spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace. It did not take long for the news to spread throughout the Human Devil Saint City. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Many things had happened in the Wandering Saint Palace today. It was only natural that more than half of the Human Devil clans were alerted. In the Crimson Blaze Palace's estate. Did you hear? Today, a powerhouse entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and killed 2 elders of the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? Isn't he an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace? To be able to kill him. Who did it? I heard it's the young man who killed Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, a year ago. What? You're saying the young man who killed Lin Yuan's grandson is strong enough to kill Lin Yuan? It's not as simple as just killing him. It's said that the young man only used 2 moves to kill Lin Yuan. 2 moves? You must be kidding. When the news spread to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, it caused a commotion. In the Great Spirit Palace's estate. What happened to the young man in the end? Was he killed by the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? That's right. He's so arrogant to kill someone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Isn't he seeking death? The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse who could trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at any time. Based on his understanding of heaven and earth, there's almost no one below the eminent celestial who's a match for him in the Human Devil clan. That young man will definitely die if he makes a move. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. That young man didn't die. What? The Spirit Gathering Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan, was also shocked. In the Azure Sheen Hall's estate. That young man didn't die? Did he escape before the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace made his move? That's not the case. Rumor has it that the reason he's still alive is because he didn't go to the Wandering Saint Palace to kill. Instead, he went there to join the Wandering Saint Palace. He's a sectless human devil with a pure human bloodline. What? He's a sectless human devil. Since when did an itinerant demonic cultivator become so powerful? He killed Elder Lin Yuan of Wandering Saint Palace with just 2 moves. It's very likely he's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Does this mean he has joined the Wandering Saint Palace? Apart from the Crimson Blaze Palace, the Spirit Gathering Palace, and the Azure Sheen Hall in the 3 palaces and 6 halls, the other 5 halls were also filled with shocking news. That young man's name is Duan Lingtian. He has been appointed as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace by Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. From today onward, the Wandering Saint Palace will have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Those who were gloating over the death of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were dumbfounded when they heard the news. As a result, Chapter 2280. Moreover, the new Vice Palace Master was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This news quickly spread throughout the Human Devil Holy City. After the news spread throughout the Human Demon Holy City, it continued to spread like a hurricane, and it didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire Human Demon Holy City. The Wandering Saint Palace is so lucky? A Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It's said that the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is a sectless cultivator. He only joined the Wandering Saint Palace today. I heard the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is very powerful. He killed 2 elders as soon as he arrived in the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't this too valiant? In the following period of time, not only in the Human Devil Holy City, but also in the territories of the Human Devil clan, there were similar discussions. After all, the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, had a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was big news to the entire Human Devil clan. In addition, The human demons also knew that Yi Futian was a member of the demon race. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Ling Tian. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Ling Tian? Are you sure you're not mistaken? In a certain restaurant in the human demon holy city, a demonic human looked at his companion in shock as if he had heard some shocking news. He's indeed called Duan Ling Tian. Why? Do you know him? The latter asked in confusion. No. I don't know this person. I just thought of a person named Duan Ling Tian, and that person was a human, not a demonic human. The former shook his head and said, Now that you mention it, I remember something. When I first heard the name Duan Ling Tian, I also felt a sense of familiarity. Tell me, who is that person? The latter asked again.
Although the conversation between the two was not loud, the people at the surrounding tables could still clearly hear the content of their conversation.
I seem to have the same feeling too. I think I've heard of the name Duan Ling Tian before, but I can't remember where I've heard of it. Inside the restaurant, more and more demonic humans joined in. They also felt that the name of the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was familiar, but they could not recall where they had heard it before. Aren't you guys too forgetful? At this moment, a human demon in the corner of the restaurant's lobby shouted. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the voices of the majority of the people present. The territory of our human devil clan used to belong to that human force. Have you forgotten? Of course not. The human devil clan's current territory used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion. That's right. Before we occupied this area as our new territory, it was the territory of the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is one of the two strongest forces in the WCI subterranean. Many human devils responded at once. I remember now. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air. A human devil stood up and said in shock, The son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the person who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Isn't his name Duan Ling Tian? I remember now. No wonder the name Duan Ling Tian sounds familiar. The young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion has the same name as well. I can't believe the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Rumor has it that the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was taken away. Now that the inter-province transportation formation between the lower province and the upper province has been destroyed, I'm sure he didn't expect the Azure Cloud Mansion to cease to exist. Although they have the same name, their fates are too different. After discovering the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, everyone in the Human Devil Saint City began to discuss this topic. Many human devils who had used the soul-searching secret tactic on those who had seen the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion could not help but recall the face of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. Fortunately, such human devils were rare and had not seen the current Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise they would have discovered it. The Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian, looked exactly the same as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This was something that Duan Ling Tian did not expect. Otherwise, even if he didn't change his name, he would definitely disguise his face to hide it from others. After Duan Ling Tian was appointed as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace by Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian moved into a spacious mansion. The area where this mansion was located was very spacious. There were only a few mansions in the area. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was much better than the other places in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a while. If there's anything urgent, you can wake me up. If there's nothing urgent, you don't have to wake me up. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian's words sounded more like an order. Yes, master. The middle-aged man humbly replied like a servant. Fortunately, there were no other people in the Wandering Saint Palace around, so they did not see this scene. Otherwise, they would be shocked as well. This was because the middle-aged man was an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace. Elders in the Wandering Saint Palace were considered high-ranking officials in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although they had to be respectful in front of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace,
They did not have to bow and scrape like a servant. However, not only did this elder bow and scrape before Duanling Tian, the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, but he even addressed Duanling Tian as master. "You may leave." When Duanling Tian raised his hand, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully and left. This middle-aged man was none other than Elder Pang Lai, who had welcomed Duanling Tian and the others into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate when Duanling Tian and the others had just arrived. Since Duanling Tian had intended to recruit Pang Lai, he had invited Pang Lai to leave the Wandering Saint Palace after a few days. They had also left the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil Clan's territory. After that, Duanling Tian spent some time killing people from the other devil clans to help Pang Lai improve his innate spiritual route to Indigo. You have two options now. The first option is to swear on the lightning penalty oath and pledge your loyalty to me. If you perform well in the future, I don't mind helping you improve your innate spiritual route to a violet innate spiritual route. The second option is to die. Pang Lai was overjoyed that his innate spiritual route had been upgraded to an indigo innate spiritual route when Duanling Tian forced him to make a choice. Although it was rather sudden, Pang Lai still chose the first option without hesitation. He would swear his loyalty to Duanling Tian and pledge his loyalty to Duanling Tian. A violet innate spiritual route. When Pang Lai thought about the possibility of his innate spiritual route becoming a violet innate spiritual route, he could not help but feel excited. Who exactly is this master of mine? He can actually help people improve their innate spiritual roots. Pang Lai's respect for Duanling Tian grew. After all, he was shocked by Duanling Tian's ability to help people improve their innate spiritual roots. After all, even an eminent celestial would not be able to do this. Just like that, Pang Lai became Duanling Tian's subordinate. Although Pang Lai was still an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, he still prioritized his master, Duanling Tian. Now that Si Ling and Kerr have begun to cultivate, I can focus on improving my cultivation base. After Pang Lai left, Duanling Tian returned to his room to cultivate. Previously, the strength of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had greatly stimulated Duanling Tian. Moreover, Duanling Tian had felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. This was why Yuan Haochen did not kill him that day. Otherwise he would have died. Naturally, that was under the premise that the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, could not kill Yuan Haochen. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage needs to comprehend heaven and earth to trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. During this process, the comprehension of heaven and earth can directly affect the strength of one's saint origin. After witnessing the strength of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duanling Tian was extremely eager to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As long as he could break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to comprehend heaven and earth and increase the strength of his son's saint origin. Otherwise, his son's saint origin would be stuck at the limit of his saint origin. Since there was a limit to his saint origin, Duanling Tian's strength did not increase even after he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The only benefit was that he had mastered the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could use his soul to escape when he was in danger. Moreover, his soul was independent of heaven and earth. Currently, if Duanling Tian wanted to raise his strength, he would have to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or comprehend the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and divine abilities. In the end, Duanling Tian chose the former. Currently, the devil clans have gained a foothold in the lower province. Their next step is to reconstruct the inter-province transportation formation and invade the upper province. Before that, I must break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2281. Due to Duanling Tian's closed-door cultivation, many people from the Wandering Saint Palace who wanted to meet him were unable to do so. Apart from the elders of the Wandering Saint Palace, there were also a few vice palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace, including Huang Qiling's father. Although Huang Qiling's father was a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, his strength was only above the elders of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was the weakest among the vice palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace. Otherwise, The three descendants of the elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not have treated Huang Qiling that way. Brother Ling Tian has gone into closed-door cultivation? Even Huang Qiling had only just learned about Duan Lingtian's closed-door cultivation. Just like that, Duan Lingtian, the new Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace, went into seclusion again after joining the Wandering Saint Palace. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people talking about him in the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil Clan's territory. Time could dilute everything. These words were not false at all. Time flew by, and a year passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, people no longer paid attention to Duan Ling Tian in the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil Clan's territory. They were more interested in the matter of the inter-province transportation formation being reconstructed by the formation masters of the Devil Clans. Have you heard? Currently, the construction of the inter-province transportation formation is almost at its final stage. It'll take us at least 1 or 2 years to reach the upper province from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. A human devil exclaimed excitedly in a restaurant in the Human Devil Saint City. How could we not have heard about such big news? Another human devil chuckled. I heard that the Human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls has sent many powerhouses to search for materials needed to reconstruct the inter-province transportation formation. As the 2 humanoid demons started the discussion, more and more humanoid demons joined in. It's not just the Human Devil Clan. The other devil clans are also searching for materials in the Wuxia subterranean. Some devil clans have even returned to their homeworlds in search of materials. Currently, in order to set up the inter-province transportation formation that connects the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the devil clans can be said to be united. I hope the devil clans will still be as united as they are now after we invade the upper province. Of course we have to be united. After all, most of the human powerhouses were in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If we don't unite, we might not be able to defeat them and conquer the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Martial Saint Land is very good, and the cultivation resources are abundant. Of course. If that wasn't the case, why would all the human experts gather there? If it was some remote place, would you go there? The more you talk, the more I look forward to it. I really hope that the interdomain teleportation array can be completed as soon as possible. In the restaurant, a group of demonic humans were in full swing. Based on their words, they were filled with anticipation for the excellent cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the territory of the Boar Demons, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil Clan, namely the Black Boar Tribe, the Thunder Boar Tribe, and the Red Boar Tribe, rarely gathered together. The materials that our Red Boar Tribe collected recently have been sent over. What about your side? The chief of the Red Boar Tribe looked at the other 2 and asked. It's the same. The chiefs of the Black Boar Tribe and the Thunder Boar Tribe also nodded. The materials they spoke of were naturally the materials needed by the Devil Race's formation masters to set up the inter-realm transportation formation. Based on the current progress, the inter-province transportation formation will be completed very soon. At that time, the Boar Devil Clan will have to move again. The eyes of the chief of the Thunder Boar Tribe flashed as he spoke with anticipation. Hee. This time, our territory will be transferred to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's said that the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is very good, and the cultivation resources there are very abundant as well. The leader of the Red Boar Tribe said with a smile. It's a pity the 3 children won't be able to witness our Boar Devil Clan invading the upper province with the Devil Clans. When they were still alive, they were eager to enter the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and kill more powerful humans to obtain better cultivation resources. The leader of the Black Boar Tribe sighed. Upon hearing his words, both the chiefs of the Thunder Boar Tribe and the Red Boar Tribe fell silent. At this moment, their gazes were also filled with complicated emotions. The 3 children mentioned by the leader of the Black Boar Tribe were none other than the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil Clan who were killed a year ago. It had been a year since the death of the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Demon Clan. However, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil Clan had never forgotten about this matter. This was because the identities of the 3 guardian deities were too sensitive. It's been a year, but there's still no news from the old patriarch. Looks like he should be at a critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and he's ready to receive the next heavenly tribulation at any moment.
The chief of the Red Boar tribe said. That should be the case. The leader of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded. I'm sure the old patriarch hasn't discovered that the soul pearls of the 3 children have shattered. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have rushed over from the exiled realm a long time ago. The 3 children are the old patriarch's favorite grandchildren. If he finds out they're dead, he'll definitely rush over even if the next heavenly tribulation is coming. The leader of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became somewhat stifling. Based on the words of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, the old patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was still in the exiled realm. The old patriarch of the Boar Devil clan was still in the Devil clan's hometown, the banished realm. He had yet to ascend to the Devata realm. There's one more thing. The leader of the Red Boar tribe, one of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, said as though he had just recalled something. As he spoke, he took out a slightly tattered scroll. What's this? The leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe turned to look at the scroll. At the same time, the leader of the Red Boar tribe unrolled the scroll in his hand. After the scroll was unfurled, a vivid and lifelike portrait appeared clearly in front of the 3 of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! In just an instant, other than the leader of the Red Boar tribe who seemed to be prepared for this, the leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe had a change in expression. Their pupils constricted. The reason why they lost their composure was not because of anything else, but because they all recognized the person in the portrait. It's him. Where did you get the portrait? The leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe asked in unison. After exchanging a glance, they turned to look at the leader of the Red Boar tribe. The person in the portrait was none other than them. It was none other than the purple-clad young man they had seen in the mirror image a year ago. He was the purple-clad young man who had killed the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. When they had witnessed the purple-clad young man killing the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan with the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, they were certain the purple-clad young man was a human powerhouse. Initially, the 3 patriarchs had planned to tell the public about the human powerhouse. However, after further discussion, the 3 of them unanimously decided to temporarily keep this news a secret. They did not want to infuriate the human powerhouse. After all, before this, they had never heard of a human powerhouse who possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. It was highly possible that the Boar Devil clan had not taken action. The first target of the human powerhouse's attack was the Boar Devil clan. If they spread the news, the human powerhouse would most likely suspect the Boar Devil clan was the culprit. If the human powerhouse decided to vent his anger on the Boar Devil clan, even the 3 patriarchs were not confident they could stop the human powerhouse. However, they did not hear any news about the human powerhouse from the other devil clans. Since the human powerhouse did not attack the Boar Devil clan, they heaved a sigh of relief and decided to keep the news a secret. After all, it was better to leave the risk to others. This was the thought of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. As the saying went, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This portrait was taken from a clansman of the Red Boar tribe. According to him, the portrait came from a human he killed and was stored in the human spatial ring, the Black Boar tribe leader said. The chief of the Red Boar tribe said when he saw the patriarchs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe looking at him. Do you know who he is? The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked in a deep voice. Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe did not say anything, he looked at the chief of the Red Boar tribe with a hint of doubt in his eyes. When they saw the portrait earlier, they were certain the portrait belonged to the human powerhouse. The portrait was definitely not drawn in the past year. It had to have been drawn for quite some time. For this reason, they were certain the portrait was drawn by the chief of the Red Boar tribe. Yes. The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded solemnly. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He's Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He's also rumored to have obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, but it was snatched away by a human powerhouse from the upper province. As soon as the chief of the Red Boar tribe finished speaking, the patriarchs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe widened their eyes in unison. It's him! Both of them cried out in unison. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Naturally, they were familiar with Duan Ling Tian since he had obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. However, They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so powerful. Chapter 2282. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Isn't he just a weak human? How did he suddenly become so strong? Didn't they say his super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was taken away by a powerhouse from the upper province? Why is it back in his hands now? How many years has it been since he left the WCI subterranean and went to the upper province? At that time, he hadn't even broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? However, his strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? After confirming the human powerhouse who had killed the 3 great guardian warriors in the mirror image a year ago was Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe were still in a daze. After all, they were in the WCI subterranean, so they were unaware of what had happened in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, they would not be so conflicted about it. After all, there were still rumors in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land about Duan Ling Tian killing Xianxia, an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, and taking back the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, that Xianxia had taken away from him. I've thought about what you said before, the chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. At the same time, the chief of the Red Boar tribe frowned and said, "In the end, I couldn't help but make a bold guess." What guess? Upon hearing the chief of the Red Boar tribe's words, the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe turned to look at him curiously. I think the rumor of a powerhouse from the upper province snatching the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, away from Duan Ling Tian is just a rumor spread by the Azure Cloud Mansion. Their purpose is to divert everyone's attention from the Devil Seal Tablet away from Duan Ling Tian. After all, as long as the Devil Seal Tablet is with Duan Ling Tian, everyone's attention will be on him. If it's just people from the lower province, the Azure Cloud Mansion wouldn't be afraid of them. However, as far as I know, many powerhouses from the upper province came to the lower province to covet the Devil Seal Tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hands. The chief of the Red Boar tribe voiced his guess. His guess was reasonable, and it caused the leaders of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe to nod their heads. That is indeed a possibility. That should be the case. Both of them agreed with the Red Boar tribe's chief's guess. Something's wrong. All of a sudden, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe seemed to have recalled something as he frowned again. It has only been less than 10 years since the news of Duan Ling Tian's super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, being taken away by a powerhouse from the upper province was released in the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years. Or perhaps, at that time, he had been hiding his strength? When the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked these questions, he immediately reminded the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe, causing them to frown. I can't figure it out. I don't understand either. In the end, the two of them shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't figure it out. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really a strange human force, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a glint in his eyes. As far as I know, when the human Devil Clan's vanguard attacked the Azure Cloud Mansion, they lost more than half of their men. They only retreated when the human Devil Clan's army arrived. I've heard about this as well. It said that the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion killed more than half of the human Devil Clan's vanguard. Even the last disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the human Devil Clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, was killed by them. The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded. Initially, I thought there weren't many powerhouses in the WCI subterranean. However, it seems like the Azure Cloud Mansion alone has many powerhouses. If it wasn't for the human Devil Clan, I'm afraid our Boar Devil Clan might not have been able to take down the Azure Cloud Mansion. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice. With Duan Ling Tian around, unless the old patriarch personally makes a move, it's impossible for our Boar Devil Clan to be a match for the Azure Cloud Mansion. Regardless of whether it was the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe or the chief of the Red Boar tribe, they deeply agreed with the words of the chief of the Black Boar tribe. However, never in their wildest dreams would the 3 of them have thought that. Even Duan Ling Tian did not know where the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion had gone. Even if he wanted to contribute to the Azure Cloud Mansion, there was nothing he could do. Now that we've confirmed the human powerhouse who possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, is Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Should we spread this news?
The chief of the Red Boar tribe looked at the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe, seeking their opinion.
The two of them looked at each other.
In the end, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe shook his head and said, "There's no need to rush.
Ever since Duan Ling Tian killed our 3 great guardian warriors a year ago, it seems like he has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps, he hasn't attacked the other devil clans. If we expose him, we might infuriate him and cause him to vent his anger on the Boar Devil clan."
The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said with a fearful expression on his face, "That's not a good thing for the Boar Devil clan."
We're back to square one. The chief of the Red Boar tribe smiled wryly. A year ago, although they did not know the human powerhouse was Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they did not expose him because they were afraid of him. However, now that they knew the human powerhouse was Duan Ling Tian, they were still afraid of him. After all, not only was he comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he also possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was the bane of all devils. I recently heard that a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage has appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said, "The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is also called Duan Ling Tian." Although the Boar Devil clan's territory was adjacent to the Human Devil clan's territory, they rarely interacted with each other.
If it was not for the fact that the Boar Devil clan had been searching for materials to construct an inter-province transportation formation, they would not have heard of this news.
A Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage has appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace? He's also called Duan Ling Tian? What a coincidence!
The chief of the Red Boar tribe was shocked when he heard the chief of the Black Boar tribe's words.
I'm afraid it's not just a coincidence.
The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe had lived the longest, so he was more thoughtful. He looked at the chief of the Black Boar tribe and asked, "Do you know the background of the new Vice Palace Master?
Is he an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace or someone who has just joined?" "He just joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago,"
the chief of the Black Boar tribe replied.
"Someone who just joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago?"
The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe narrowed his eyes when he thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he said, "The people in the Wandering Saint Palace are all devil cultivators with pure human bloodline. If that person doesn't have pure human bloodline, the Wandering Saint Palace wouldn't have accepted him even if he's an eminent celestial. He has pure human bloodline and his name is Duan Ling Tian.
I suspect."
The chief of the Red Boar tribe interrupted the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe. "You suspect the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Ling Tian, the human who killed the 3 great guardian warriors of our Boar Devil clan a year ago? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion?"
"Yes."
The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded before he said solemnly, "A year ago he killed the 3 great guardian warriors of our Boar Devil clan.
A year ago, the Wandering Saint Palace has a new Vice Palace Master. Moreover, he's a devil cultivator with pure human bloodline. Do you really think there's such a coincidence in this world?"
"I suspect that Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, appeared a year ago to infiltrate the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil clan. He must have passed by our Boar Devil clan and killed the 3 great guardian warriors." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe was certain of his guess.
"If that's the case, it's possible."
The chief of the Black Boar tribe said in a deep voice as his eyes turned cold.
"A year ago, I saw Duan Ling Tian attacking from the mirror image. He doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator, right?"
The chief of the Red Boar tribe voiced his doubts. "Do you think it's difficult for a human powerhouse whose strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to disguise himself as a devil cultivator?" the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe asked. The chief of the Red Boar tribe was speechless when he heard this. As a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was, naturally, aware of the strength of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage.
"I'm 90% certain that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the people in the Wandering Saint Palace don't know his true identity," the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said confidently. It's said that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has been in closed-door cultivation since he joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago. It's not surprising that the people in the Wandering Saint Palace don't recognize him as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, not many people in the Wandering Saint Palace have seen him before. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said. If that's the case, let's help the Wandering Saint Palace. The chief of the Thunderboar tribe sneered. Let's think of a way to show the portrait of Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, to those who have seen the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Good idea. The chief of the Red Boar tribe clapped his hands and cheered. Good idea. Chapter 2283. A year ago, the three patriarchs of the Boardevil clan were afraid of the human powerhouse who had killed the three great guardian warriors of the Boardevil clan. Due to this reason, they did not dare to spread the news of the human powerhouse's appearance. Because of this, although they didn't say anything on the surface, they were very sullen in their hearts. A year later, when they found out the human powerhouse from a year ago was the former young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duanling Tian, they still did not dare to spread the news about him out of fear. They felt even more sullen because of this. However, now that they had found a way to deal with Duanling Tian, they could use the human devil clans to kill Duanling Tian. At this moment, the three patriarchs of the Boardevil clan seemed to have found a straw to clutch at when they were on the brink of death. How could they let go of this straw that they had found after much difficulty? I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on the face of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan, when he finds out he has lured a wolf into his house. The leader of the Red Boar tribe, one of the three patriarchs of the Boardevil clan, chuckled. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan is the closest to becoming an eminent celestial among the three palace masters in the human devil clan. He might even trigger the celestial ascension tribulation at any time. In the human devil clan, as long as those old monsters don't show up, he's the second strongest person in the human devil clan after the patriarch of the human devil clan. Unfortunately, he's not an eminent celestial yet. Even if he is, or even if the patriarch of the human devil clan personally makes a move, he might not be able to defeat Duanling Tian. The leader of the Thunderboar tribe said. Indeed. The leader of the Black Boar tribe nodded in agreement. Although Duanling Tian's strength is only comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. With his strength, if he activates the Devil Seal Tombstone, even an eminent celestial won't be able to escape death if they're caught off guard. A hint of dread could be seen in the eyes of the leader of the Black Boar tribe when he spoke. Fear surfaced on the faces and eyes of the leaders of the Thunderboar tribe and the Red Boar tribe when they heard this. Clearly, they deeply agreed with the words of the leader of the Black Boar tribe. As long as those old monsters in the human devil clan don't show up, I'm afraid nobody in the human devil clan can defeat Duanling Tian. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. Humph. It didn't matter if there was anyone in the human devil clan who could deal with that Duanling Tian. As long as Duanling Tian dared to start a massacre in the human devil clan, those old monsters of the human devil clan would never let him go. At that time, he won't be able to escape death. The chief of the Thunderboar tribe harumphed. Of course. Just like the old patriarch of our Boardevil clan, those old monsters from the human devil clan are not afraid of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The leader of the Black Boar tribe nodded. For this reason, we have to send this portrait to the Wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan. As long as those who have seen their new Vice Palace Master see this portrait, they'll definitely be able to recognize the person in the portrait as their new Vice Palace Master. The leader of the Thunderboar tribe said excitedly. At that time, they'll know that their new Vice Palace Master is Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He's a human and not a human devil. I can't wait. The leaders of the Red Boar tribe and the Black Boar tribe were eager as well. Duanling Tian, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Wandering Saint Palace of the human devil clan, was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Boardevil clan. Currently, he was completely focused on his cultivation. Since half a month ago, Duanling Tian had successfully broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, He did not come out of closed-door cultivation. Instead, he decided to continue cultivating. Ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was because he knew it was meaningless for him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only by breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would he be able to improve his strength. While Duanling Tian was cultivating, Ker, Duanling Tian, and Ganru Yen, who had come to the Wandering Saint Palace with him, were also cultivating. This caused the large mansion to be immersed in a tranquil atmosphere. Outside the mansion, several figures were patrolling the area. They were none other than the patrolling disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace, who were tasked with protecting Duanling Tian and the others. These patrolling disciples were arranged by Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, another year had passed. On this day, 3 patrolling disciples were patrolling outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. All of a sudden, one of the patrolling disciples looked at the other 2 patrolling disciples next to him and chuckled. Speaking of which, both of you should know about the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Of course. One of the patrolling disciples nodded. The Human Devil Clan's current territory used to belong to the Human Force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Our Human Devil Clan has taken over the Azure Cloud Mansion. Why did you bring up the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason? The last patrolling disciple asked with a frown. It's mainly because I'm bored. Recently, I obtained a portrait outside. It's said to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The patrolling disciple who started the conversation laughed. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? The other 2 patrolling disciples were stunned. One of them exclaimed, "The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who shares the same name as our new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace?" "Yes, that's him." The patrolling disciple who started the conversation nodded. "I've heard of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's said that he obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, when it first appeared. After that, a powerhouse from the upper province came to the lower province and snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Speaking of which, he's really unlucky." The other patrolling disciple chimed in. "Indeed, he's unlucky." The patrolling disciple who started the conversation smiled. Then, he looked at the other 2 patrolling disciples mysteriously and said, "What do you think? Are you interested in seeing what that unlucky guy looks like? Since we're bored, we can take it out and have a look. I'd like to see what kind of person is capable of obtaining the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet." Although it was taken away, he still possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. The other patrolling disciple said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Stop wasting time. Quickly take it out and let us have a look." The last patrolling disciple looked at the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and urged him. However, when he saw the portrait that the patrolling disciple who started the conversation took out, he was completely dumbfounded. This was because he had seen the person in the portrait before. At the same time, the patrolling disciple who started the conversation with the other patrolling disciple resonated in his ears. "This is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "That's right. He's quite handsome. Unfortunately, he's unlucky." "That's because he's unlucky. If it were us, let alone obtaining and losing the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, we might not even be able to see it." "That's true." The last patrolling disciple turned a deaf ear to the conversation between the 2 patrolling disciples. He was still standing in the void, his face alternating between green and white as the wind and clouds changed constantly. This was because he was completely stunned. How's this possible? Not only do they have the same name, but they look the same as well? Impossible! 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 At this moment, the last patrolling disciple's heart was in a mess. "Hey, Huang Zheng, what are you doing? Come back to your senses. Why are you in a daze?" At this moment, the patrolling disciple who started the conversation with the other patrolling disciple had also ended their conversation. At the same time, both of them noticed something was amiss with Huang Zheng. Upon hearing the voices of the 2 patrolling disciples, Huang Zheng's body trembled slightly before he regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he looked at the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and asked solemnly, "Where did you get this portrait? Why did you say this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "Huang Zheng, are you all right? Why are you acting so serious all of a sudden? The patrolling disciple who started the conversation was stunned. Answer me. However, Huang Zhang ignored the patrolling disciple's surprised expression and asked anxiously. It was as though the answer to this question was very important to him. In fact, it was indeed very important to him. I obtained this portrait from outside. I don't dare to say that the entire Human Devil clan has this portrait, but I'm certain more than half of the people in the Human Devil Saint City have this portrait. As for why I said this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it's because I heard it from the others. Huang Zhang, you've seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before, right? Another patrolling disciple looked at Huang Zhang. His eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Huang Zhang, you've seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before? The patrolling disciple who started the conversation looked at Huang Zhang with bright eyes. If you have any clues about the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and provide it to the Great Spirit Palace, you'll definitely benefit greatly. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace's favorite direct disciple died in the hands of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from Azure Cloud Mansion. He must be very interested in the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The patrolling disciple became excited when he reached the end of his sentence. I've indeed seen the person in the portrait before, Huang Zhang said with difficulty. Chapter 2284. Have you really seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Where did you see him? Do you have any clues about him? If you do, you can tell the Great Spirit Palace. The Great Spirit Palace will definitely reward you handsomely. The two patrolling disciples looked at the other patrolling disciple, Huang Zhang, and chimed in. I've seen the person in the portrait, but... Before Huang Zhang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again. But you don't have any clues about him? You don't know where he is now? One of the patrolling disciples asked before he sighed. That's a pity. It'll be fine if you have any clues about him. If you don't, it's useless even if you've seen him. Indeed. The other patrolling disciple nodded in agreement. Do you think, in this world, there will be two people with the same name and appearance? Huang Zhang did not pay attention to the words of the two patrolling disciples and instead asked such a question. Two people with the same name and appearance? One of the patrolling disciples was stunned when he heard this. How's that possible? The other patrolling disciple shook his head. Perhaps there are many people with similar appearances. There are definitely more people with the same name. But if it's someone with similar looks and the same name, it's definitely an existence that's as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Not to mention people who share the same name and look exactly the same. That's almost impossible. Of course, there's also a possibility that they're twins or sisters, and they use the same name when they're outside. I can't think of a second possibility. The words of this patrolling disciple were reasonable and well-founded. What if one of them is a human and the other is a human devil? Huang Zhang smiled wryly. A human? A human devil? What are you trying to say, Huang Zhang? The two patrolling disciples frowned. Finally, one of them seemed to have thought of something as his eyes widened in shock. In the next moment, he gasped as he looked at Huang Zhang in shock. Huang Zhang, don't tell me. Our new vice palace master who has the same name as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion looks exactly the same as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? No way. The other patrolling disciple was dumbfounded. Yes. Huang Zhang nodded with a bitter expression on his face. I'm sure all of you have heard that I was there when our new vice palace master killed Elder Lin Yuan. So, I know what he looks like. His appearance is identical to the person in the portrait you took out earlier. You also said that person is the former young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. It's fine if they only look the same. However, the problem is our new vice palace master is also called Duan Ling Tian. As he spoke, Huang Zhang's face was filled with disbelief. Immediately, the other two patrolling disciples were also stunned, shocked silly. Not only did the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace share the same name as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but even his appearance was identical. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence?
If this isn't a coincidence, there's only one possibility. In the end, the patrolling disciple who took out the portrait said solemnly, "The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion are the same person. In other words, he's the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. There must be a reason why he joined our Wandering Saint Palace." As the patrolling disciple spoke, he voiced his own opinion. "If that's the case, doesn't this mean we have a mole in our Wandering Saint Palace?" The other patrolling disciple sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of shock and fear. "That's possible," Huang Zheng said solemnly. His eyes narrowed as he smiled wryly.
What should we do now? Although we know he's the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he's still the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. With just the three of us here, I don't think anyone will take our words seriously, right? This concerns the safety of our Wandering Saint Palace. Even if our words don't carry much weight, we have to expose this matter. The other patrolling disciple said solemnly. Indeed. This is not a small matter, so we have to expose it. It's best if we expose this matter to Lord Palace Master. Currently, Lord Palace Master is the only one in our Wandering Saint Palace who's capable of dealing with Vice Palace Master Duan. The last patrolling disciple chimed in. The three patrolling disciples discussed among themselves before they came to a decision. They would spread the news that the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, to the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Soon after, the three of them arrived at the residence of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. This was as far as they could go. As soon as they arrived, they were stopped by a patrolling elder. "Huang Zheng, why are the three of you here in such a hurry?" As a patrolling elder, he naturally recognized Huang Zheng and the other two patrolling disciples. "Elder Ho Feng, we're here to see Lord Palace Master for an urgent matter." Huang Zheng also realized the seriousness of the matter now, so he spoke in a very hurried tone. "Lord Palace Master is currently in closed-door cultivation." The patrolling elder waved his hand and said with a frown, "No matter what the matter is, we'll talk about it when Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation." "Elder Ho Feng, this matter concerns the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace. I have to see Lord Palace Master immediately." Huang Zheng panicked when he heard the patrolling elder's words. He did not hide the fact that he wanted to speak to the Palace Master about the survival of the Wandering Saint Palace. "It concerns the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace?" The patrolling elder wanted to laugh when he heard Huang Zheng's words. However, the other two patrolling disciples who came with Huang Zheng spoke up one after another. "Elder Ho Feng, Huang Zheng is not joking. What he wants to talk to Lord Palace Master about is indeed related to the survival of our Wandering Saint Palace." "That's right, Elder Ho Feng. We can't afford to make any mistakes." The patrolling elder frowned when he heard the words of the two patrolling disciples. "What's the matter?" The patrolling elder narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "If you don't tell me the truth, I won't disturb Lord Palace Master's cultivation. If Lord Palace Master blames me for this, I'll be the one in trouble." "Elder Ho Feng, it's like this." Huang Zheng knew it would be difficult for him to meet Lord Palace Master if he did not tell him the truth. For this reason, he told the patrolling elder everything that had happened. The other patrolling disciple obediently took out the portrait. It was the portrait of Duan Ling Tian. "I've seen this portrait outside a few days ago. It's indeed the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, are you sure the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace looks exactly the same as the person in the portrait?" After learning the ins and outs of the matter, the patrolling elder also realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression also became dignified in an instant. However, he still asked again to confirm. "Elder Ho Feng, I was there when our new Vice Palace Master killed Elder Lin Yuan 2 years ago. I remember his appearance very clearly. He looks exactly the same as the person in the portrait. If you don't believe me, Elder Ho Feng, you can ask the patrolling disciples, Ding Jianhong, and the others. They were there at that time as well, and they have seen our new Vice Palace Master as well." Huang Zheng said anxiously. "Of course, if Elder Ho Feng finds it troublesome, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that I'm not lying."
Almost at the same time as Huang Zheng's voice faded away, he pinched his finger and decisively swore a lightning penalty oath.
I, Huang Zhang, swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that if the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duanling Tian, is not the person in the portrait, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty. As soon as Huang Zhang finished speaking, boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky. It was the 99 heavenly tribulation that was responding to Huang Zheng's oath. Since Huang Zhang was not killed by the lightning penalty after 9 claps of thunder, it meant he was not lying. At the very least, Ho Feng believed Huang Zheng's words. Who dares to swear on the lightning penalty oath and disturb my master's cultivation? As soon as the 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky, an angry and loud voice rang from the mansion ahead. Ho Feng's expression changed drastically as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! As soon as the angry and loud voice rang in the air, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Ho Feng, Huang Zhang and the others. It was a young man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and muscular with a handsome face. Just by standing there, Huang Zhang and the others felt ashamed of their inferiority. Greetings, Vice Palace Master. Greetings, Vice Palace Master. Ho Feng, Huang Zhang, and the others immediately bowed when they saw the person. Their tone was full of respect. Who swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier? The blue-clad young man's sharp gaze swept across Ho Feng and the others, causing fear to rise in their hearts. At this moment, they could not help but feel terrified. This was because the blue-robed young man was the first vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the first direct disciple of the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Chapter 2285. Vice Palace Master. It's me. The patrolling disciple, Huang Zhang, lowered his head in fear when he saw Yun Fu Yi, the former first vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, staring at him fiercely. At the same time, he broke out in cold sweat. Huang Zheng finally remembered. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace was currently in closed-door cultivation in the palace in front of them. He had hastily swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier. The 99 heavenly tribulation had reacted to the lightning penalty oath. It was very likely that it would affect the palace master's cultivation. At the same time, Yun Fu Yi shifted his gaze to Huang Zheng. In the next moment, Wang! The cold-faced Yun Fu Yi casually lifted his hand, and an incomparably solid blade glow appeared in front of the patrolling elder, Ho Feng. It slashed through the air, causing Ho Feng's pupils to involuntarily shrink. Ho Feng's eyes widened in shock. Spurt! The solid saber ray seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper as it effortlessly cut through Huang Zheng's neck and decapitated him. Before blood could spurt out, the saber ray shone brightly as though it could annihilate everything. Bang! A muffled explosion rang in the air as the 2 halves of Huang Zheng's body were destroyed by a force that seemed capable of burning everything into ashes. Only a spatial ring was left behind as it fell from the sky. Gasp! Ho Feng was the first to recover from his shock, and he could not help but gasp. His gaze when he looked at Yun Fu Yi again had become even more reverent. At the same time, the other 2 patrolling disciples regained their senses as well. Horror dawned on them. Even though they had only heard a short-lived saber hum and a muffled explosion, they had not been able to clearly see how Yun Fu Yi had attacked from the beginning to the end. However, Huang Zheng's disappearance and the spatial ring that belonged to him that had fallen from the sky were reminding them of the fact that he was still alive. Huang Zheng was dead. After realizing this, the 2 patrolling disciples hurriedly lowered their heads. Their bodies also trembled in an instant, as if they were deeply afraid that Yun Fai would attack them after killing Huang Zheng. After killing Huang Zheng, Yun Fai had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had just done something trivial and unimportant. As a matter of fact, it was indeed an unimportant matter to him. Why did he swear on the lightning penalty oath here? Yun Fai's gaze quickly landed on Ho Feng as he asked bluntly. After all, there must be a reason why a disciple of Wandering Saint Palace swore on the lightning penalty oath here. Lord Vice Palace Master, it's like this. Faced with Yun Fu Ye's question, Ho Feng naturally did not dare to slack off. He quickly explained everything that had happened. Huang Zhang swore on the lightning penalty oath to prove that the vice palace master of our wandering saint palace looks identical to the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. They have the same name and look identical? Yun Fuyi frowned. Ho Feng's words made him realize how serious this matter was. The new vice palace master of the wandering saint palace looked identical to the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, both of them had the same name and were called Duan Lingtian? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Do you have a portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian? Yun Fuyi asked in a deep voice as he shifted his gaze to the other two patrolling disciples. Lord Vice Palace Master, this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As soon as Yun Fuyi finished speaking, the patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace who had a portrait of Duan Lingtian handed it over to Ho Feng respectfully. It was as though he was afraid he would follow in Huang Zheng's footsteps. Whoosh! Yun Fai didn't seem to have done anything, but an invisible force had already brought the portrait in the hands of the patrolling disciple to him. Yun Fuyi raised his hand and caught the portrait. After taking a look at it, he asked the patrolling disciple in a deep voice, "Are you sure this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian?" "That's what people are saying." The patrolling disciple replied anxiously. "Lord Vice Palace Master, that's what people are saying. Moreover, many human devils from the human devil clan have used the soul-searching secret tactic on humans who have seen this portrait. For this reason, we can confirm that the person in the portrait is the former young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian." Ho Feng chimed in at this moment. Upon hearing this, Yun Fuyi narrowed his eyes and nodded indifferently. He did not even bid farewell to Ho Feng and the others before he left like a gust of wind. After Yun Fuyi left, Ho Feng couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although he was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he still felt pressured when facing Yun Fuyi who was at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the other two patrolling disciples, they were even worse off. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat as though they were about to collapse. "Don't spread the news today. Otherwise, all three of you will die." Right when Ho Feng and the others heaved sighs of relief and felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, Yun Fuyi's voice resounded through the air like a thunderclap, and it shocked them to the point their hearts twitched fiercely. The three of them immediately remembered Yun Fuyi's warning. After Yun Fuyi left like a gust of wind, he returned to the residence of his master, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, after warning Ho Feng and the others. Little junior sister seems to have met the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yun Fai recalled this matter. Yun Fuyi was the first direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. The little junior sister he mentioned was, naturally, the last direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing. "I'll check with little junior sister again. If I'm certain the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I'll have to discuss this matter with the other vice palace masters." As Yun Fuyi muttered to himself, a chilling light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he was about to devour someone. In just a blink of an eye, Yun Fuyi disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was at the other side of the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was also the place where his little junior sister, Huang Wenjing, cultivated. Eldest senior brother. Huang Wenjing, who was dressed in white, walked out of her cultivation place when she heard the greeting. "Junior sister, take a look at this portrait. Do you know the person in it?" After calling out to Huang Wenjing, Yun Fuyi raised his hand and a portrait flew out before it hovered in front of Huang Wenjing. At the same time, the portrait entered Huang Wenjing's eyes. The moment she saw the young man in the portrait, Huang Wenjing's delicate body trembled imperceptibly again, and a complicated luster appeared in her eyes. Ever since she found out the man had a wife 2 years ago, she had forced herself to forget about him. For the past 2 years, she had focused on her cultivation so that she would not think about him. However, Huang Wenjing did not expect this at all. When she saw the portrait of the man again after 2 years, her heart, which had been sealed for 2 years, began to stir. "Eldest senior brother, why are you showing me the portrait of Vice Palace Master Duan?" Huang Wenjing took a deep breath. She was afraid that Yun Fuyi would notice that something was amiss.
However, a hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful and cold face.
Vice Palace Master Duan? As soon as Huang Wenjing finished speaking, Yun Fuye's eyes widened. He said in a deep voice, "It seems like they're telling the truth. There's indeed something wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan." Ha! Huang Wenjing could not help but frown when she heard Yun Fuye's words. Eldest senior brother. What do you mean? What do you mean by there's something wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan?
Little junior sister, I'm afraid you're unaware that the portrait I'm showing you isn't about Duan Ling Tian, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's about Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Fuyi did not hide anything from his junior sister, Huang Wenjing. What? Huang Wenjing's expression changed drastically when she heard Yun Fuye's words. Senior brother, you mean? Vice Mansion Master Duan from our Wandering Saint Palace not only has the same name as the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, but they even look identical. Huang Wenjing finally regained her senses. Or rather, they're the same person. Yun Fuyi sneered. The same person? Huang Wenjing was so shocked that her heart skipped a beat. She shook her head. How's that possible? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion left Debussy Subterranean for the Upper Province less than 10 years ago. Before he left, he wasn't even at the Saint Celestial stage. How is it possible for him to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? In the end, Huang Wenjing's voice became weaker. She could not help but recall Duan Lingtian's ability to help others improve their innate spiritual roots. Since he can help me improve the grade of my innate spiritual root, it means he can help himself improve the grade of his innate spiritual root as well. If he improves his innate spiritual root to a dark violet innate spiritual root and goes to the upper province, it's not impossible for him to become so strong in less than 10 years. Huang Wenjing was flustered when she thought about this. That seems to be the case. I didn't think about this earlier. Upon hearing Huang Wenjing's words, Yun Fai couldn't help but frown and mumble. Chapter 2286. However, he has the same name and looks the same. What do you mean by that? If he had a fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's not impossible for him to have such a cultivation base in less than 10 years. At the end of his muttering, Yun Fai still felt that. He was certain the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he's not Duan Ling Tian, it's impossible for us not to know about a devil cultivator with a pure human bloodline in the human devil clan. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Moreover, he has the same name and looks the same as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Fuyi was certain the moment he thought of this. He was certain the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was the same person as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Little junior sister, I have something to attend to. Before Huang Wenjing could recover from her shock, Yun Fuyi said goodbye to her. After a cold light flashed in his eyes, he turned into a gust of wind and left. Yun Fuyi had only one purpose in mind when he left. He wanted to gather the other Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace to discuss this matter. Originally, such a big matter should have been handled by his master, Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, Yuan Haochen's closed-door cultivation this time was different from the past. This time, he had found a rare opportunity to comprehend heaven and earth and attract the celestial ascension tribulation so he could break through and become an eminent celestial. After all, such an opportunity was hard to come by. If he managed to seize it, he would definitely attract the celestial ascension tribulation. And if he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to wait for such an opportunity again. It was precisely because he was clear about this that Yun Fuyi did not disturb his master and let his master come out of seclusion to preside over the overall situation. It was also because of this that Yun Fuyi was so ruthless today and killed the patrolling disciple Huang Zhang who recklessly swore the lightning penalty oath. At that time, it was fortunate that he reacted in time and set up a soundproof formation. Otherwise, his master would have been interrupted and lost the opportunity to become an eminent celestial. As the former leader of the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuye's influence was not weak. He quickly gathered the other Vice Palace Masters.
After gathering everyone, Yun Fuyi did not beat around the bush and immediately told them the whole story. The other vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace were shocked when they heard Yun Fuye's words. The new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who had just arrived 2 years ago was actually a human? Moreover, he was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? Although the other vice palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe Yun Fuye's words. Vice Palace Master Yun, does Lord Palace Master know about this? Another vice palace master asked solemnly. Not yet. Yun Fuyi shook his head. Master went into closed-door cultivation this time because he found an opportunity that gave him a 90% chance of attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. This is a rare opportunity. If I interrupt him, who knows when he'll be able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation again. That's why I didn't disturb him and allowed him to come out of closed-door cultivation. Yun Fuyi said. Lord Sect Leader has found an opportunity to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Hearing Yun Fuye's words, the other vice palace masters' eyes lit up, and they looked excited. Naturally, they knew what it meant for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to find an opportunity to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It meant that one would definitely attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation if they managed to grab hold of the opportunity. Powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who managed to find the opportunity, had a 90% chance of attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. How could they not be excited? This meant that once Lord Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace came out of closed-door cultivation, he would immediately undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If he succeeded, he would become an eminent Celestial. They did not even consider whether he would be able to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation successfully. This was because no palace master in the history of Wandering Saint Palace had ever failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Every generation of palace masters in Wandering Saint Palace had a special method to deal with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Master has predicted when he'll come out of closed-door cultivation and told me it'll be in about a year. Yun Fuyi said to the other vice palace masters. For this reason, we mustn't alert him in the coming year. We can't spread this news. At the very least, we have to delay until Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. Yun Fuye's words also gained the approval of the other vice palace masters. If the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace did not come out of closed-door cultivation, none of them would be able to deal with Vice Palace Master Duan. If they contacted the other 3 palaces and 6 halls, they would definitely send powerhouses to deal with Vice Palace Master Duan. However, the Wandering Saint Palace could not afford to lose face like that. After all, this was the Wandering Saint Palace's own business. To be on the safe side, I hope all of you can swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Yun Fuyi glanced at one of the Vice Palace Masters when he spoke. This Vice Palace Master was none other than Huang Qiling's father. Huang Qiling's father smiled wryly when he saw Yun Fuyi looking at him. He knew Yun Fuyi knew about the relationship between his son and Vice Palace Master Duan. Ling you've really made a good friend. Huang Qiling's father sighed inwardly. After Yun Fuyi set up a simple soundproof formation, the other Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace also swore on the lightning penalty oath that they would not tell anyone about what happened today. However, a month after the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace swore on the lightning penalty oath, in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, news that Duan Ling Tian, a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a human force, spread without any warning. News of this spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace knew about this. By the time the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, including Yun Fuyi, realized what was going on, the news had spread like wildfire in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. What was done could not be undone. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Yun Fuyi, one of the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, killed Ho Feng, the patrolling elder, and the other 2 patrolling disciples a month ago because he suspected they were the ones who spread the news. As for the other Vice Palace Masters who knew about this, they were bound by the lightning penalty oath so they could not spread the news. I hope he receives the news in time and leaves the Wandering Saint Palace and the Human Devil Saint City. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate,
A cold and lonely figure stood high up in the sky. She looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's estate and muttered to herself. Yun Fuyi did not expect this at all. The person who spread the news was none other than his little junior sister, Huang Wenjing, whom he had never suspected. There was only one reason Huang Wenjing had done this. She wanted Duan Lingtian to escape the Wandering Saint Palace, the Human Devil Saint City, and the Human Devil Clan's territory. She knew Duan Lingtian would definitely die if her master came out of closed-door cultivation. In the end, she couldn't bear to watch Duan Lingtian die with her own eyes. Even if she knew Duan Lingtian was a human, she could not bear to see him die.
That's all I can do for you. The rest will depend on your luck. With a faint sigh, Huang Wenjing's figure gradually faded. She first turned into a shadow, then disappeared into the void.
It was as if she had disappeared into thin air.
Brother Ling Tian. He's the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? He's a human? How's this possible? Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was shocked by the news about Duan Lingtian. Huang Qiling was also shocked when he received the news. When he regained his senses, an expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. After the news spread in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, it naturally spread out and caused quite a commotion in the Human Devil Saint City. Meanwhile, in the Boar Devil clan's estate, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan gathered again after receiving the news from the Human Devil clan. After a year, Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, has finally been exposed. The leader of the Red Boar tribe chuckled. This time, the Human Devil clan is going to be lively. With Duan Lingtian's strength and the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he'll definitely be able to turn the Human Devil clan upside down. At that time, let alone the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, even the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, an eminent celestial, won't be a match for Duan Lingtian who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. The leader of the Thunderboar tribe said with a smile. If something happens to the Human Devil clan, those old monsters won't be able to sit still. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian has the Devil Seal Tablet, he won't be able to escape death. The leader of the Black Boar tribe sneered as his eyes flashed coldly. Based on the words of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan, it was obvious they also thought Duan Lingtian would be able to suppress the Human Devil clan with the Devil Seal Tablet. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so weak. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession was incomplete. The complete Devil Seal tombstone could barely kill an eminent celestial.
However, just as Gan Ruyen flew into the room and finished her sentence, a voice rang out. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, Gan Ruyen, who had charged into the room, flew out at an even faster speed. Blood spurted from her mouth, and she appeared to be in a sorry state. Boom! 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 As Gan Ruyen flew out of the room, a series of explosions rang in the air. The room where Duan Lingtian was cultivating in closed door collapsed. For a moment, dust filled the air as though it was blotting out the sun. Barf! When Gan Ruyen finally managed to stop herself, her face paled as she spat out another mouthful of blood. She looked even more wretched now. Auntie! Duan Xiling's delicate face tensed up slightly as she looked at Gan Ruyen worriedly. She could not help but cry out in a low voice. In Duan Xiling's opinion, her auntie was the most important person after her parents. Now that she saw Gan Ruyen was injured, it was only natural for her to be worried. Sister, are you all right? At the same time, Kerr looked at Gan Ruyen worriedly. Before Gan Ruyen could reply, she could not help but turn around to look at the collapsed room. The worry on her face grew even more intense. Her man was still in there. I'm fine. Gan Ruyen shook her head. Then, she looked at the collapsed room angrily. She thought Duan Lingtian was the culprit. Mother, father is still in there. Duan Xiling, who was standing next to Kerr, said anxiously as she pointed at the dust-filled room. I know. Kerr nodded. An anxious expression could be seen on her face as well. That's... At this moment Peng Lai, who had arrived at the scene, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A hint of shock could be heard in his voice.
Almost as soon as Peng Lai's voice fell, the room in front of them suddenly collapsed. As the dust settled, another figure the size of a small mountain appeared. This mountain-sized figure was condensed from solid golden flames. Standing there, it looked like a bird, enveloping the entire collapsed room. Its huge body blocked everything in the room. It was difficult to see what was going on inside. What kind of bird is this? Peng Lai was stunned.
Although he could see that the golden flames in front of him had condensed into a bird, he could not recognize what kind of bird it was.
He was not the only one who could not recognize it. Even Gan Ruyen and Ke could not recognize it. Mother, what kind of bird is this? Duan Xiling could not help but ask Ke. Her attention was also attracted by the bird formed from golden flames. I don't know. Ke shook her head. This was her first time seeing such a bird. Auntie, do you know? Duan Xiling turned to look at Gan Ruyen. Gan Ruyen shook her head as well, indicating she did not know. If only father is here. I'm sure he knows, Duan Xiling murmured. It was as though her father, Duan Lingtian, was omnipotent and omniscient in her eyes. That's right. Father is still in there. When Duan Xiling thought of this, she became anxious again. She flew toward the bird that was formed by the golden flames. Be careful. Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she saw this. At this moment, Gan Ruyan realized it was not Duan Lingtian who had attacked her. It was the bird formed from golden flames. How could she not be anxious when she saw her niece rushing toward the bird?
Young miss, be careful.
Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically. Before Ke could react, Peng Lai flew out and stopped Duan Xiling before she could get close to the bird. At the same time, Peng Lai was only a few meters away from the bird. As soon as Peng Lai stopped Duan Xiling, boom! The bird seemed to have sensed Peng Lai's presence. A wave of energy surged out of its body and formed a shockwave that slammed into Peng Lai's back, sending him flying. While Peng Lai was sent flying, he quickly shielded Duan Xiling and pulled her to a safe distance away. After stabilizing himself, Peng Lai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he turned to look at the bird again, his eyes were filled with dread. What's that thing? What kind of cultivation method does Master cultivate? How can he have such a mutant beast guarding him? Peng Lai could see it now. The bird that was condensed from golden flames was guarding its master, Duan Ling Tian. No matter who it was, it would attack anyone who approached it. However, this bird doesn't seem to have any aura of life. Instead, Master's aura seems to be stronger than before. As a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Peng Lai, naturally, could sense things that Gan Ruyen could not. If Gan Ruyen could not sense anything, it was even more impossible for Ke and Duan Xiling, who were weaker than her, to sense it as well. Don't worry, madam and young miss. Master's aura is stable, and he's unharmed. As for this bird formed from golden flames, it must be Master's doing. As long as you don't get close to it, you won't be attacked. Peng Lai comforted Ke and Duan Xiling when he saw their worried expressions.
Duan Lingtian.
At the same time, Gan Ruyen condensed her voice transmission into a line in an attempt to wake Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation. However, when her voice got close to the bird, it was blocked out and could not enter the bird at all. It's useless. I've already tried to condense my voice transmission into a line. Peng Lai smiled wryly. You can't defeat this bird as well? Gan Ruyen asked anxiously. After all, time waits for no man. There's nothing I can do. Its strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai shook his head. Based on the strength the bird had displayed earlier, he could tell it was not weak at all. He could not compare to this bird at all. What kind of technique is he using? At this moment, Gan Ruyen was extremely anxious. Her expression was extremely ugly. However, Gan Ruyen was unaware of this. Chapter 2288.
The bird that was the size of a small mountain stood motionless in the ruined room. However, the golden flames on its body seemed to be burning fiercely. As it stood there, it was like an indestructible protective barrier that firmly protected Duan Lingtian, who was in the midst of his cultivation, preventing him from being disturbed by the outside world. If Duan Ling Tian was awake at this moment, he would be able to recognize the bird with just a glance. The bird that was completely condensed from golden flames and was protecting him while he was in closed-door cultivation was none other than a three-legged golden crow.
The three-legged golden crow was a mythical creature in Duan Ling Tian's past life. Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that Duan Ling Tian obtained, was a three-legged golden crow. He was also the only three-legged golden crow left in the Jade Emperor heaven. Naturally, Ker, Gon Ruyen, and Peng Lai did not recognize the three-legged golden crow. Since they did not recognize it, it was even more impossible for the young Duan Siling to recognize it.
Madam, what should we do now?
Peng Lai looked at Ker with a bitter smile on his face. We can't let this drag on any longer. If this continues, the Lord Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace will arrive. Once the Lord Palace Master arrives, Master and we won't be able to leave. Bring the 2 of them away first. I'll think of a way to wake him up. Before Ker could respond, Gon Ruyen had already looked at Peng Lai and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Based on her words, she wanted Peng Lai to bring Ker and her daughter away so she could continue waking Duan Ling Tian. In her opinion, her sister's life was more important than her own. Sister, I won't leave until Brother Tian comes out of his closed-door cultivation. Ku'er said with a resolute expression. The separation in the past made her cherish everything in front of her even more. She absolutely could not leave her man again. Elder Peng Lai, take my sister and my daughter away. I'll stay here and continue to wake up Brother Tian. After she finished speaking, Ku'er looked at Peng Lai and said in a hurried tone. She wanted to stay with her man. Even though she knew she was going to die, she had no regrets. To her, being able to die with her man was the happiest thing in the world. As for her elder sister and her daughter, she naturally hoped that they could live well. Mother, I'm not leaving. I want to stay and wait for father. Currently, Duan Siling was no longer an ignorant little girl. At the age of 12, she had become a sensible and stubborn young girl. Good girl, Siling. You can leave with your aunt first. Daddy and I will look for you later. Ker said as she looked at Duan Siling with a doting smile on her face. However, a hint of reluctance could be seen in the depth of her eyes. After all, she knew she would most likely die if she stayed. Perhaps, she would not be able to see her daughter again. She would not be able to watch her daughter grow up. I won't leave. Mother, if you and father don't leave, Siling won't leave as well. Duan Siling seemed to have realized something. She was usually obedient, but at this moment, she was extremely stubborn. Just as Ker was about to say something to Duan Siling, Gon Ruyen interjected. Then, let's continue to think of ways to wake him up. These were Gon Ruyan's words. Gon Ruyan's words were her response to Ker. She would not leave either. Upon seeing this, Ker smiled wryly. However, she did not say anything else since she knew her sister's temper very well. In the following days, Ker and her daughter, Gon Ruyen, and Peng Lai worked together to think of ways to wake Duan Ling Tian up. They used voice transmission, secret voice transmission, jade token. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was to no avail. No matter what they tried, they could not break through Duan Ling Tian's protection by the three-legged golden crow. At such a sensitive time, the longer they delayed, the more danger they would be in. In the distance, the three-legged golden crow that was formed from golden flames hovered in the air like an invincible barrier, protecting Duan Ling Tian who was cultivating. It allowed Duan Ling Tian to focus on his cultivation. The three-legged golden crow was formed from Duan Ling Tian's sun saint origin. Duan Ling Tian's saint origin was different from the saint origin of other people in the mundane realm. His saint origin was mixed with the sun saint origin that came from Hua Lao, the three-legged golden crow. Although the effect of the sun saint origin on Duan Ling Tian's saint origin gradually decreased, it was still a unique force in the three-legged golden crow. It was not something ordinary forces could compare to. When Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul-detaching form, and he had mastered the soul-detaching technique, Duan Ling Tian who was cultivating did not notice the sun saint origin had been activated. When he was cultivating,
a part of the Sun Saint energy in his body would be automatically separated and turned into a lifelike three-legged golden crow to protect him. The three-legged golden crow's strength was not inferior to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Currently, he was fully immersed in his cultivation as he tried to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
The sound of wind whistling rang outside Duan Lingtian's mansion. Peng Lai, who was in the mansion, was alerted. "I'm afraid I won't be able to leave now."
Peng Lai smiled wryly.
As soon as he heard the sound of wind whistling outside, he sensed a familiar divine consciousness. It was the divine consciousness of a few vice palace masters and elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In other words, the people outside were the vice palace masters and elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Outside the mansion in the void, the group of vice palace masters and elders from the Wandering Saint Palace was led by Yun Fu Yi, the vice palace master.
He hasn't left yet.
Although Yun Fu Ye's divine consciousness did not detect Duan Lingtian's presence, he did detect the three-legged golden crow that was formed from golden flames. Apart from that, he also discovered that Ke, Duan Lingtian, and Gan Ru Yen, who were close to Duan Lingtian, were still around. Therefore, he was certain Duan Lingtian had not left. Peng Lai must have received news that Duan Lingtian is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It's obvious he has betrayed the Wandering Saint Palace as well. Another vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace said in a deep voice.
It's not a big deal. It's fine as long as Duan Lingtian hasn't left.
Yun Fu Yi shook his head. Based on the current situation, it seems like these people are trying to awaken Duan Lingtian, who is in closed-door cultivation. However, currently, Duan Lingtian is protected by the bird that's guarding him, so he's not affected by the outside world. As the great direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and the former Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fu Yi was, naturally, not a simple person. It was not difficult for him to see through the current situation.
This is a good thing for us.
After all, if Duan Lingtian comes out of closed-door cultivation, we might not be able to stop him. A hint of dread could be seen in Yun Fu Ye's eyes when he spoke. Although he had never met Duan Lingtian before, he had heard about Duan Lingtian from his master. He knew Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace, he was not arrogant enough to think he could fight a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other Vice Palace Masters and Elders nodded in agreement with Yun Fu Ye's words. At the same time, the Vice Palace Masters and Elders of Wandering Saint Palace nodded in agreement with Yun Fu Ye's words. All of a sudden, a loud and piercing voice suddenly came from the outside like a clap of thunder.
Palace Master Yuan, I'm here to visit you.
As soon as the voice entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace heard it clearly. It's Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Yun Fu Ye's expression was unsightly. The expressions of the other Vice Palace Masters and Elders of Wandering Saint Palace darkened as well.
At this moment, they realized what was going on.
The thing they were most worried about had happened. When news that Duan Lingtian, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion spread throughout the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, they knew the truth was out. It was only a matter of time before the news spread out of the Wandering Saint Palace, the Human Devil Saint City, and the entire Human Devil clan's territory. Although they had expected this, they did not expect the news to spread so quickly.
How long had it been?
Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, had personally come to visit them. Yun Fu Yi and the others were not surprised that Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was the first to visit them. After all, they knew Shi Nanfeng was the human devil who hated the Azure Cloud Mansion the most in the Human Devil clan. All of this was due to the fact that Shi Nanfeng's favorite disciple had been killed by the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse from Azure Cloud Mansion. Now that Duan Lingtian heard the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was in the Wandering Saint Palace, how could Shi Nanfeng sit still when he heard this?
It's a good thing I've set up multiple soundproof formations for Master. Otherwise, he would have been awakened by Shi Nanfeng. Yun Fu Ye's expression turned even more unsightly when he thought about this. Swoosh. All of a sudden, Yun Fu Ye's ugly expression changed drastically. How arrogant! At this moment, Yun Fu Yi could clearly feel a powerful aura emanating from the divine sense. A powerful divine consciousness swept across the entire Wandering Saint Palace's estate, including Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had nowhere to hide. This is bad. It's Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. In Duan Lingtian's mansion, Peng Lai's expression changed drastically. Chapter 2289. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace? Gan Ruyan's eyes lit up when she heard Peng Lai's words. She knew that the Great Spirit Palace was as famous as the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace was not much weaker than the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, based on the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's tone, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. If the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace and the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace fought, they would have plenty of time to wake Duan Ling Tian, who was still cultivating. However, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, must be here for Master. Peng Lai shook his head. Gan Ruyan's expression darkened when she learned about the enmity between Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Just the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was enough to trouble them. Now, there was another Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. In the air outside the mansion. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past as a figure appeared in front of the few Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace led by Yun Fu Yi. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man who was 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his long hair was casually tied up. His expression was firm, and he exuded an aura of authority. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is in this mansion? The golden-clad middle-aged man did not even look at Yun Fu Yi and the others when he appeared. His eyes were trained on the mansion in front of him. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Palace Master Shi. Yun Fu Yi looked at the golden-clad middle-aged man with a dark expression and said in a deep voice, "Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to barge into the Wandering Saint Palace without an invitation?" Inappropriate? It's better for your master to say these words. The golden-clad middle-aged man, Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, glanced at Yun Fu Yi indifferently. Palace Master Shi, don't tell me you don't know that my master is in seclusion. Yun Fu Yi's expression became more and more unsightly. He knew very well in his heart, since Shi Nanfeng dared to barge into the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he must have discovered his master was in closed-door cultivation. I know you hate the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but don't forget this is the Wandering Saint Palace, not the Great Spirit Palace. Now that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, my master should be the one to kill him. It's not up to you, Palace Master Shi, to interfere in this matter. Yun Fu Yi's tone became stern as he spoke. What a joke! He did not care who killed the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, if Shi Nanfeng killed the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion today, others would only think that the Wandering Saint Palace was incompetent since they could not even deal with a mole. This matter concerned the reputation of the Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, he did not want the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to die in the hands of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Since Palace Master Yuan is in closed-door cultivation, it's not good for me to disturb him. When he comes out of closed-door cultivation in the future, I'll personally apologize to him. Shi Nanfeng said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura began to fluctuate, causing the air to stagnate. At the same time, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the mansion in front of him. The person he wanted to kill was in there. Duan Ruffing, you managed to escape that day. Today, I'll kill your son to avenge my disciple. Shi Nanfeng said with a murderous aura. Palace Master Shi,
My master will attract the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial in at most a year after he enters closed-door cultivation.
For this reason, I advise you to think twice before making a move.
Just as Shi Nanfeng was about to charge into the mansion to kill Duan Lingtian, Yun Fu Ye's warning rang in the air.
As soon as Yun Fu Yi finished speaking, swoosh!
Shi Nanfeng's expression changed drastically, and the murderous aura on his body dissipated.
Palace Master Yuan. Has he found the opportunity?
Shi Nanfeng's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Yun Fu Yi. When he asked the question, there was fear on his face. He might not be able to defeat the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was not an eminent celestial, but he was not afraid of him. However, if the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was an eminent celestial, he had no choice but to fear him.
The former would not be able to kill him.
The latter would be able to kill him as easily as killing a chicken.
Humph!
Yun Fu Yi scoffed in response to Shi Nanfeng's question. He did not bother to explain himself. Shi Nanfeng's expression changed drastically. In the end, he decided not to charge into the mansion. Since Palace Master Yuan will come out of closed-door cultivation in a year, I'll give him face. As long as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion doesn't escape, I won't kill him. When Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll personally watch him deal with the young mansion master.
After a while, Shi Nanfeng compromised.
Although he could interrupt the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's closed-door cultivation, he did not dare to do so. Even if Duan Lingtian were to interrupt the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and prevent him from becoming an eminent celestial, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace would most likely become an eminent celestial before Duan Lingtian, since he was slightly stronger than Duan Lingtian. If he interrupted the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, it would mean that he had offended the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. If the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace became an eminent celestial in the future, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace would definitely target him. However, if Duan Lingtian tries to escape before Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation, and the Wandering Saint Palace doesn't have the ability to stop him.
If that's the case, don't blame me for making a move.
At the same time, Shi Nanfeng added with a cold look in his eyes. As long as Duan Lingtian leaves the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, you can do whatever you want to him, Palace Master Shi.
Yun Fu Yi said.
In truth, he was also worried that Duan Lingtian would escape before his master came out of closed-door cultivation. At that time, if his master did not come out of closed-door cultivation, who would be able to stop Duan Lingtian? That's all I need to hear. Shi Nanfeng replied indifferently. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to meditate. It was as though he was going to wait for a year. Yun Fu Yi was not surprised by this. If he were in Shi Nanfeng's shoes, he would do the same. He would not rest until he saw the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion dead. After Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including the Crimson Blaze Palace, visited the Wandering Saint Palace as well. Their target was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who had caused a commotion in the Human Devil Saint City. I didn't expect the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Regardless of whether he thought of it or not, this time, he will definitely die. I heard the news first spread in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I really don't know why he didn't escape when he had the chance.
Isn't he seeking death?
Although the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is in closed-door cultivation and there's no one in the Wandering Saint Palace who can stop him, Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace is waiting outside his residence. If he dares to leave the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die. If he leaves the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die. If he doesn't leave the Wandering Saint Palace, he'll definitely die when Palace Master Yuan comes out of closed-door cultivation. Similar discussions continued in the 3 palaces and 6 halls outside the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace was bustling with activity as well. I was just celebrating the addition of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to our Wandering Saint Palace. I didn't expect him to be a human. He's even the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did a human kill an elder of our Wandering Saint Palace, but he even infiltrated our Wandering Saint Palace to become a spy. He deserves to die.
Don't worry. he'll definitely die when Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation. In other words, even if he manages to escape before Lord Palace Master comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll still die. Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, is waiting outside his residence. If he dares to escape, he'll definitely die. Although most people in the Wandering Saint Palace knew their Palace Master was in closed-door cultivation, they did not know their Palace Master would most likely break through to the eminent celestial stage. Otherwise, the Wandering Saint Palace would be even more lively. Initially, apart from the people from the Wandering Saint Palace, Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was the only outsider guarding Duan Lingtian's residence. However, after a few days, many people from the Great Spirit Palace came to guard the residence as well. Even the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including the Crimson Blaze Palace, had sent some people to guard the residence. Naturally, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were only there to watch the show. They knew they would not have a chance to make a move at all. Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was inside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Currently, all of them were in agreement. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had nowhere to go. He would definitely die. It's over. It's over. Pang Lai, who was in Duan Lingtian's residence, had a grim expression on his face when he learned about the situation outside. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, it was as though Duan Ling Tian's mansion had been segregated. The people outside could not enter. The people inside could not leave as well. He didn't leave? When Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, learned about the situation, she could not help but frown. A hint of pity could be seen on her beautiful face. However, she also knew that at this point, even if she still wanted to help that man, she was powerless to do so. She had already done everything she could. Even if Master comes out of closed-door cultivation a year later and I beg him not to kill you, you still won't be able to escape from Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Huang Wenjing sighed and muttered in a somewhat powerless voice. As the person in question, Duan Ling Tian was still immersed in his seemingly endless cultivation. He did not know he had already become a trapped beast. Chapter 2290. Time continued to pass by. Months passed in just a blink of an eye. Everything was calm in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. However, a group of people led by Shi Nan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was guarding outside Duan Lingtian's residence. The calm before the storm was only the calm before the storm. In Duan Lingtian's residence, apart from Duan Lingtian, Ke, Gan Ruyen, and Peng Lai were trapped as well. Currently, they had a rough idea of the situation outside and knew they had a slim chance of survival. Initially, they were anxious. However, as time passed, they realized there was nothing they could do about it. They could only accept their fate. When Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, comes out of closed-door cultivation, all of this will be over. Gan Ruyen sighed inwardly. Then she looked at Ke and asked, Ke, do you regret it? Regret? What are you asking, sister? Ke asked. I want to ask you, do you regret knowing him? If you didn't know him, you wouldn't have had such a difficult life. You wouldn't have to face such a crisis today. Gan Ruyen added. No. As soon as Gan Ruyen finished speaking, Ke shook her head firmly. A bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. Knowing Brother Tian is the happiest thing that has happened to me in my life. To me, knowing Brother Tian is the best thing that God has done for me. To be able to know Brother Tian and be with him for so long, I am already satisfied. Even if I die at this moment, I will have no regrets. Kuer's words came from the bottom of her heart. Based on the bright smile on her face, one could see that she was feeling very happy. Everything she said was her heartfelt words. Although she had already guessed Ke's answer, Gan Ruyan's heart still throbbed when she heard Ke's heartfelt words. Was that man really that good? Unknowingly, Gan Ruyan's gaze became a little misty. No one knew what she was thinking. Mother Auntie. The bird moved. It moved. Duan Si-ling exclaimed as she pointed at the three-legged golden crow in the distance.
It was as though she had discovered a new continent.
That is, at some point in time, Peng Lai had also arrived here.
Looking at the bird that was completely condensed from golden flames in the distance, his face was full of shock and astonishment.
Ke and Gan Ruyen also looked over.
In the distance, the three-legged golden crow that was as big as a hill stood motionless like a lifeless statue in the room that Duan Lingtian used to cultivate in closed-door cultivation.
However, at this moment, a pair of huge wings spread out and began to flap. Moreover, the frequency of its flapping continued to increase.
In each of its eyes, a ball of solid red flames appeared.
They were like two bright lamps in the darkness, and were particularly eye-catching. Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
As the three-legged golden crow flapped its wings, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air.
Dust filled the air in the ruins as though a sandstorm had just occurred. It's flying. It's flying. As Duan Si-ling exclaimed in shock, the three-legged golden crow that was as still as a mountain suddenly rose from the ground and flew up. Although it only rose to a height of about 10 meters, it was enough to shock everyone. After all, this was a bird without any signs of life.
Where's father?
Duan Si-ling thought she would be able to see her father when the three-legged golden crow rose into the air. However, when the three-legged golden crow rose into the air, her father's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the ruins, apart from the shattered walls and tiles, the ground was flat, and the spacious wooden bed was still there. The only thing missing was the purple figure who was sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed.
Master is in the bird's body.
Unlike Duan Si-ling, Ke, and Gan Ruyen, Peng Lai could clearly sense Duan Lingtian's aura. Furthermore, the aura emitted from Master's body seems to be even stronger than before. This feeling. It's as if I've made a breakthrough. However, isn't Master a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? How can he raise his cultivation base if he doesn't undergo the heavenly tribulation? Peng Lai muttered in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't figure it out. What was going on? It was obvious Peng Lai was unaware that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He thought Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If his master was not a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he kill Lin Yuan, an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Wandering Saint Palace with just 2 moves?
When the three-legged golden crow that was completely condensed from golden flames flew up with Duan Lingtian and hovered in the air.
Many people outside Duan Lingtian's mansion noticed the commotion. What's that? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had been paying attention to Duan Lingtian's mansion. He frowned when he saw the three-legged golden crow. He frowned because he could not see what it was. However, there was one thing he was certain of. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion whom he wished he could kill was inside. His aura seems to be stronger than before. His current aura is more like that of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After faintly realizing this point, Shi Nanfeng was somewhat puzzled. As far as he knew, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Could it be that he concealed his cultivation base's aura when he cultivated? Shi Nanfeng thought to himself. Boom, boom, boom. Peng Lai and Shi Nanfeng were still in a daze when a series of deafening thunderclaps rang from the other side of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was alerted by the thunderous roar. Is this the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? In the mansion of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fu Yi, the Vice Palace Master, flew out of his room and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. His eyes shone brightly as an excited expression appeared on his face. The arrival of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation meant that his master was about to undergo the Heavenly Tribulation. Once his master passed the Heavenly Tribulation, his master would become an eminent celestial and become a bona fide eminent celestial. He did not doubt his master's ability to pass the Heavenly Tribulation. In the history of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, no one had ever failed the Heavenly Tribulation. I didn't expect Master to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation a month in advance. In other words, Master will become an eminent celestial in just a few days. Yun Fuyi was excited when he thought about this. Tribulation clouds were the clouds and mist that formed the heavenly tribulation. They were similar to dark clouds, and one could faintly see bolts of purple lightning rolling within them. They were like small purple dragons that were flashing around the tribulation clouds. What was different from ordinary heavenly tribulations was that behind these tribulation clouds, one could occasionally see five-colored light that was on the verge of bursting out. It was as though there were five-colored clouds hiding behind the tribulation clouds. Moreover, the five-colored clouds were glowing brightly. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclaps continued to reverberate in the sky. Initially, the tribulation clouds did not cover a large area. However, as time passed, the tribulation clouds could be seen moving rapidly in the sky above the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the tribulation clouds were moving in one direction.
That's the direction of Lord Palace Master's mansion?
In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a group of elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at the sky in unison.
They were certain the dark clouds were moving in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace.
There are purple lightning flashing around the dark clouds. I can even see five-colored lights in the gaps between the dark clouds. Isn't this the tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation?
One of the elders from the Wandering Saint Palace exclaimed as his eyes widened in shock.
He seemed to have thought of something. The tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? The eyes of many elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace lit up immediately. The tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation were moving in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was obvious what this meant.
Lord Palace Master is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation?
It seems like there's going to be an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace soon. From today onward, the Human Devil Clan will have a second eminent celestial. Moreover, the second eminent celestial will be the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The entire Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace was excited. At the same time, outside Duan Lingtian's mansion, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, were looking in the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. They were also looking in the direction of the tribulation clouds. At this moment, they did not notice the tribulation clouds.
In the mansion in front of them, the 3-legged golden crow that was completely condensed from golden flames shrunk in the air.
In the end, it completely entered the body of a purple-clad young man.
This purple-clad young man had been hiding in the 3-legged golden crow's body all this while.
"Daddy!" Duan Xiling cried out in excitement. The purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2291.
Father!
As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he heard a familiar exclamation. He did not even have the time to check his Sun Saint origin that had reached its limit without the help of the elementary devouring tactic.
Xiling!
Duan Lingtian turned to look at the source of the voice. There was a young girl who was about 12 or 13 years old standing there. Xiling has grown so big. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the young girl. It should have been 3 years since I went into closed-door cultivation, right? When Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation, he had already made a preliminary deduction. 3 years should be enough for him to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it meant 3 years had passed. When he saw his daughter standing before him, he was even more certain that he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with guilt. His daughter had grown from a little girl to a beautiful young girl during the time he was in closed-door cultivation. He felt that he had failed to be a father to his daughter.
Father, you're finally out.
Although Duan Xiling had grown into a young girl, her temperament was still the same. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she immediately flew into Duan Lingtian's arms. Naturally, Duan Lingtian caught her and smiled faintly. "Xiling, you've grown so big in just a blink of an eye. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Father, you've been in closed-door cultivation for almost 3 years.
Duan Xiling pouted and said to Duan Lingtian with a pitiful expression on her face.
It's all my fault. Father, you shouldn't have been in closed-door cultivation for so long. Duan Lingtian smiled dotingly. His tone was even gentler now. Father, Mother misses you very much too. Currently, Duan Xiling had grown into a slender and elegant young lady. Although she still acted like a little girl in front of Duan Lingtian, she had matured and become more sensible as she grew older. Therefore, after spending some time in Duan Lingtian's embrace, she left Duan Lingtian's embrace and held Duan Lingtian's hand as they walked towards Ke. At this time, she sensibly stepped aside and stood beside Gan Ruyen. Ke. Looking at Ke, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with tenderness. Brother Tian. Ke muttered softly as she looked at the man who had captivated her. Then, she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly. It was as though she did not want to let go of him. Duan Lingtian had a guilty expression on his face as he hugged Ke in his arms, and they shared a warm moment together. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words.
It was as though their hearts were stuck together and could not be separated.
Master.
Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, could not help but have a complicated expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was his master who had helped him raise his innate spiritual root to an indigo innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark indigo innate spiritual root. In these 3 years, his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, making him another elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. Usually, it would be a joyous occasion for him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he could not bring himself to feel happy at this moment. This was because he knew even if his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would still be regarded as a traitor by the Wandering Saint Palace. Let alone being an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace, he might not even be able to survive.
If he was not bound by the lightning penalty oath, he would still have a choice. But now, he had no choice but to follow his master to the end. I can only hope that master who has been in closed-door cultivation for 3 years will be able to create a miracle. That way, I'll be able to survive. Everyone was afraid of death. Even Peng Lai was no exception. If he could survive, he was willing to leave the Wandering Saint Palace, betray the Human Devil Clan, and follow his master to the ends of the world. Moreover, he had a strong feeling that his master would be able to survive. If his master could pass this test, he would be able to achieve much more in the future by following his master instead of staying in the Wandering Saint Palace. His aura. It seems like it has become much stronger compared to 3 years ago. Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. However, after a while, she shifted her attention to Duan Lingtian's aura. 3 years ago, his cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai was unaware of Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base 3 years ago, but Gan Ruyen, who was Ke's twin sister, knew very well about it. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Gan Ruyen knew very well that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was different from Duan Lingtian's. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the help of the black innate spiritual root, his cultivation base should have broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years, right? After all, Gan Ruyen had not reached that level and had not experienced the black innate spiritual root before. Therefore, she could only make such a guess. Currently, he should be able to fight the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, right? Gan Ruyen thought to herself. Uncle Peng Lai, what's with those clouds that keep moving? They seem to be glowing. They're so colorful. How beautiful! Duan Xiling asked Peng Lai when she saw the rapidly moving dark clouds in the sky. Upon hearing Duan Xiling's words, Peng Lai shifted his gaze to the sky and saw the dark clouds moving in a certain direction. The dark clouds were moving in the same direction. In addition, behind these dark clouds, there was an incomparably dazzling 5-colored brilliance that occasionally refracted through the gaps between the dark clouds. This is... Suddenly, Peng Lai's pupils shrank, and his face changed greatly. He immediately let out a cry of surprise. He exclaimed, "The Celestial Ascension Tribulation." Peng Lai realized he should not disturb his master, so he lowered his voice so he did not disturb Duan Lingtian and Kerr, who were still cuddling. However, Gan Ru Yen, who was standing close to him and paying close attention to him, heard his exclamation. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Gan Ru Yen shifted her gaze to the sky. Her expression changed drastically when she saw the dark clouds moving in the same direction. It's really the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. As a former disciple of Zoroastrianism, Gan Ru Yen had, naturally, heard about the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. She also knew about the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Therefore, the moment she shifted her gaze to the sky, she was completely sure of it. The clouds in the sky were moving in the same direction. She could vaguely see dark clouds with purple lightning flashing around them. These were the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Where are the tribulation clouds gathering? Gan Ru Yen looked at Peng Lai and asked for confirmation. Although she was shocked and had her own guesses, she still looked at him. That direction. It's where Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, lives. Peng Lai smiled bitterly. Previously, I was wondering how Shernan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, hates the Azure Cloud Mansion. If Lord Palace Master didn't come out of closed-door cultivation, he would have attacked Master. However, he obediently stood guard outside. Regarding this, I was extremely puzzled before and did not know the reason. Now, I finally understand. As it turns out, Lord Palace Master went into closed-door cultivation to become an eminent celestial. Now that he knows Lord Palace Master is about to become an eminent celestial, it's only natural that Shernan Feng doesn't have the guts to attack Master in the Wandering Saint Palace. Peng Lai finally understood everything. However, at the same time that he understood, his heart trembled even more, and an increasingly bitter smile appeared on his face. Is it really the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? Although she was mentally prepared, Gan Ru Yen still couldn't help but tremble when she heard Peng Lai's confirmation. Does this mean Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, is going to undergo the Heavenly Tribulation in a few days? Once I pass the Heavenly Tribulation, I'll become an eminent celestial? The moment she thought of this, the glimmer of hope that had risen in Gan Ru Yan's heart was mercilessly crushed. Previously, she had guessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was no match for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. What about Duan Lingtian, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Since Gan Ru Yen did not know there was a limit to Saint Origin, she was unaware that Duan Lingtian would not be a match for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace even if he had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, that was assuming that Ling Tian's damaged Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was useless against a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that she knew the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was about to undergo the Heavenly Tribulation, she knew he would become an eminent celestial. The glimmer of hope in her heart was crushed and replaced by despair. This feeling was equivalent to a drowning person who was on the verge of death. After grasping onto a life-saving straw with great difficulty, the straw was cut off. She felt as though she had ascended from hell to heaven, only to fall from heaven to hell again. No. What if he fails the Heavenly Tribulation and dies? Gan Ru Yen muttered to herself as she thought of another possibility. Her eyes shone brightly, and a hint of hope could be seen on her face. As far as she knew, it was not certain that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to overcome the Heavenly Tribulation. Fail the Heavenly Tribulation? Chapter 2292. It's impossible for him to fail? Gan Ru Yen frowned when she heard Peng Lai's words. What do you mean? Are you that confident in Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? It's not that I'm confident in him, Peng Lai said with a bitter expression on his face. In the history of Wandering Saint Palace, there's no precedent of a Palace Master failing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation.
All the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace have passed down a method to deal with the celestial ascension tribulation.
What?
Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she heard Peng Lai's words. In other words, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, will definitely be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial? Gan Ruyan asked again after a series of changes in her expression. She wanted further confirmation. When Gan Ruyan saw Peng Lai nodding, she felt as though the sky had changed color and the moon had dimmed. It felt as though the end of the world had arrived. However, after a while, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up again.
The celestial ascension tribulation will take a few days.
This means the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace won't be able to make a move for the next few days. When Gan Ruyan thought of this, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said anxiously, "Duan Lingtian, take us away from here while the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. We won't be able to leave if he overcomes the celestial ascension tribulation."
Gan Ruyan's tone became more and more anxious as she urged Duan Lingtian to leave. As for Shinan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Gan Ruyan might have thought Duan Lingtian was weaker than him. However, now that she could vaguely sense Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had improved, she was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to fight against Duan Lingtian. What she didn't know was, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength had not improved much compared to 3 years ago. Unless the Devil Seal tablet could suppress the palace master of the Great Spirit Palace, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to fight against him. Tribulation? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. Then he fell into deep thought. When Kerr heard Gan Ruyan's words, she immediately left Duan Lingtian's embrace and looked at Gan Ruyan. "Sister, you said the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Is it the celestial ascension tribulation?" Kerr knew what it meant for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This meant that as long as he passed the heavenly tribulation, he would become an eminent celestial. On the other hand, eminent celestials only needed to wait for a while before they could ascend to the Devata realm.
"Yes."
Gan Ruyan nodded solemnly. Then she looked at the sky and said, "Look at the dark clouds in the sky. These are the tribulation clouds of the celestial ascension tribulation. There are 5 colors hidden behind the tribulation clouds. This is the symbol of the celestial ascension tribulation. The tribulation clouds are converging toward the residence of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace." Gan Ruyan turned to look at Duan Lingtian when she finished speaking. "Now, take us away. The strongest obstruction is the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Shinan Feng." Gan Ruyan looked at Duan Lingtian. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "Shinan Feng? The palace master of Great Spirit Palace?" Duan Lingtian was unaware of the enmity between the palace master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, he was stunned when he heard Shinan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had become an obstacle to him. Not only was Duan Lingtian unaware of the enmity between the palace master of Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion, but he was also unaware that his identity as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had been exposed a year ago. Duan Lingtian finally understood what had happened after Peng Lai's explanation. The last disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was the vanguard of the Human Devil clan when they invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he was killed by father and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he heard this news. The last disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was killed by father and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Who's that powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Father's strength has already reached such a level? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Moreover, the entire Human Devil clan knows that I, the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Moreover, my identity was exposed because of a portrait drawn by someone from the lower province? Duan Lingtian realized he had been careless when he learned about this. If he had disguised himself in advance, he would not have been in such a passive position. Shinan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, wanted to kill me a year ago. Perhaps he's afraid of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace who's about to become an eminent celestial. That's why he didn't make a move and only waited outside my mansion? He waited for me to escape before he made a move.
Otherwise, he would wait for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace to kill me? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes when he learned about the situation he was in. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as though he had noticed something.
My Sun Saint origin seems to be unstable. Duanling Tian discovered that the Sun Saint origin in his body had begun to stir uncontrollably. It was like a playful child who had discovered a new toy and wanted to rush out of his body. This heaven and earth. At this moment, Duanling Tian discovered something.
His understanding of heaven and earth seemed to have deepened by a lot. Although he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage earlier, he could still comprehend heaven and earth. Moreover, there was an inexplicable connection between heaven and earth. However, that kind of understanding could not be considered deep. However, when the Sun Saint origin in his body began to stir, he discovered something.
His comprehension of this world seemed to have risen by an entire level. It was as though he had just grasped the basics of heaven and earth and was now at the fundamental awareness stage. It seems to be because of the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation. At the same time, Duanling Tian could clearly sense something. The Sun Saint origin in his body seemed to have formed a subtle connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. It seems like the Sun Force that has merged with my Sun Saint origin has formed a connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. Duanling Tian discovered this after he carefully examined his Sun Force. The Sun Force originated from the enlightenment he received from Hualao, the three-legged golden crow. It was the power of the three-legged golden crow. It was superior to all the forces in the mundane world. It was comparable to the Devata realms. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not know much about the Sun Force. The only thing he knew was the Sun Force was not simple. Previously, when his cultivation base was still weak, the Sun Force had merged with his Sun Force. It was so powerful that it was comparable to the strength of someone with a higher cultivation base than him. Duanling Tian discovered the Sun Saint origin in his body had somehow formed a connection with the tribulation clouds in the sky. In the sky outside the mansion, Palace Master Yuan is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Shinan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, shifted his attention to the direction of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace as the tribulation clouds gathered in the sky. This was because the tribulation clouds were heading in that direction. At this moment, Shinan Feng realized Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. From today onward, there's going to be another eminent celestial in the human devil clan. Shinan Feng's gaze turned complicated when he thought about this. In the past, although Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was slightly stronger than him, it was not by much. They were both Palace Masters of the 3 palaces and 6 holes. Their positions in the human devil clan were similar. However, now that Yuan Haochen had become an eminent celestial, not only was Yuan Haochen's strength far superior to him, but his status was also higher than him. Once an eminent celestial appeared in the human devil clan, his status was equivalent to the patriarch. Is Palace Master Yuan going to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Isn't it obvious? Heavens! This is big news.
I have to report this to our Lord Hall Master. I have to report this to our Lord Hall Master as well.
The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss among themselves when they realized Yuan Haochen had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. After a brief discussion, 7 figures flew out of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. These 7 people were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls other than the Wandering Saint Palace and the Great Spirit Palace. They had left the Wandering Saint Palace to inform their respective forces about the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace triggering the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was almost impossible for Yuan Haochen to fail the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that was attracted by Yuan Haochen. In other words, there would be a new eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace in just a few days. This was an earth-shattering matter to the human devil clan. For this reason, they had to return to their respective forces as soon as possible to inform their leaders. Shortly after the 7 people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls left, Shinan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he lowered his head and looked at the mansion in front of him. There, A purple figure was leading the three women into the air. There was another figure following closely behind them. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duanling Tian. Chapter 2293. Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace? When Shinan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, looked at him, Duanling Tian noticed it and looked at him. He could clearly see the killing intent in Shinan Feng's eyes. Trying to escape? Shinan Feng sneered when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him. He thought that Duanling Tian was trying to escape. The reason why he thought so was because he had put himself in Duanling Tian's shoes and tried to guess what was going on in his mind. In his opinion currently, Duanling Tian was aware of the situation. He was being targeted by Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, while Duanling Tian, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was outside the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that Yuan Haochen had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would be able to break through and become an eminent celestial in a few days. Faced with the threat of an eminent celestial, he did not believe Duanling Tian would dare to stay in the Wandering Saint Palace. For this reason, he thought Duanling Tian was trying to escape from the Wandering Saint Palace. Go! Duanling Tian retracted his gaze from Shinan Feng and flew into the distance with Ker, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ru Yen. Peng Lai heard Duanling Tian's call and followed closely behind. This direction seems to be the direction of the Palace Master's residence, right? Following Duanling Tian, Peng Lai raised his head and saw the tribulation clouds converging in front of him. The residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was in that direction. Initially, Peng Lai thought his master was going to lead them away from the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not expect his master would lead them to the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. For a moment, he was stunned. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was stunned. What is he trying to do? Do you want to send yourself to your death? Shinan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, initially thought Duanling Tian would leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. However, not only did Duanling Tian not leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but he was also heading toward the center of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. It was also the residence of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Ha! That person is Duanling Tian, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? At the same time, the rest of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had also discovered Duanling Tian's group. Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Ha! Where was he planning to go? He's heading to the center of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, right? Even now, he's still not running away. Maybe he doesn't know the way. How is that possible? He's been in the Wandering Saint Palace for 3 years. Even if he spends most of his time cultivating, it's impossible for him to not know the shortest distance from his residence to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, right? I think so too. Peng Lai and Shinan Feng were not the only ones who were confused by Duanling Tian's actions. Even the rest of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were confused. They had no idea what Duanling Tian was trying to do. There were a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace among the people present. When they saw Duanling Tian heading toward the tribulation clouds in the sky, they could not figure out what Duanling Tian was trying to do. Isn't the direction he's heading in the direction of the Asgard Master's residence? Is he going to deliver himself to Lord Palace Master so Lord Palace Master can deal with him? Although the same thought had appeared in their minds, they did not believe Duanling Tian would do such a thing. In that case, why would Duanling Tian do that? Where was he going? What was he trying to do? It feels like, the closer I get to the place where the tribulation clouds gather, the more agitated the sun force in my Saint Chi becomes. It's as though there's something in the center of the tribulation clouds that's attracting it. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he led Ker and the other 2 women forward. And during this process, I feel that my comprehension of this world is also gradually increasing. Moreover, it's improving with every passing moment. Although the speed of my improvement isn't fast,
My comprehension of heaven and earth is much better than those who have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Moreover, the closer I get to the tribulation clouds, the faster my comprehension of heaven and earth is improving. Although it's only a slight improvement, it's still improving. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian brought Peng Lai, the 3 women, and Peng Lai to the tribulation clouds. He had a feeling that the tribulation clouds would be helpful to him. Moreover, it would be helpful to him. His current comprehension of heaven and earth was enough to prove this. Based on my current comprehension of heaven and earth, I can activate the Sun Saint energy. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand slightly. Waves of majestic energy surged out of his hand, causing the air to tremble. As expected, I've become much stronger. Duan Ling Tian could clearly see that the Sun Saint energy was not weak at all. The saint power of the sun that he was releasing now seemed to have established a very subtle connection with the heaven and earth. This kind of connection felt very faint, but it did exist. The reason the connection is so faint is probably because my comprehension of heaven and earth is not deep enough. For example, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, could easily activate the saint origin in his body and create a strong resonance with heaven and earth. Moreover, his saint origin is very powerful. Duan Ling Tian could still vividly remember what happened 3 years ago. He had used all his strength to wield his sword, but Yuan Haochen had casually blocked it. Yuan Haochen held it in his hand as though he was playing with a toy. Subsequently, Yuan Haochen had deflected his sword with just a flick of his finger. The strength contained in the sword was not to be underestimated. It shocked Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he could sense how terrifying a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth was. At that time, Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in just 3 years. Although one would need an opportunity to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one would need an opportunity. However, one would not be able to obtain that opportunity unless one had comprehended heaven and earth to a certain extent. It's only a short journey from my mansion to here, but my comprehension of heaven and earth has already reached such a high level. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he sensed the connection between his Sun Saint origin and heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian was so focused on comprehending the connection between his Sun Saint origin and heaven and earth that he did not even glance at Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. He knew Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move as long as he was in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This was especially true when Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to break through and become an eminent celestial. Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move. Duan Ling Tian had a thorough understanding of the current situation. As long as he did not leave the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, Shi Nanfeng would not dare to make a move on him. As for Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, although Duan Ling Tian was wary of him, he still wanted to find out what was attracting the Sun Saint origin at the place where the tribulation clouds gathered. Duan Ling Tian had a strong feeling in his heart. He would definitely not return empty-handed this time. The Sun Saint origin comes from Hua Lao. It's a force from the Devata realm. It's superior to all forces in the mundane realms. Moreover, it'll continue to improve as my cultivation base improves. Now that Yuan Haochen has attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, there seems to be something attracting the Sun Saint origin at the place where the tribulation clouds gather. The closer I get to the place where the tribulation clouds gather, the more agitated the Sun Saint origin becomes. Even my comprehension of heaven and earth is improving. Based on the current situation, it's beneficial for me. Duan Ling Tian weighed the pros and cons as he made his way forward. Should he continue taking the risk? Or should he turn back and retreat? He was not the kind of person who would throw his life away. After all, he still had his wife and daughter by his side. He would not harm them. What are you trying to do? Not only are you not leaving the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but you're also heading toward the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. If you want to die, don't drag Ke and Xiling down with you. Gan Ru Yen had been holding back for a long time. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian was still heading toward the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, she could no longer hold back her anger. Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reasons for doing this. Don't worry. Ke comforted Gan Ru Yen when she saw Duan Ling Tian's reaction. Based on her words,
It was clear she trusted Duan Lingtian. That's right, Auntie. Father won't harm us. Duan Siling nodded and said to Gon Ruyen. Gon Ruyen felt helpless when she saw this. She was at a loss for words. After glancing at Gon Ruyen indifferently, Duan Lingtian ignored her and continued walking. With my current strength, if I don't use the Devil Seal tablet, I'm definitely no match for Shernan Feng and Yuan Hao Chen. However, if I use the Devil Seal tablet, I might be able to kill them, but there's also a possibility that I won't be able to kill them. After all, Yuan Hao Chen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, isn't an eminent celestial yet. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, if I can't kill them, there's no difference between retreating or continuing on. If the Devil Seal tablet can kill Shernan Feng, it'll definitely be able to kill Yuan Hao Chen as well. If it can't, it'll be a waste of time. If that's the case, why don't I follow the Sun Force and continue to head to the place where the tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation gather? Perhaps there's a fortuitous encounter waiting for me there? However, he had attracted the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Based on the tradition of the Wandering Saint Palace, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has never failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. In other words, to Yuan Hao Chen, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation is just a small matter. He'll be able to become an eminent celestial in just a few days. Wu Tianjin could not help but gasp when he thought of this. He immediately went to look for the Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace. This was no small matter. It was something that would shake the entire Crimson Blaze Palace and the entire Human Devil clan. Azure Sheen Hall. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is going to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? My goodness! Is there going to be a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan? I heard the tribulation clouds are gathering above the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. I have to go and see what's going on. Even if I can't enter the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, I want to watch it from afar. I want to go as well. I've never seen the tribulation clouds of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before. Azure Sheen Hall. When news of Yuan Hao Chen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, spread, everyone was in an uproar. A group of people even left the Azure Sheen Hall and headed to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate to watch the show. Apart from the Crimson Blaze Palace and Azure Sheen Hall, even the other 5 halls of the 3 palaces and 6 halls reacted similarly when they heard about Yuan Hao Chen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls made their way to the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, many people in the Human Devil Saint City were alerted. Soon after, news of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace attracting the Celestial Ascension Tribulation spread throughout the Human Devil Saint City. In the next few days, we'll have a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan. This is a joyous occasion for the Human Devil clan. It's indeed great news. With such an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace will become the leader of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan. The entire Human Devil Saint City was in an uproar. Apart from the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, everyone else was happy about the Wandering Saint Palace having an eminent celestial. After all, now that the Human Devil clan had a second eminent celestial, the Human Devil clan's status in the Devil clans would be elevated. As a member of the Human Devil clan, how could they not be happy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an inconspicuous and dilapidated mansion in the northeastern corner of the Human Devil Saint City, the sound of a gust of wind could be heard. When the wind blew, a figure appeared in the front yard of the dilapidated mansion. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was a well-built middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. Master, are you really leaving? He's cultivating in his residence and hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation. Even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation, there's nowhere for him to go. If he's in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, you'll be able to suppress him. However, if he leaves the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, he won't be able to escape from Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace. Yun Fuyi said. All right. Yuan Haochen nodded before he said, I'll deal with him after I'm done with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. I have to start preparing now. In 15 minutes, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation will take form and the first bolt of lightning will descend. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, he did not wait for Yun Fuye's reply before he rose into the air and hovered in the air above his residence. Above him, the tribulation clouds shrouded the land as though they were about to blot out the sun. At the same time, numerous tribulation clouds continued to converge from all directions outside the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. As the tribulation clouds gathered, the tribulation clouds above Yuan Haochen's head deepened. They seemed to have become stronger and stronger in an instant. The violet bolts of lightning that surged within the tribulation clouds were ceaselessly increasing in number. Later on, these lightning bolts that looked like small purple snakes also became much thicker in size. Boom, 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 boom. As the tribulation clouds gathered, the sound of thunder continued to ring in the sky. Eldest senior brother, is Master going to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? The commotion outside finally woke Huang Wenjing up from her closed-door cultivation. She immediately left her cultivation and went to the front yard of the residence to stand next to Yun Fuyi. At this moment, Yun Fuyi was looking at the sky. A figure hovered in the sky like a god. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be centered around him. Little junior sister. When Yun Fuyi heard Huang Wenjing's familiar voice, he immediately regained his senses. He looked at Huang Wenjing and said with a faint smile on his face, That's right. Master has finally undergone the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. In just a few days, we'll have an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, our human devil clan will have a second eminent celestial. When Yun Fuyi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sound excited. After all, the eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace was his master. Master! When Huang Wenjing heard Yun Fuye's words, she immediately looked at the figure hovering in the sky. Apart from admiration, there was also a hint of joy in her eyes. Her master was going to become an eminent celestial soon. As Yun Wenhaochen's last disciple, Huang Wenjing, naturally, knew how long her master had been waiting for this day. And now, the day that her master had waited for had finally come, and her wish had come true. As his last disciple, she was, naturally, happy for her master. Master is going to undergo the Celestial Ascension Tribulation soon. In other words, when Master becomes an eminent celestial in a few days, he'll finally come to an end? While Huang Wenjing was happy for her master, she couldn't help but think of a purple figure. Once this figure appeared, it was impossible to get rid of it. It was like a gangrene attached to the bone. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian. Yun Fuye's voice rang in Huang Wenjing's ears again. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.